to a proposed COVID-19 Royal Commission. And I thank the witnesses who are joining us by video conference. I just have to read this blurb out. Those who appear before committees will find the words quite familiar. So I'll read these out first and then we'll go to our witnesses. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I'd also like to acknowledge and welcome other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are participating in today's public hearing. The committee's proceedings today will follow the program as circulated. These are public proceedings being broadcast live in Parliament House and via the web. For the benefit of those participating remotely, I'm the chair of the committee, Senator Paul Scar, and I'm joined today in the room by my fellow Queenslanders, the Deputy Chair, Senator Nita Green, and Senator Malcolm Roberts. Senators Shoebridge, Antic, and McLaughlin and Rennick may be with us or joining us throughout the day as well by teleconference. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. The committee prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in confidence, described as being in camera. If you are a witness today and intend to request to give evidence in camera, please bring this to the attention of the Secretariat as soon as possible. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. Witnesses are reminded that if they give evidence that reflects adversely on another party, the committee is generally required to give that party reasonable access to the evidence and an opportunity to respond. I remind people observing today's hearing that taking photographs or video while the committee is in session is not allowed without the express permission of the committee. The public gallery, which is empty at the moment, is also reminded that they may observe but not otherwise participate in the hearing. A witness speaking for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones and other electronic devices should be switched off or put onto silent mode. Thank you. And I note we have a representative of the media here, so I might just confer with my colleagues and make sure they're comfortable. Yes, we're all comfortable with the media being here. So thank you. Okay, I now welcome representatives from the Institute of Public Affairs, the Australian Institute for Progress, and Dr. Scott Prasser. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, I will ask each of the witnesses to please state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. So I'll start with the Institute of Public Affairs, please.
Daniel Wild, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute of Public Affairs.
Morgan Begg, Director of Research at the Institute of Public Affairs.
Thank you very much. The Australian Institute for Progress.
Graham Young, I'm the Executive Director of the Australian Institute for Progress.
Thank you, Mr. Young. And Dr. Scott Prasser.
Dr. Scott Prasser, I'm appearing as an individual and as an expert on Royal Commissions and Inquiries.
Thank you very much. And I know, having seen your submission, I can say that's quite a valid claim you're making, Dr. Prasser. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. Information on parliamentary... if I can ask each of the witnesses if you would like to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions. So the Institute of Public Affairs, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Senator.
Okay, over to you then, Mr. Wild.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Look, by way of a brief opening statement, it is our view that there ought to be a full Royal Commission which investigates all facets of government's response to COVID, including that of state governments, which were primarily responsible for measures such as lockdowns and mandates. These measures dramatically affected the lives of every Australian, and Australians deserve a full and transparent Royal Commission into these matters to make sure that the same mistakes are not repeated. The current government departmental inquiry into COVID is inadequate because it explicitly excludes, quote, actions taken unilaterally by state and territory governments, end quote, which would include lockdowns and mandates. The response of governments to the COVID-19 pandemic were among the biggest public policy failures in Australia peacetime history. Lockdowns were wildly disproportionate to the risk that COVID posed to most Australians. Certainly, the elderly, vulnerable, and those of ill health deserve policy which would protect, as far as possible, their health. But this could have been best achieved through targeted measures, for example, focusing on aged care facilities. Lockdowns were always a blunt measure which had little regard to the risks that COVID posed to different sections of society. Nor did governments adequately take into consideration the substantial and ongoing social, economic, and humanitarian consequences of those policies. The impact on young Australians, school children in particular, will be felt for generations. The impact of lockdowns were also highly inequitable, with small businesses, private sector workers, and low-income earners, those most affected. For example, research by the IPA showed that from March to November 2020, jobs in the private sector dropped by 300,000, while jobs in the public sector rose by 25,000. Jobs for young Australians over that same period, aged 15 to 34, dropped by 158,000 and rose for those aged over 34 by 20,000. And from August 2019 to 2020, over 500,000 jobs were lost for those in the bottom 20% of income earners, while 195,000 jobs were added for those in the top 20% of income earners. This goes part of the way to explaining why many in big business, those who are relatively well off, and public sector bureaucrats were often among the loudest supporters of lockdowns. For them, they saw a net transfer of wealth to themselves from lower income Australians. And then there were the inflationary consequences of state and federal government spending. Our research estimates direct financial costs of government spending on COVID reached $938 billion by the end of financial year 21-22. And of interest to the current situation, our research also highlighted that some 40% of the total inflation from March 2020 to June 2021 was from government COVID spending. This is to say nothing of the astonishingly cavalier attitude of many political leaders who routinely breached basic rule of law protections, the role of the media, which in many ways became or appeared to be a communication arm of governments rather than holding decision makers to account, or the dramatic curtailment of freedom of speech, religion, and assembly. Australians deserve a full inquiry by way of a Royal Commission into all aspects of COVID to ensure that the same mistakes and failures are never repeated again. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wild. If I can just ask you to take on notice the provision of the research, if you've got details with respect to the research that the IPA undertook and which you referred to in your opening statement there, I'd find it helpful if you could provide that to the committee on notice, please.
Happy to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll now go to the Australian Institute for Progress. Mr. Young, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I'd just like to say a few words, Chair. I think our submission speaks for itself, but our policies in dealing with COVID were, in my view, the worst ever public policy and public health failing in this country. The amount of money that we spent on COVID was, as a percentage of GDP, equivalent to 1 year of World War II. We weren't looking at a situation anything like World War II. It was a failure of the administrative processes, and it was also, I would suggest, a failure of processes in terms of dealing with public health. So we had pre-existing pandemic plans. which were not adhered to. The process of changing from the accepted plans to the ad hoc plans was in no way transparent. There was no evidence available on the public record, and I suspect available to the people making the decisions. We early on knew that the pandemic was not going to be as severe as some feared in the first instance. We relied on estimates, particularly from people like Neil Ferguson at the in London, who have in the past wildly exaggerated the possible effects of diseases. We knew from the Ruby Princess that it was not going to be anything like that severe because we had a universe there that was limited with old people in it, and we knew that death rates would be nothing like were projected. However, we proceeded in a way which appears to us to have been quite panicked. And we then took measures for which there appeared to be no cost-benefit analysis. We had decision-making processes where the people making the decisions didn't appear to be widely enough diverse to make those decisions in a way which took into account the needs of the whole community. So it seemed to be dominated by hospital administrators, and hospitals don't need to worry about sustaining themselves. They're sustained by the economy around them. Countries cannot take the same positions as a hospital might in the case of disease. There was also the situation where independent researchers were not allowed to try alternative medicines and procedures, and where doctors were told by their professional organisations that they could not use they could not use repurposed drugs, which is a normal procedure that happens when you get anything like this. And what it essentially means is that the sources of research aren't limited to just a few government-approved organisations. It's diversified through the whole community, and we learn by trial and error. The result of that is that there is a currently unexplained increase in what's called excess deaths. So they take the 5-year average of deaths, and if you have a figure that's higher than the average, you call that excess. So we have severe excess deaths in Australia, and when you compare it to a country like, say, Sweden, who did what the pre-existing pandemic plans did and seemed to have a transparent and appropriate decision-making process, is much worse. If we had this level of deaths from car accidents, we'd have 2 or 3 royal commissions. If we had it from maritime incidents, we'd have 2 or 3 royal commissions. It's a serious issue, and it actually affects people of working age more than it affects people of the age that are most vulnerable to COVID. It's a question that needs to be answered. I can't tell you what the answer is. Hopefully a Royal Commission could.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Young. Just to let you all know, your connection is not perfect. So at times we're getting a little bit of interruption. So we'll see how we go. I think we got all of that opening statement, but sometimes it's easier if you go off video and just go on the telephone connection. My secretariat's going to give me some technical advice on this. Just hold on. Oh, okay. And if I can ask all of the witnesses, when you're not speaking, if you can put yourself on mute, please, that will just assist the technology. So it's with everyone on video conference. This is bringing memories back to me of committees we held during the pandemic, actually. So, if everyone can be just use their mute buttons as well. Dr. Prasser, do you have an opening statement?
Yes. My view, my submission is less to make an assessment what went right or wrong, but it's to look what is the best instrument we should have to review what happened. I'm sure, because overall Australia did better than some other countries and our economies bounced back, but there was a whole litany of issues that came, and there are claims and counterclaims. So my submission is saying, how best should we review what happened? And I think a Royal Commission should be appointed. Why? Because it's got coercive powers of investigation, and if there's going to be a Royal Commission into Australia's response to the pandemic, it's got to be a federal state Royal Commission, because a federal Royal Commission by itself cannot investigate state issues. So the states have got to also sign up to a joint Royal Commission. There are many precedents for such Royal Commissions in Australia. Aboriginal deaths in custody, the bushfire one, child's institutional sex abuse and so on. So we've got lots of precedents. At the beginning of this pandemic, when certain groups said we should have a Royal Commission, it was to me very clear there were going to be problems with the incumbent government, if you like, setting up such a body. So my submission is really saying, look, there are two types of inquiries. One's a statutory one with powers of coercion and investigation, or a non-statutory one, like we presently got the government has set up. Those sort of non-statutory inquiries can be very important, very helpful. But in this case, where there's so much debate about what government should do, what governments did not do, about was information available, was information released about what they did we know the evidence on what they based, the only way we're going to get to the truth about this matter is review. Also, I think it's really worth pointing out, as I'm sure the other participants know, after every disaster or calamity, there's a general tendency has been in Australia to appoint a Royal Commission to find out what the facts are as distinct from all the political debate going on. So to find out who did what, who's accountable, what's the truth of the matter. In 1939, we had Royal Commission of bushfires. We had Royal Commission of bushfires in 2009. We've had Royal Commissions into floods. We've had Royal Commissions into bridge collapses. So to me, the normal position should be to appoint a Royal Commission and a joint one by federal state. So that's my basic theme of my talk, that a Royal Commission appropriately set up. Also, I point out in my submission that overseas, a number of countries set up similar type bodies early on in the COVID. Sweden was the first. It had a commission of inquiry, a very Swedish mechanism, headed by a Supreme Court judge, 7 other members from across different disciplines. Norway followed. Britain finally set up one. And lastly, I'd point out one thing. Federal systems of government, it's very important, interesting to know that Canada has not had a national inquiry into the COVID response, nor has the United States. A bill to set up a presidential commission in the United States has largely languished. In the United States, the president can set up a presidential commission, but it requires Congress to give it powers to subpoena witnesses. So it's completely stopped there. So that's very interesting. So my view is that we need to know what really happened. Let's not prejudge it. Let's get the facts. Let's work out what happened, and then we might be able to do as New Zealand has. They've set up a Royal Commission to find out how we can better manage such things in the future, given that a further pandemic is possible to be expected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasser, and thank you, as I said at the outset, for your very extensive submission. We'll now go to questions, and I'll give the call to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today and for making your submissions. And I must commend all 3 submissions. They're excellent. And Dr. Prasser, yours stunned me when I read it. So I went and did a bit of research, and you've written 2 books on Royal Commissions. So I'm going to ask you all this first question. How many Royal Commissioners would be required to accurately inquire and report on your terms of reference?
So maybe we'll go to you, Dr. Prasser, first.
I certainly believe it should be a multi-member Royal Commission. There are plenty of examples of that, but it shouldn't be too many. One of the problems about setting up a Royal Commission of this issue is that there are a whole range of different professions and disciplines involved. So what you would do, you would set up a Royal Commission of 3 to 5 members, and you would have a reference group of federal, state and other professional bodies to be involved. There are a lot of precedents for such royal commissions. If you make a royal commission too unwieldy, then it will be not effective. The Swedish model, to me, is a good one. They have 7, a Supreme Court judge chaired it. They had experts from public policy, health, local government and ethics, who I think was a Lutheran pastor. So they had that sort of committee plus a reference group I referred to. The English inquiry has only got a single member, a former Supreme Court type judge. The New Zealand one has 3 members on their inquiry, including an expert on health, a person who understands the economy, and a new member they just reappointed. So I think it's got to be multi-member, but be careful not to make it too many, otherwise it will sink in its own sort of complexity.
Can we go to Mr. Young?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator. It's not something I'd turn my mind to before you asked the question. I think Mr. Prasser's answer was pretty comprehensive. I think I'd solely make the point that a lot of the commissions suffer from being run by lawyers, and lawyers have a particular way of looking at the world. And so I'd suggest that whatever number you have, that the number of lawyers should be limited to 1, and the professions of the others be broadly spread across the areas that need to be dealt with. You certainly need someone who's a health economist, and you certainly need someone who is in the medical field.
Okay, and the Institute of Public Affairs?
I would broadly share Dr. Prasser's assessment of something around 3 to 5 is a reasonable number. The key here, and this has already been mentioned, is to make sure there's a diversity of background and experiences of any members that are on such a royal commission. As you know, Senator, one of the key problems we had throughout the COVID period was so much of the initiatives and impositions and policies being driven by one perspective, which was a health perspective aimed at eliminating COVID entirely, quite often. And that came at the expense of having other views, such as the social, humanitarian and economic consequences of those policies. So I would say, regardless of whatever the number is that you might reach, the diversity of background would be absolutely critical to having a proper and fulsome inquiry.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Two of the groups representing the IPA and the AIP have called it the biggest failure of policy, yet the severity of COVID was told to me by the Chief Medical Officer to be low to moderate, less than some past flus that have come to this country. Yet we see, after the virus effects passed, we see in 2022 13% excess deaths. That's 26,000 excess deaths. We see breaches of human rights, medical standards and laws, a monstrous economic cost, a huge impact on individuals and communities, censorship which has never been seen before in this country, not even in wartime. Can you think of any past Royal Commission, all 3 institutes, can you think of all 3, any past Royal Commission that was more worthy than this one?
We'll go in the same order, I think. Dr. Prasser?
So what your question is, do you think there have been other Royal Commissions that were as important as this issue? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Look, I think, I don't want to go back in too much history, but after the 1919 pandemic, Australia did not have any Royal Commission into that pandemic. And during that period, the same sort of problems that we've had now, the federal government only had a quarantine officer. It had no Department of Health. There was a complete breakdown between federal state governments and between state governments cooperating between each other. Victoria wouldn't tell other states how many people had the Spanish flu or not had the Spanish flu, and so on. Now, what happened after that is really interesting. In the chief quarantine officer was a guy called John Howard Cumsford, and he convinced the Billy Hughes government to set up the first Commonwealth Department of Health in 1921, and he became the Director General, even though the Commonwealth had no powers on health issues. Now, Billy Hughes got replaced in 1922 by Stanley Bruce, and he then convinced Stanley Bruce to set up a Royal Commission into Australian health. He actually wrote the terms of reference for that. And that Royal Commission consisted of doctors, including the first female Royal Commissioner, Dr. Jean Giles, who was a Scottish doctor, very well known. And that Royal Commission looked at the Australian health system, and it looked about maternity wellbeing, sexually transmitted diseases, vaccinations, tropical health, and the need for intergovernmental cooperation on health issues. And very important. So there was, and in the 1920s, we had a lot of sexually transmitted diseases of men coming back from the war. We had the pandemic where 30,000 Australians probably died. So that's a very important Royal Commission that laid the foundation of Australia's national health system. So there's one example of a Royal Commission. Probably in terms of health and well-being, this Royal Commission, this potential Royal Commission, must exceed all previous ones, even the ones we've had in the bushfires, although there were deaths, unfortunate deaths in the Victorian and more recently national bushfires. The deaths did not approximate the number of deaths put through to this recent pandemic. And exactly, this is really one of the issues. How many people actually died of COVID? There's a lot of confusion around that issue. So I think we need a Royal Commission, and I think, and I'm a bit surprised that we still haven't got one. So to answer your question, I don't think there's been an issue of such national importance. There's been lots of Royal Commissions into important issues. You know, the bombing of Darwin by the Japanese in 1942, there was a secret Royal Commission into that, released after the war. So there's lots of examples of Royal Commissions into really important issues, corruption, scandals, health issues, bridge collapses and so on. But no other issue has affected so many Australians and in such a big way as this one. So this should be a major priority. And just remember, all we've had so far is a private Royal Commission headed by Peter Shergold, which called out for more information. And we've had the Western Australian inquiry, which was not really a very important inquiry. So I think we need to have this. This is an area of maximum public policy interest and concern.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not sufficiently well versed in the history of Royal Commissions to give you some sort of a hierarchy, but you're right to highlight the excess deaths, as I highlighted in my opening remarks, because it is the one measure by which we can objectively look at what was done and say, well, something here was done well than it was done elsewhere. The fact that we've got excess deaths means that we've actually got decreasing life expectancy. That I would have thought would be a matter of national concern, because I've never, during my life, ever seen a year that I can remember life expectancy dropping. And to put the matter into a broader framework, in Queensland we have what's called industrial manslaughter laws, which means that if by the negligence of the employer someone dies in the workplace, the corporate veil may be stripped away and directors be held personally liable for that death. We're looking at something similar to that, but on a national scale, and a scale that no industry would tolerate. A dangerous industry like the mining industry has fractions of a percent of accidents, let alone deaths. And here we have a figure 10 or 15% higher than what we would normally have. That is a lot of people being affected.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Institute of Public Affairs.
Thanks, Senator. It's certainly hard to think of any issue that's more deserving of a Royal Commission, certainly in the post-World War II era, than this. The response to COVID, I mean, it went on for the better part of 2 years. It affected the lives of every single Australian in dramatic ways and ongoing ways, as we alluded to in our submission. and in the opening remarks, the consequences of this are still being felt today, and they will be for many years. And I think the key is to understand why decisions were made and the way that they were made, and how this country kept on pursuing the COVID elimination strategy for so long, even though it was understood in many quarters that that was not only basically impossible, but the consequences of pursuing that were so dramatic and so great that it was almost unconscionable to continue with those lockdowns, especially, where we are in Victoria, the closing of playgrounds and many other such activities, the extreme lengths that governments went to, and of course the many other rule of law. Zoe Bueller, for example, being arrested for putting her opinion on social media. We need to understand how these egregious breaches of our rights and freedoms and significant impositions on our basic day-to-day lives could be perpetrated and happen for so long. So like I say, it's difficult to think of any more pressing or important matter for which a comprehensive Royal Commission ought to be undertaken.
Thank you. Now, Senator Roberts, last question before I share the call.
Thank you, Chair. Again, a question to all three groups. Dr. Prasser, you mentioned very clearly that sometimes royal commissions and inquiries can be hampered by people wanting to pull the wool over people's eyes or minimise the political damage. So my question is, if or when the government finally listens to the people and calls a royal commission, what signs would show you that it is genuine and is serious about learning from the previous government's mistakes to protect us better in future?
Dr. Prasser.
The test of any Royal Commission or any inquiry is, firstly, its terms of reference. Are they wide and clear so that the inquiry is not constrained in any way? And Royal Commissions do have a tendency, once they get appointed, to do their own thing, by the way. So that's one thing. Terms of reference. What should be in the terms of reference? The second thing is the membership of the inquiry. And that's what the present COVID inquiry is being criticised about, that the membership is too much of an in-house group. That's the view by a lot of commentators in the media making about that particular inquiry. The third thing is, what time frame is it being given to report on? If it's 3 months, it's a rush time frame. I mean, in New Zealand, there's a law now that Royal Commissions must report after 6 months if they're going to take longer. So some of the inquiries in England have taken 3 or 4 years, which is ridiculous. So there's got to be a time limit, but also there's got to be adequate time to do its work. Fourthly, what resources is it going to get? So if you try to restrain its resources, it won't be able to investigate. Now, Royal Commissions often do employ large research teams. This Royal Commission would need a research team to sift through the evidence to find out what was going on. So it's going to cost money. The Royal Commission Aboriginal into child sexual abuse costs over $300 million. So that was a very expensive inquiry. So there's got to be some constraints in the public interest. So they're the sort of things I look at: terms of reference, membership, time frame, and in particular, its resourcing sort of level. That's the sort of things I look for.
Mr. Young?
Yes, my experience looking at Royal Commissions is I think the commissioners is the most important element. As Dr. Prasser noted, they often develop a momentum of their own and suggest further terms of reference, which under public pressure the government then agrees to. It's important to have someone who is knowledgeable in the area, but it's also important to have someone who doesn't already have a position that they may well be trying to defend. So in the case of this Royal Commission, which I think would be one of the most important and serious in the history of the Commonwealth, we should perhaps look overseas to find 1 or 2 commissioners who could speak truth to power without fear of having contradicted something they may well have done themselves in the past, of somehow affecting their future career prospects or breaching friendships or collegial relationships that they have. This is a matter which has touched a whole range of people and a whole range of professions, and a lot of people are on the public record and so on, and so it could be quite difficult to find someone sufficiently abstract from the actual process and the application of what happened to come up with a good finding. But it's very important that you do have the right personal people.
Institute of Public Affairs.
Thank you. I think if you wanted an example of a manifestly inadequate inquiry, you'd just have to look at the inquiry currently being run out of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. This, in particular, as it relates to the membership of the inquiry panel and the terms of reference that it has been given. In particular, 2 of the 3 inquiry panellists that have been appointed were well noted in the public sphere for being enthusiastic advocates of lockdown policies in Victoria, which were so devastating. Which really raises doubts about how adequately can it inquire into public health policy issues. And secondly, in the terms of reference that have been given to that inquiry, it specifically excludes actions unilaterally taken by state governments. Now, the actions of the states were really front and centre of the COVID policy response in Australia. These were this was the level of government which had direct responsibility for imposing the public health orders, which varied from state to state and often conflicted with the statements that were coming out of Canberra among some political leaders. So you can see that's the wrong way to go about it. In our submission, we provided some draft terms of reference that a Royal Commission might be given, and I think what we've said, it needs to be extensive and it needs to be broad, and a limitation, any sort of limitation that we've seen in this departmental inquiry that certain levels of government aren't to be assessed, just raises doubts about the process, raises doubts about the motivations behind it.
Okay, thank you very
Chair,
much.
Could I just ask, is broadcasting recording or is Hansard recording? Because I was in an inquiry on the indemnities given to pharmaceutical companies, and we had a wonderful inquiry. A lot of material came out, and we found out there was no transcript because there was no recording. So I just want to make sure it's on.
I'm pretty sure it's on. Thumbs up, thumbs up. It's
Thank
on.
you.
We're on. Senator Roberts, it's all being recorded for posterity and future reference, so no problem. Senator Antic, if I can go to you for 10 minutes, I have some questions I want to ask the witnesses as well. So over to you, Senator Antic.
Yeah, well, thank you,
Senator Green also has questions. So Senator Antic, if you can, we've got 22 minutes.
I'll probably be briefer than 10 minutes, Chair. So my main area of interest, and we've heard this morning, I think, some really good points about, the way in which what happened during COVID fits in and overlays with matters throughout our history that have also had royal commissions put in place. And it strikes me that we're not talking a lot about the possibility of a royal commission outside inquiries like this. Certainly the media class and the political class don't seem to be pushing this issue like perhaps some others are. I'm interested in knowing from our speakers today what their views are, really from a very broad axe helicopter view about what they believe are the reasons why there is seemingly a reluctance across our community to entertain the concept of a Royal Commission when it's so clearly required.
Dr. Prasser.
Well, speaking to senators, the answer is politics, isn't it? I mean, everything is politics. So, remember the Senate COVID inquiry, which released its report in April 2022, chaired by Senator Gallagher, recommendation 17 was there should be a Royal Commission. Now that particular Senate report which was dominated by Labor and Green senators, was highly critical of the Morrison government. And I think, and therefore, to me, it was biased in a sense. Now, the reason why we've had a Royal Commission into the robo-debt crisis called in August 2022, as was promised by the Albanese opposition, but not a Royal Commission into the pandemic where 15 to 20,000 Australians possibly died, is because of politics and because it's hard to do. Politics because there were 5 Labor states and territories involved in managing the COVID. And there was a state election, Victorian election last year, and there's Queensland election this year. So it's politics because any Royal Commission with the right terms of reference and independent members is going to have to, given the litany of complaints that we've partly heard today and which many people have made, not political people, about how the states behaved, then that would have to come under scrutiny. In Queensland, it was absurd that the Chief Medical Officer was telling people to wear a mask in a car. That is not medical advice, or to wear a mask when you're walking around. It was absurd that Queenslanders could not drive back to Queensland, but you could fly back to Queensland, okay? So there's lots of things, and there's the lockdowns, and then there's the border closures, which I'm totally opposed to. So that's the reason, is that this would be political. Also, as I said before, this is a complex issue. Graham Young's pointed out the range of disciplines issues, that you would have to have a Royal Commission that would reflect some of the different professions, you know, the medical profession, the pharmaceutical profession, the nursing profession, and all the different interest groups around that. It requires a lot of hard work to set up this Royal Commission, and governments sometimes don't want to do the hard work. It's much easier to set up an inquiry like a robo-debt to get stuck into the previous government. And all governments do this, by the way, so let's not be too precious about the Albanese government, but that's the reason. It's political, it could be embarrassing, and the general view is, I think, inside the policy community, let's blame the Morrison government for everything, which is unfair because the Morrison government was in charge of everything. And secondly, let's just bury this and we'll all move on, that awful phrase, and forget. That's essentially the game going on. And that's not good public policy because we should learn from mistakes. And also it's about let's not let any of our team get tainted by any of the problems. So I think that's the answer. It's politics. It's the way we do public policy. It's blaming the previous mob for things. And it also would be really hard work. It would require a person of some ability to really pull this together to make the Royal Commission work and to set up properly. It could be done, it can be done, but it requires a lot of work, and governments don't want to do that work.
Thank you, Dr. Prasser. If I can just remind witnesses, we've got limited time left, and I'm now aware that other senators have questions. So if you could just bear that in mind. Mr. Young.
I think the answer to your question, Senator Antic, is that just about everyone was implicated in the policies that were adopted. Normally when you get calls for a Royal Commission, it's over a matter which was quite divisive. So there is a large corpus of people who have a vested interest in finding that what was actually done was wrong. In this case, I referred in my opening remarks to expenditure during World War II. We behaved as though we were in a war position. So it's not just...
Okay, we've lost Mr. Young, so I'll go to the Institute of Public Affairs.
Thanks, Senator. Great question. And just to build on what Graham Young was saying, it was, I think the main reason is the implication of so many of the organs of our society and civil society, the media foremost among them. I mean, speaking to you from Victoria, there was no debate here at all for many, many months about lockdowns and the approach being taken. The media organisations were basically providing cover for the government or supporting the measures being undertaken. I struggle to think of any major civil organisation in this state or in this country that provided an alternative assessment of lockdowns and mandates. So to call for a Royal Commission is in essence to admit that something went wrong. And I don't think that those in our society are willing to do that, including the legal fraternity, who were basically silent as we saw the most egregious breaches of our legal rights and freedoms. Civil society groups and so forth who were silent. That's the main reason. Unfortunately, many of these organisations, the media foremost among them, is simply not willing to acknowledge that they played a deleterious role in that period of our history.
Okay, thank you. Senator Antic, just one more question, then I'll be giving the call to the Deputy Chair.
Chair, I'm happy to hand the call.
Okay, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, just to go back to the beginning, and I thank you for your submissions and your opening statements. Perhaps for the two organisations that are giving evidence, I just wanted to understand a bit about your organisations and your priorities, particularly for the IPA. Who are your members?
Institute of Public Affairs.
Well, thank you, Senator. We have over 9,000 members from across Australia, and they join as a member of the IPA because they're passionate about our freedoms, the Australian way of life, and our values. And we're very proud to have that broad-based membership across Australia.
And the Australian Institute for Progress?
I don't think we've got Mr Young with us anymore, Deputy Chair, so he's dropped out.
Not a problem. I'm sure he can take that on notice.
Yep. So can we make sure that's communicated to Mr Young, please? Yep.
Thank you. So, Mr Wild, that's mostly individuals, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right, Senator.
Thank you. And what sort of role, I know the IPA is obviously quite public-facing with its commentary about government decisions. What sort of role did you play during the pandemic? Were you supportive of government policies, or did it depend what type of policy it was?
Yes, look, so our main role was to provide research on different aspects of the COVID measures. Our main focus was on some of the costs and implications of lockdowns in particular. In the opening statement, I gave a brief overview of some of our main findings, particularly as it related to the economic costs. And as Senator Scarr has asked, happy to provide all of those reports for the record. But essentially, it was providing research and then communicating that through the media, where that was, and through other forums, for example, in front of policymakers, where that's.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you'd wrapped up. You said your findings. Did you conduct your own review?
Not a review as such, but findings in terms of the consequences of lockdowns. So to give you one example, we undertook research into jobs that were being lost throughout the COVID period, and looking at how that delineated between small businesses and large businesses, or public and private sector workers, or low income and high income Australians, and then providing those findings and that research and communicating it into the public domain.
Great. And did you make a submission, or do you intend to make a submission to the Commonwealth Government's COVID-19 response inquiry?
Yes, we've made a submission to that inquiry.
Oh, and I think we've got Mr Young back. He might also be able to answer that question if the connection assists us.
Could you just repeat the question for Mr Young, please?
Yeah, sure, Mr Young. I was just wondering if you've made a submission to the Commonwealth Government's COVID-19 response inquiry.
Yes, we did, Senator.
Okay. And probably this is for both organisations, but I'll start with the IPA. Did you make a response? Did you make submissions to the Senate Select Committee inquiry?
Don't think so, did we?
I believe we might have. Can you confirm what time that inquiry took place?
We can get you that information.
Yeah, we'll get you that information. So if you could just take that on notice, the Secretariat will give you the dates.
Mr. Wild and I did participate in an inquiry during the pandemic in relation to the pandemic policies. It might be the same one, but I'd have to confirm that on notice.
What about the review of the WA's COVID-19 response?
No, we didn't participate in that inquiry.
What about the New South Wales Parliament's review of the New South Wales Government's management of COVID-19 pandemic?
No, don't believe so, no.
Oh, okay. What about the Queensland Parliament's inquiry into the Queensland Government's health response into COVID-19?
We didn't participate in, if you're going to go through every state inquiry, it's unlikely that we participated in every inquiry. We are limited by the resources that we have at the IPA. We depend on receipts from members and donations. So, we are limited in our capacity to engage in every inquiry that we would like to.
Right.
Just to assist you, if it's any help, I chaired the New South Wales one and I don't recall the IPA putting a submission in.
Okay.
If so, it passed under the radar.
What about the Northern Territory Parliament's inquiry? Probably not that one either.
Refer to my previous answer, thank you.
And the Victorian Government's inquiry into the Victorian Government's response?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Previous
right.
answer, please, yep.
Understood. Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I've got some questions. Senator Shoebridge has some questions, but Senator Shoebridge, there were some questions arising from the earlier evidence given by the witnesses I'd like to quickly cover off. Dr. Prasser, we have got limited time, so feel free to take some of these points on notice if you would like. You refer to the merits in terms of this being a joint royal commission between the Commonwealth and each of the states and territories. My question is, how could that work? We've received a submission from the Premier of Tasmania, who's of the view that there's no need for a royal commission, which begs the question as to how this would work if only some of the states and territories agreed to participate as opposed to all of the states and territories. So I'm happy for you to take that on notice, please, but very interested in your views with respect to that. Second, have you got a quick answer you could provide on that?
There have been joint royal commissions where not all the states have joined up to it. The famous Costigan Royal Commission into the trade unions, of course, started out as basically a royal commission between the Commonwealth and Victoria. And so what often sometimes happens, a few states join up and then all states come to the party. So it's up to political leadership at the federal level to put pressure on the states to join the game. Now, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, even Queensland, under the National Party government, joined up that Royal Commission, right? So it can be done, and it requires effort and persuasion by the federal people putting it together. So I would say to the Tasmanian Premier, well, what are you afraid of hiding, Mr. Premier, if you don't want to have an open inquiry of a Royal Commission standard into what went on across Australia? Don't you care about the rest of national policy, especially given how much the taxpayer subsidises Tasmania? So let's get serious. So it requires that political game to happen, okay?
Okay, thank you. Next question is, and this is touched on somewhat by the submissions, but I'll go to you, Dr. Prasser. One of the issues that was considered by another committee I sit on, the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee, was the emergency powers under the Biosecurity Act and the effect to it, and the fact that the Minister for Health could issue declarations, orders, which were not subject to parliamentary review. In particular, they were not subject to disallowance processes where the Parliament, in particular the Senate, could debate whether or not a particular declaration it might consider the right of Australian citizens to come back into the country or to leave the country. The Senate was not able to engage in that disallowance process. To what extent do you think those issues relating to governance, if I can put it that way, around emergency declarations, the checks and balances of Parliament as a check on the executive powers should be the subject of this Royal Commission?
That's a very tricky issue because, you know, a Royal Commission is appointed by executive government. And for an executive government body to be investigating Parliament is a pretty tricky sort of process, and needs, to me, those sort of issues need to be resolved more at the parliamentary level rather than the Royal Commission. The Royal Commission and people around this table have said, point out the issues about civil liberties and those sort of processes of accountability. So the Royal Commission might like to assess that only up to a point, but it wants to be very careful of an executive government body investigating Parliament, which really is crossing the line. So that's a very tricky issue to be looked at. It is a problem. They could look at it in terms of the Act, how the Act was interpreted.
So I guess there's a distinction though, and I'm happy for all the witnesses to make submissions, take this on notice, but there's a distinction, I think, between what you're saying between a Royal Commission or inquiry looking at powers in legislation and systemic issues as opposed to considering what Parliament did in a particular case. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's a good summary. Thank you, Senator.
My last question before I go to Senator Shoebridge quickly, I think you've touched upon this in your submission, Dr. Prasser, and that is the utility in terms of draft terms of reference being circulated for public comment prior to being adopted to found a Royal Commission. So I'm wondering if you could just draw that point out, and happy for the other witnesses to take on notice the merits of the draft terms of reference actually being circulated for public comment prior to them being finalised. Dr. Prasser?
Yeah, terms of reference are often done, you know, behind closed doors. But a recent development, starting with the Royal Commission to Child Institutional Sex Abuse, appointed by the Gillard government, it was announced in 2012, and then the draft terms of reference were circulated, and the Royal Commission was not formally appointed till early 2013. So a very good example of good practice, if you like, when you're having a Royal Commission such a touchy issue. The same thing happened in the UK, had draft terms of reference circulation. The same thing happened in Scotland, by the way. And in Sweden, of course, there's immense parliamentary bipartisan support. So I think any Royal Commission should have those terms of reference drafted, and that means you catch everything and people can't complain afterwards that you did miss a particular issue. So I think it's really worth having. Okay,
thank you. Senator Shoebridge, we've got a few minutes left.
So thanks, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses for attending. My question is to the IPA. In March of 2021, the IPA published an opinion piece by one of your adjunct fellows, Mr. Matthew Lesh, where you said, this pandemic comes in two acts. In the first act, Australia did well protecting lives, but stringent border controls and a suppression strategy only made sense to buy time for vaccines. Now, in the second and final act, Australia is seriously faltering. Slow and steady will not win the race. Slow vaccinations are delaying the return to normality. Does the IPA stand by that analysis that they gave in March of 2021 about the two parts, the suppression strategy working well, but the vaccine rollout being woefully slow? Do you stand by that analysis?
I think there's a couple of things there, Senator. The first is that certainly in terms of the original approach that we took as a nation, so we had the border closures, the international border closures, which clearly gave governments an opportunity to evaluate the severity of COVID and what was happening overseas was, I think, something that was the right approach to have taken. The issue with the vaccine matter is, firstly, the goalposts were shifting all the time. So in terms of the stated targets put out there either by National Cabinet or at the state level were fairly routinely changed. And often it seemed to be on relatively arbitrary, at a minimum, the advice upon which those targets were being made was not transparent to the public. So, when that was written, and I'd have to read the whole thing again. When that was written, I think the circumstances in our nation at that time were quite different to the information that we now have.
No, but to be clear, in March of 2021, in the heat of the pandemic, the IPA is saying clearly on record that the suppression strategy, which includes lockdowns, had worked and was essential. Have you changed your opinion since March of 2021?
I don't. So that was written by I don't think that was ever an institutional view.
It was one of your adjunct fellows. You published it.
Yes, and
endorsed it.
Yeah, so we have, in terms of adjunct fellows, we house a number of adjuncts, or have done over the journey, who are able to express an opinion on not just on COVID, but a range of matters. But the idea that that was never an institutional view, that lockdowns or seeking to significantly suppress or eliminate COVID, that was never an institutional view. I'll just add on to that. As far as opinion articles go, those to a significant degree reflect the personal opinions of the writer. So as Mr. Wild said, they don't always reflect an institutional view of the IPA as much as they do a personal opinion of the writer.
So when the IPA,
last question.
yeah. So to be clear, when the IPA publishes opinion pieces like this, noting that he's an adjunct professor, putting it prominently on your website at a key moment in the pandemic, you were saying that that wasn't an expression of opinion of the IPA. Is that your position, or is it just that it's now inconvenient that you said that in March of 2021?
No, I don't think it's inconvenient. I mean, we very much support having a diversity of views. But what I would point you to, Senator, is so we were the first organisation in Australia that I'm aware of, and I'm happy to be corrected if there's alternative information, to argue that there should be an end to the lockdowns. And that was on the 4th of April 2020. So only somewhat of no more than a month into the nationwide lockdowns, we argued that lockdowns should not be pursued, and that a more balanced and considered set of policies should be the approach. So that was the institutional view that was provided on the 4th of April 2020, and that has been the basis of the research that we've done, over the remainder of the COVID period.
So it was just a mistake.
No, Senator Shoebridge. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge. You can put further questions on notice if you do like. We have to move on. We've run over time. So can I thank all the witnesses for your time today? There are a number of questions on notice. If you could come back to us with those answers, we'll contact you with respect to the timing in terms of those responses once we consider that later in the day. But thank you, everyone, for coming along today, and thank you for your submissions. Greatly appreciated. We will now move on to our next slot and our next witnesses. So I welcome representatives from the Redfern Legal Centre, the Australian Human Rights Commission, Civil Liberties Australia, and Professor Katie Barnett. Thank you for taking, and I've got a bit of a blurb to read, so I'll read that whilst you're coming to the table. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators and witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policies and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, if I could ask each of our witnesses to please state their full names and the capacity in which they appear. And I will start with Ms Lee from the Redfern Legal Centre.
Thank you, Chair. Samantha Lee, Senior Solicitor at Redfern Legal Centre.
Thank you, and thank you for coming along today. The Civil Liberties Australia, if each of you could give your name and the capacity in which you appear.
Christine Klugman, President, Civil Liberties Australia.
Bill Rawlings, CEO of Civil Liberties Australia.
And Chris Stanford, the Manager of the National Campaign for a Human Rights Act.
Thank you. And the Commissioner Finlay. You're on mute, Commissioner Finlay.
My apologies, you think we would have that organised by now. Good morning, Lorraine Finlay, Australian Human Rights Commissioner with the Australian Human Rights Commission.
Thank you. And Professor Barnett, are you there? Or you might have dropped off. I think you might have dropped off, so we'll wait for you to come back on. But I'll proceed with opening statements from the other witnesses in the meantime. So if I could go to you, Ms Lee from Redfern Legal Centre. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Over to you.
Thank you for this opportunity to provide evidence on behalf of Redfern Legal Centre. First off, I want to state that Redfern Legal Centre and I personally believe in public health and keeping the community safe through vaccinations and well-informed public policy. I want to take this opportunity to thank all those workers, garbos, cleaners, nurses, doctors, who during the pandemic got out of bed and went out into the community to keep society going, usually low-paid workers, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. But as much as Redfern Legal Centre believes in public health, we equally believe in the rule of law, due process, and a law enforcement system that is accountable, transparent, and just. It is during a time of crises that society needs the rule of law the most, not the least. Yet it was during the pandemic that that Redfern Legal Centre saw the rule of law being shoved aside. Many of our clients my clients were in tears trying to keep up and understand rapidly changing public health orders, predominantly printed only in English. These clients range from a mother whose son with a diagnosed intellectual disability, the son was issued with 3 separate COVID fines worth $1,000 each. An elderly couple, one partner with dementia, fined for being at the supermarket together because one partner could not stay at home by herself. Overnight, fines increased from $1,000 to $3,000, which included fines that could be issued to children. There was no transparency around the setting of fines, nor of fine amounts for any jurisdiction, and the absurd increase in fines, especially when it came to children, was particularly cruel. In New South Wales, there were 266 changes issued to the public health orders during the pandemic, equating to the law changing every 2.5 days on average. Our casework showed that due to the rapidly changing aspect of these laws, police were issuing laws unlawfully because they were not able to keep up with the changing legislation. And the New South Wales Fine Review Agency Revenue also applied the law incorrectly because of the rapidly changing legislation. In New South Wales alone, at the end of the pandemic, nearly 60 million in COVID fines were imposed, with the majority issued to those living in First Nations communities or low socioeconomic areas. Of significant note was the $2.1 million in fines issued to children aged 13 to 17. Although I appreciate the confusion caused by the changing orders for both police and revenue, it does not excuse why these agencies did not speak up and raise the alarm about the injustice that was unfolding. At the time, several legal agencies, including RLC, PIAC and Aboriginal Legal Service, raised concerns with these bodies about how the law was not being applied correctly, but to little or no avail. I appreciate that the public health orders were the responsibility of the states, but but as the former Director of Gun Control Australia, I'm well aware of the role the Commonwealth can play in establishing national agreements, royal commissions and principles and facilitating discussions around legal and moral obligations. It is not an equal playing field out there, and it was not an equal playing field out there during the pandemic. I hope we can learn from these incidences and look at our future responses that does not pretend that there is an equal playing field out in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Lee. I'll now go to Civil Liberties Australia. Do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do.
Over to you, Dr Klugman.
Civil Liberties Australia acknowledges and respects the Indigenous people on whose land we meet today. We thank the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee for this opportunity to discuss the terms of reference for a Royal Commission into COVID-19. An unprecedented pandemic will always lead to unprecedented response, but the first lesson we learned from our COVID experience was that in this completely connected world, there will be a next time. Civil Liberties Australia strongly supports any thorough examination of Australia's experience of the pandemic, aimed at providing recommendations for improved responses to any future pandemic or similar public emergency with the potential for society-wide impacts. We all remember how frightening those early months of the pandemic were. We all accepted the need to limit the rights of Australians as signed up to, rights that Australia trusts the government to defend. However, when the opportunity came to test government decisions in the context of these rights, it became abundantly clear there was no infrastructure in place at the time of the pandemic to ensure any limits placed on individual rights by governments were consistent, rational, relevant, and proportional to the risk. Nor was there a disinterested forum in place capable of conciliating or mandating remedies that would allow affected individuals to challenge the relevance, rationality, or proportionality of these limits. In other words, there is strong evidence that Australian governments do not have the ethical infrastructure cemented in place to balance conflicting individual rights other than through government fiat. When COVID hit, people were powerless. They had nowhere to turn to get an independent arbiter to enforce basic common sense decisions needed about individual rights. The upshot was that the national unity that characterised the early days of COVID degenerated into pockets of resentment and reduced trust in government as the pandemic progressed. So the real question from CLA's point of view is, how will Australians get through the next COVID equivalent public emergency with their trust in government intact? In summary, CLA would like the terms of reference to examine how state and territory legislation governing emergencies can be made consistent, proportionate, timely and justified. Examine how complaints can be handled quickly and efficiently when rights are breached, preferably by access to state and federal human rights acts. Make recommendation on appropriate training of police, defence and security guards enforcing restrictive laws. Make recommendations on how civil rights and restrictions in pandemics can be balanced. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr Klugman. I note we have Professor Barnett with us. So welcome, Professor. Can you hear me? Excellent. Very good.
Good.
Good. I'm going to go to Commissioner Finlay first in relation to an opening statement, then I'm going to come to you, Professor. So Commissioner Finlay, over to you.
Well, thank you, Chair. Good morning. And I'd like to thank the committee for the invitation to give evidence at this public hearing and seek to just make a brief opening statement to support the written submission that has previously been provided. From the outset, I'd like to acknowledge that there have already been a range of inquiries, including the ongoing Commonwealth Government COVID-19 independent inquiry, that have looked at different aspects of the pandemic response. However, it remains my view that these are not sufficient substitutes for a properly constituted and comprehensive Royal Commission. Given the significant impact of the pandemic and the pandemic response measures, not only in terms of health impacts and economic impacts, but also in terms of human rights, and the continuing lack of clarity around how and why particular decisions were made, a Royal Commission is the best option to undertake a comprehensive examination of the overall pandemic response in Australia. The primary aim of such a Royal Commission should be to improve Australia's preparedness for future pandemics. Given this, its terms of reference should be broad and its processes should be open and transparent. There are three key features that I would seek to highlight as being essential to the formation of a Royal Commission. The first is that there needs to be an express focus on human rights in the terms of reference. The Democracy Index 2020 described the pandemic response globally as leading to the biggest rollback of individual freedoms ever undertaken by governments during peacetime. Pandemic response measures in Australia had substantial impacts on individuals, families, and communities. It's essential that Australia's pandemic response is fully and formally reviewed in terms of its impact on human rights, and that future emergency planning incorporates human rights considerations as a priority. The second consideration is that the Royal Commission needs to be established jointly by federal and state governments so that it is able to examine a pandemic response that was characterised and driven by complex interactions between different levels of government, all of which had overlapping responsibilities. We need every part of our federation working together to ensure that we learn the necessary lessons, both good and bad, and that we're as well prepared as possible for any future pandemic or other form of emergency. And the third point that I'd seek to emphasise is that any Royal Commission needs to be structured in a way that enables individual and community voices to be heard. We know that the impacts of the pandemic response measures were not felt uniformly across Australia. There were significant differences in the severity of restrictions and how they were applied in different areas. And we know that there were specific risks and concerns that were particularly applicable to different parts of the Australian community. To ensure that these human impacts are fully understood, it's essential that any Royal Commission includes a strong focus on public consultations and open public hearings. Thank you again for the opportunity to give evidence this morning, and I would welcome any questions from members of the committee.
Thank you, Commissioner. And if I can just ask if you could put yourself on mute until we call you, that would assist. So, Professor Bennett, if you could take yourself off mute, and if you would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, my opening statement is basically to endorse the three other opening statements which I've heard previously. I come to this committee as someone who looks like a vulnerable person. I'm disabled. During the Victorian lockdown, I did come to the attention of police and I did have a very unpleasant interaction with them. However, I feel a bit like Clark Kent with a Superman suit underneath. They didn't know that the limping woman with the walking stick was actually a law professor. Had they decided to make an issue of my supposed contravention of the law, I would have been able to fight them legally. I would have been able to fight back. What I'm distinctly aware of is the fact that many other vulnerable people in our community do not have the same capacity as me. These include Indigenous people, other people with disabilities, people from non-English speaking backgrounds. I remain extremely distressed by what happened in Victoria with the public housing tenants, and I remain dismayed by the government's, Victorian government's lack of shame. So I thank this committee for inviting me to give evidence, and I support the establishment of a Royal Commission which will consider the way in which laws operate and which will, I hope, involve both federal and state governments.
Thank you very much, Professor Barnett. I've got a number of senators asking questions, so just for your information, the order in which I'll go to you, Senator Roberts, first, then the Deputy Chair has a few questions, Senator Shoebridge, and then I have some questions. So to you, Senator Roberts, first.
Thank you. And thank you all for appearing today and for excellent submissions. And in particular, Ms. Barnett, Professor Barnett, and also the Redfern Legal Centre. Thank you for sharing the lived experience, because that was very touching. Professor Barnett, Redfern Legal Centre, Ms. Lee, and Ms. Klugman, there seem to be symptomatic signs throughout this process of the COVID mismanagement that showed a complete disrespect of people, complete disrespect of citizens, and arrogance from government and government suppressing. We saw Professor Barnett's discussion about anxiety in people reflected also in Ms. Lee's comments. Is the key issue here trust was destroyed by federal and state governments? I can see you nodding already. And would a Royal Commission restore trust?
We'll go to the Redfern Legal Centre first, and then we'll go to Civil Liberties Australia, the Human Rights Commission, and then Professor Barnett. So that's the order we'll adopt just to efficiently deal with things. So to you, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I can speak from our client experience that there has developed a mistrust in New South Wales with police and also with a government body of revenue. The trust, I think, can be built up through transparency and accountability, and that is what a Royal Commission could obviously go into. It's not doesn't mean that the trust is destroyed, but if you don't bring these stories into the open and give them some light, then the distrust will fester.
Civil Liberties Australia, Dr. Klugman.
Thank you. Yes, Civil Liberties Australia's main tenet in our submissions has been that trust has been destroyed. I mean, numerous surveys have shown this, that trust is disintegrating. Trust is essential in a democracy. It is the basis on which democracy functions. And we believe that trust can be helped and re-engendered by human rights acts, either federally or at the state level. Human rights acts that give access to people for proper resolution of complaints when their rights are breached. In this way, we think that trust can be slowly regenerated. Chris?
Yeah. I'd just like to add that if you have a look...
If you could just for the benefit of Hansard, just because we've got a number of witnesses, before you give comment, if you can just give your name. Thanks.
Chris Stanford, Civil Liberties Australia. Just to add to what Dr. Klugman said, if you have a look at any measure of trust in Australia in the last 2 years since the major COVID crisis has passed, 61%, this is from Edelman Trust Barometer as an example, 61% of Australians now say that lack of civility and mutual respect is the worst they've ever seen. More than half of Australians, at 55%, say their default tendency is to distrust something until they see evidence of the fact that it's trustworthy. 61% of Australians say that people are incapable of having constructive and civil debates about issues that they disagree on. 24% of Australians, only 24% of Australians would help someone who strongly disagreed with them or their point of view when they were in need, and only 21% of Australians would be prepared to live in the neighbourhood of someone who strongly disagreed with them or their point of view. The result of that is that 48% of Australians now see government as unethical and incompetent, and media has been reduced to an echo chamber for 57% of Australians as that trust polarises. And that just makes it harder for government to do their job in discussing and making big decisions that require trust across the whole of the electorate. And for us, I mean, I understand Senator Roberts' comment. I think that the issues around the beginning of this pandemic and the government attitude was driven by a genuine sense of fear, as Dr. Klugman said. And that fear led to government behaviours towards a large number of people in this society that were not good. But a Royal Commission in and of itself doesn't fix anything. The question is whether the government will follow up and implement recommendations that this Royal Commission is going to make. That's what drives trust.
Mr. Stanford, you quoted a number of figures there.
Yeah.
I just wonder if you could provide on notice just the source of that research, and if you could provide a copy of that research. I think that would...
No, happy to do that. Just for the record, it was the 2023 Edelman Trust Barometer made those recommendations.
Thank you. Commissioner Finlay.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a great deal to add other than agreeing with what's been said, and particularly those figures that were just given from Civil Liberties Australia have incredibly profound implications for Australia as a nation moving forward. And I think a Royal Commission would not only help regain trust by allowing us to acknowledge both the good and the bad in terms of what happened, but also allow Australians to see that measures are being taken to improve our responses in the future. The only other thing I'd add is I think another benefit in terms of developing trust and results from a Royal Commission, it really gives the entire Australian community a better understanding of how our fellow Australians were affected. Because I think we did become, in many respects, a very divided country with very different impacts arising from the restrictions. And it's a real opportunity for Australians to get a better understanding of how their neighbours and how people right around the country were impacted by the response measures.
Thank you, Commissioner Finlay. Professor Barnett.
Thank you. So, as I said in my submission, I've been concerned that the main effect of the measures that were taken in lockdown was a breakdown in state capacity. Basically, the reason why people trust the police, trust government, trust the law is because they think it will be applied fairly and equally. And one thing I've always been proud of about Australia is that it has very high state capacity. I've lived in other countries where that's not necessarily the case. I do think trust in Australian state capacity can be rebuilt, and that's essentially for the same reasons as the other witnesses have given why I support the establishment of a Royal Commission. I think trust can be rebuilt in that way by looking at what we can learn from what happened during the pandemic.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. To Ms Lee and to Dr Klugman, why were the poor and vulnerable targeted? Was it deliberate or was it just easy?
Ms Lee.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Look, whenever you introduce a new criminal offence, a penalty, it will always impact on the people in the most vulnerable of circumstances. And that was not looked into when it came to these new offences. The difficulty was that no one understood the offence. It was very complex. And those who were already policed were policed even more.
Okay. Bill Rawlings from Civil Liberties Australia. We would agree with that being the exact truth, that whenever law is introduced, it impacts the least in the society rather than the upper crust of society and the rich. And I mean, the classic example of that is the public housing tenants in Victoria.
Thank you. Commissioner Finlay.
I'd only add that I think the impact on sections of our community, and particularly poor and vulnerable sections of our community, is something that a Royal Commission should establish or should be established to consider, and would be an important part of the examination of the pandemic and the pandemic response measures. What that requires are two things. Firstly, a Royal Commission with broad terms of reference, but secondly, and this is particularly important, a jointly established Royal Commission between state and federal governments, because if it is only a Royal Commission established by the federal government, it will be limited in its ability to fully consider those impacts.
Thank you. Professor Barnett.
So in my experience as a lawyer, the reason why the most vulnerable in society are affected more is because they don't necessarily know what their rights are, and they don't have the resources to get someone to help them. And that is why I think it's particularly important, as the other three participants have said, that we look at the impact of this on the most vulnerable people in society.
Thank you, Professor Barnett. I'm now going to share the call. Deputy Chair, are you ready to take the call?
One question, Chair. Thank you. I'm happy for any of the witnesses to answer. I understand some of you have been involved in other inquiries or parliamentary inquiries, particularly in regards to different responses to COVID-19. Have any of the witnesses made submissions to the Commonwealth Government's COVID-19 response inquiry?
Yes, we've put in a submission.
Sorry, again, I'm
sorry,
really,
Samantha Lee from Redfern Legal Centre. We have put in a submission to the Commonwealth inquiry.
Great, thank you.
Chris Klugman, Civil Liberties Australia. No, we have not yet.
Okay, and online?
Yes, Deputy Chair, I have put in a submission, and I understand from the Australian Human Rights Commission, the National Children's Commissioner has also put in a submission, and the Commission as a whole is engaging with the inquiry.
Okay, but you've put in an individual submission.
Yes, myself and the National Children's Commissioner both put in individual submissions.
Understood. And Professor Barnett?
This is my first ever Senate committee submission.
Welcome, Professor.
There you go.
Welcome. You're doing very well.
Yeah.
Welcome. Okay, fantastic. Maybe perhaps if you could take on notice the other inquiries that you've made submissions to. It'll be a very short list for you, Professor Barnett, but that's fine. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to all of you for your very, I think, compelling submissions. Perhaps one of the lessons we could learn from the pandemic is that moments like this where there's very real and genuine fear and legitimate fear, that there's an extreme danger that we'll have executive overreach. And perhaps that might be one of the sort of core lessons we learn from this, that executive overreach, you can understand the basis for it based in fear and perhaps some advice. But that's something we should restrain going forward and ensure that at least there's democratic oversight of it. Would that be kind of an overarching lesson? I'll go to you first, Samantha.
Ms. Lee.
Yes, well, now we have the benefit of hindsight. I mean, I think a lot of us would have wished for the executive to have taken a pause and a break and look at the impact at the time of the pandemic. But what we now see from our perspective is that a lot of this wants to be brushed under the carpet rather than being brought to light. And what we hear from people today is that there is still a lot to talk about. In fact, we've just been in the Supreme Court of New South Wales over the last few months trying to get money back for people who were issued with invalid fines. So there is still a lot to consider, and looking at the way this infiltrated, particularly the most vulnerable, the people in the most vulnerable of circumstances, is drastically important.
Bill Rawlings from Civil Liberties Australia. We would agree with you entirely, but you need to look back to where the reaction came. The fear was genuine and we all felt it, but what was depended upon were emergency provisions in various acts. Biosecurity's been mentioned. There are health acts with huge powers within them, both in all the states, territories and federally. And those acts generally were written 20 years earlier. To some extent, they were written before there were any human rights body in Australia at all. In those acts, there was no mechanism to make an appeal against a decision. So you had these decisions being made, people being hugely disadvantaged, and some people being really individually disadvantaged in a way that even the people making the decisions probably didn't want to do, but they had nowhere to go to say, reconsider for me, for my case. And that was one of the fundamental problems, that those emergency provisions, when written, hadn't been looked at, which is why one of our recommendations is that you go back into the legislation that underpins the responses.
Commissioner Finlay, anything to add?
Yes, thank you. And if I could just go back very briefly to the question asked by the Deputy Chair previously, just to note that in the written submission I provided at Endnote 1, there is a list of previous submissions made both by myself as the Human Rights Commissioner, but more broadly by the Australian Human Rights Commission to various inquiries over the last few years relating to the pandemic response. And in relation to your question, Senator Shoebridge, I would entirely agree that that is a lesson that needs to be learned, and indeed wrote with President Rosalind Croucher an article that was published in 2022 making exactly that point, that perhaps I can send through to the committee to further elaborate on my views. But the point that we made was firstly that we need to recognise decision making in emergencies is different, and it's important that any review or any Royal Commission doesn't look back with the benefit of hindsight and forget the context in which those decisions were made. Emergency decision making requires quick decision making, often with incomplete information. But what that really highlights to me are two things. Firstly, once the emergency is over, the need for a comprehensive review to analyse the decisions that were made and to make sure there's proper planning to be better prepared for the next emergency is critically important. But the second thing is to ensure that things that are put in place for the emergency don't become normalised and part of your regular decision-making processes, because it doesn't always have the same accountability frameworks around it.
Okay, thank you. Professor.
Hello. I can only endorse the comments that everyone else has made. I agree with Senator Shoebridge, and I thank him for the questions. I think fear, I felt the fear. I think we all did. I mean, I'm a vulnerable person from a health perspective, but we do need to look at executive overreach here. So I agree.
And when you have those emergency measures being put in place, is it the view of this panel, and perhaps we could test it one at a time, that the people who are most likely to be harmed by it are the people with the least economic power and the least political power? And I think, Ms. Lee, your submission identifies that geographic and economic disparity in New South Wales, and maybe we'd start with you identifying that.
Yes, thank you, Senator. It's not just Redfern Legal Centre's opinion that the most vulnerable are who bear the brunt, but statistics from New South Wales Police and Revenue New South Wales endorse or support this, that the majority of COVID fines were issued to those in low socioeconomic areas and to First Nations communities. So there are statistics that could be gathered from other jurisdictions, and I'm sure they would support the same unfortunate outcome.
We'll go in the same order just to make it easier. So, Mr. Stanford?
Yes, and the response that we would make also incorporates a little bit of your previous question as well. I think one of the key questions for the Royal Commission is going to be how do you actually achieve a consistent basis for executive decision making that is rational, relevant, and proportional? And how do you do that across all 8 jurisdictions in Australia? And how do you do it for the federal jurisdiction in particular? And the reason you do that is because the perception around certainly the latter half of COVID, as people began to settle into their disagreements about the way in which COVID was being managed, was highlighted by a number of people who felt simply that they were not being treated in a way that everybody else was being treated. And you could see that in multicultural communities, for example, who simply were not getting access to the information they required. You see that in elderly people who were being isolated, other people who were living on their own who were also being isolated. In Victoria, they were allowed a bubble of 1. In many other places, they were not allowed any connection with other human beings at all. And as I said, there was no sense across Australia that there was a nationwide attempt to make decisions relating to these people consistent, rational and proportional to the risks that they represented. And as I said, one of the key issues that the Royal Commission will need to deal with, and one of the key issues that we're keen to see, is how, when we face a future pandemic and we see this question again, we don't try and fix that on the run, as was the case in most states and territories. Because most states, territories and the federal government had a go at doing bits and pieces, and they tried. I don't think that the people, the weakest in the society were necessarily targeted by governments. I just think that the natural consequence of an incapacity to make those sorts of decisions meant that they were exactly the people who were going to be worse off. And without that basis, without an understanding, we're going to run into the same problem again the next time we have an emergency. Our own view is that a National Human Rights Act supported by Human Rights Acts in all states and territories would be a good idea, and it's worthwhile having a look at that as a Royal Commission to see what effect Human Rights Acts had in jurisdictions where they exist right now.
Thank you, Mr Stanford. I'll go to Commissioner Finlay.
Thank you, Chair. My short answer, Senator Shoebridge, is yes. And I would add that, unfortunately, what we've seen is a compounding effect, because it's not only the most vulnerable and disadvantaged who felt the immediate impact of pandemic restrictions, but it also have had longer term impacts in a more serious way than perhaps some other sections of the community, because one of the impact of both the pandemic and pandemic response measures was to exacerbate disadvantage that already existed. And in my view, that's something very important for a Royal Commission to examine, not only the immediate impacts, but those longer term continuing impacts that are still being felt today.
And Professor Barnett.
Yes, I feel a bit like a broken record. I endorse the other comments, but I would also say that as a Victorian, I felt a little as though I'd fallen between two stools. So the federal government was saying, we don't have the power to do anything, it's the state's matter, and then my state was just pressing on ahead, isolating elderly people, public housing tenants, things like that. And I thought, I want someone to intervene to stop this, but it's not going to happen. So one thing I would like a Royal Commission to look at is, to what extent does the federal and state division create that problem of kind of, well, it's not our responsibility, it's their responsibility, no, it's theirs, a bit of buck shifting going on. So, yeah.
Final question, Senator Shoebridge.
When you look at what happened in different states and territories, one view of it is that states and territories went straight to coercion without first trying persuasion. It was straight to police and courts and fines and arrests, when, many people would say Australians are some of the most rule compliant people on the planet, and if you make a persuasive case and you put someone out there with a high-vis vest and a clipboard, they'll form a neat queue and they'll do what you ask of them. And perhaps we should be trying to relearn the art of persuasion rather than that sort of aggressive coercion that we had. Would that be a way forward? Should that be a sort of fundamental underpinning when we're looking at even a public health crisis? Maybe we'll reverse the order this time. Professor Bennett.
So I do agree with that, Senator Shoebridge. One thing I was looking at was people's responses to vaccine mandates. I'm vaccinated, I'm a vulnerable person, but I was looking at some psychological literature which said that when you try and force people to do it, rather than giving them a choice, they have a much higher tendency to turn into polarised groups, which I think we actually saw during the pandemic. So some people will comply, but people who don't want to comply will actually become much more, have a totally different perception. So if they're told to do it, they see risk differently. Whereas if they're given a choice about it, they assess risk quite differently. So this does kind of play into the coercion and persuasion thing. Some people, when you coerce them, will react against it and they will see risk differently. I'm happy to find the paper. I looked at it 2 years ago or something, but it did make me think coercion should not be the first lever that we go to. We need to give people a sense of choice and a sense of agency, and there will be a certain sector of the community, when you really come down on them hard, where they will react against it. And that is something we have to be aware of.
Commissioner Finlay.
Thank you, Senator. Reversing the order has given me the opportunity to now simply say that I would endorse what Professor Barnett has said. I do think two things I would add. The first is, again, there were significant plans made for pandemic preparedness prior to the pandemic that place a higher priority on persuasion, and it would be worth a Royal Commission going and looking at those and seeing again what lessons can be learnt, firstly from what those plans said, but secondly, why perhaps they weren't implemented in their entirety when the pandemic hit. The second thing that I would note is that in the early days of the pandemic, what you're saying, Senator, really did shine through, because there was that coming together of communities and that unity in terms of Australians wanting to help each other through the pandemic. And you've seen other emergencies. We've seen in Queensland just in recent days, you know, the very best of human nature that comes through in these times of need, when Australians do come together to help each other and make sure people aren't left behind. So I think an important role of a Royal Commission is to examine those sort of issues, both so that we can understand why coercion was that first port of call, but also so that we can begin to restore that trust in government and in our institutions to ensure that when the next emergency hits, we are able to have a response that does focus more on the community coming together and looking at persuasion and looking after each other because we know it's the right thing to do, not because we're facing fines and punishment if we don't.
Dr. Klugman?
Thank you. I think part of the problem was that the people in charge were acting in the military tradition, that they were used to that chain of command structure of society in which coercion is integral. I think it needs much more in the training of people in the social sciences to avoid bullying, to avoid coercion, and that's to do with training of police and security services and the military to say you don't have to hit people over the head with laws and fines. There are other ways of doing things. And coercion, I think, was a vulnerable people, was an extraordinarily bad aspect of the whole pandemic experience.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you. I probably wouldn't use the word persuasion. I'd more be desired to use the word that bring the community with you and giving them some ownership over the actual situation that's occurring. I think Australia's been really great with some public health matters such as HIV in the latest stage of the campaign, where community took ownership of that campaign. The needle exchange issue, smoking in Australia, gun control, we have some great models to draw on, and we should look at these models for future pandemics.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lee. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I've got some questions for Professor Barnett and then Ms. Lee. Professor Barnett, I was deeply moved by your submission and the personal story you recounted in that submission, and I would suggest that everyone watching this inquiry, decision makers, etc., should actually read your submission. And I have some questions, but I first want to set it up in terms of your submission. I note that you're a law professor at the University of Melbourne. I note that you do suffer from a disability, and at the time of the stage 4 lockdowns in Victoria, where you could not go more than 5 kilometres from home and you could not leave your house for more than 1 hour, you were getting treatment for your disability. And it was, to quote from your submission, it was important for you to walk for at least 1 kilometre per day. I also note that you recount the story that, I quote, I asked Mum to go for a walk with me on the morning of 9 September 2020. And I'm just going to read extracts of your submission. You describe how you were approached by a police officer. You and your mother were approached by 2 police officers on that morning. And I quote, and the police officer said, you are not allowed to stand here. You must keep moving and walk toward home. and I quote from paragraph 8 of your submission, "I was going to point out to the policeman that I was disabled and that the two other people who'd spoken to were elderly. After all, I am a law professor, but I was unsure whether he would react well to this. My mother was extremely anxious. She had previously told me that she was really scared of getting fined, as she and Dad are retired and the fines were high. She said quietly, 'Let's just move very slowly.'" And then your submission continues, and I'll quote, "When we came out of Woolworths, there were now 5 police outside the store. My mother and I were suddenly terrified. We wondered if they had sensed that we weren't happy with being told to move on. They let us pass, but Mum and I kept checking behind us. What if our walk has taken 1 hour and 5 minutes? Said Mum. We can't walk any faster than this. They might fine us. They fined an old lady for putting her bin out a few minutes after curfew." End quote. "We got home safely, but both Mum and I were shaking." End quote. Professor Bennett, how important is it that Australians have the opportunity to tell stories like that in the context of a royal commission so that politicians, government officials, police services, etc., can hear those real life consequences of what happened during the pandemic? Professor Barnett.
Yes, sorry, I'm a little bit emotional hearing that again. I think it's incredibly important. It's why I basically pulled out all stops to make a submission to this committee. I felt afterwards, as I've said in my submission, as though I expressed my concerns to my local MP and I was brushed off. Reading the letter I wrote to her again, the fear and dismay in that letter, I thought, how could she have responded in that way? I had been so scared and so upset, and I was just told, this is for your own good. So I think it is actually very important that individuals get a chance to tell their stories, not just someone like me who is a law professor, but other people from vulnerable sections of society are assisted to tell their lived experience.
Thank you, Professor Barnett. Ms Lee, first, can I congratulate you on your submission and the Redfern Legal Centre for the work you do and for the support you provided and continue to provide for vulnerable people in our community. I'd like to quote from your submission in a similar vein. On page 4, quote, "For example, we had a client who was 16 years old and had a diagnosed intellectual disability, whose disability was known by police. On 3 separate occasions, New South Wales Police issued this young man with COVID fines of $1,000 each. Police issued our client with the fines when he was only a few metres from his home and by himself." End quote. Ms Lee, how important is it that the story of that young man be told in the context of a Royal Commission so that decision makers and the broader community have an opportunity to reflect on what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Oh, look, it's critical. That is just one of many stories that came through Redfern Legal Centre, people with mental illness, people with intellectual disabilities, people living in housing estates. There was a range of people that were impacted and still financially impacted by policing and COVID fines, and it's so important to hear those stories on the ground.
And Ms Lee, in your submission, you talk about the fact that children younger than the 16-year-old were actually issued with fines and are expected to, I'd like you to elaborate this, actually engage in community service work or something to pay off the fine. Can you just elaborate on that, what the current situation is in that regard?
Yes, well, in New South Wales, children could be issued with fines of $500 up to $3,000. I've had a client who were issued with 2 $3,000 fines. I've had the mothers mainly ringing me up in tears because it often goes back onto the parents who have to deal with these fines. And a lot of children had to work off these fines, which later, through our Supreme Court case, Beam and Els, these fines were found to be invalid. And thousands of children, sorry, maybe hundreds, have been working off invalid COVID fines.
Ms Lee, at what age are we talking about?
The youngest person fined in New South Wales was 13, I understand. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just have one further question, and then Senator Antic has a question. Could I ask all the witnesses to take on notice? And Mr Rawlings, you raised an issue in this regard with respect to emergency legislation. I raised this issue in the context of the previous panel, in particular, the checks and balances, or the need for checks and balances for when an emergency declaration is issued, the power of the parliament to actually have oversight and to potentially disallow an emergency declaration providing for fines of the nature Ms Lee referred to. If you could take on notice the importance of those checks and balances in the system in the context of, for example, the Biosecurity Act at a Commonwealth level. There was a committee report by the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee, which I'll get Secretariat to refer to each of the witnesses, but I'd be very keen to get your feedback with respect to the importance of those checks and balances of parliamentary oversight. Senator, is that something our witnesses could take on notice?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask Senator Antic, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I'm just interested on the back of some of the questions from the Chair there, just to follow up on that. It strikes me that several years or months and years down the track, there's a growing push of mea culpa among some of the former cheerleaders for authoritarianism that existed in our community. That I still feel is under the surface right now. But I'm just interested in, first of all, people's views from what they saw on the ground as to why it is that we saw our society descend into turning a blind eye to some of these things, kids getting fined, people losing their jobs because of vaccine mandates for a product that had a questionable track record. And whether or not they see an importance on allowing people to tell those stories under the proviso of a royal commission, and whether that will have a positive impact on avoiding this kind of chaos to ensue once again.
We'll go in our usual order, or our restored order, after Senator Shoebridge departed from it earlier. Ms Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a raft of issues within that question, but there was no transparency or accountability that was going on at the time. Parliament was not sitting, and there was a lot of just pure reaction to the situation. A framework based on a middle-class model of living, and failed to recognise that, as I said before, it is not an equal playing field out there. There are people in many different circumstances and live in many different types and forms of housing. And I think the framework for the public health orders themselves need to be interrogated and see how it endorsed this particular lifestyle that really doesn't exist for many Australians.
Thank you, Ms Lee. Dr Klugman, or Mr Stanford.
Yeah, thank you. Chris Stanford, Civil Liberties Australia. Senator Antic, I think that one response to the comment you made is that COVID didn't cause this issue, it just exposed it. And what we saw was a society under stress going back to things which form the basis of the way in which it generally behaves, without the opportunity to alleviate that disgrace because of the pressure. And as for the opportunity to tell stories, I think it's really important that the Royal Commission provides the opportunity to tell those stories. But from Civil Liberties Australia's point of view, we think Australia should get in the habit of telling those stories all the time, so that when we are confronted by another crisis as the one created by COVID, We are used to those stories being told. We are used to those complaints being made, and that we have a position and a process in place that allows those complaints to be dealt with either through conciliation or mandated remedy. And as I said, we need to get that. That forms a very critical part of the preparation for the next crisis that we face, arguing that there is always going to be another crisis. And we can fix it in this moment of reflection and then pick it up when the pressure comes on next time.
Thank you, Mr Stanford. Commissioner Finlay?
Thank you. That's really highlighted, Senator Antic, why a Royal Commission is necessary, both because it's important in and of itself to give individuals an opportunity to tell their stories about how such a significant event affected them over a number of years, but also, again, so that we can learn the lessons we need to learn to ensure that we're better prepared for next time. One of the things I would highlight that I am concerned about in terms of thinking about setting up a Royal Commission is there is a sense coming through from some areas of pandemic fatigue, and this idea that we want to put it behind us, we want to move on, we don't want to take the time to bring it all up again. And in my view, that would be a great mistake. I think it's incredibly important that despite the fact we all want to put it behind us and be able to move forward, we can't do that until we've reflected, until we've fully understood the impacts that the pandemic and the pandemic response measures had, and until we learn those lessons to ensure that it can never happen again.
Thank you. And finally, Professor Bennett.
Thank you, Senator Antic. So one thing I think which drove some of the community responses to this has already been highlighted by Senator Shoebridge, which is fear. That is when people are afraid to talk up. I actually did get a fair amount of flack for talking about my experiences at the time that they happened. I got attacked on social media and I got told that I was lying and that I had invented my disability, which let's just say my whole raft of specialists were extremely, extremely angry about this. So people were afraid to stand up because there was considerable fear and social pressure, I think. I thank the witnesses who are here. I noticed you all speaking up. It gave me strength to talk about my experience. And I do think that's important. One of my fascinations is about societal dynamics and how do we ensure our society is a civil and law-abiding society. I think we need to look at what happened here and learn lessons from it.
Thank you, Professor Barnett. And if I can say to you and indeed all the witnesses, please let me know if you are subject to any such action arising from your evidence here today. And if you are, we'll make sure we educate those who participate in that about the powers of the Senate with respect to protecting its witnesses. Thank you, Senator Antic. That brings...
Can I just make the point that in Ipswich and in Logan, there are people now homeless, being moved on, and you and I know the rainfall in Queensland in the last week or so, being moved on from parks, showgrounds, camping, caravans, living in their cars under bridges. And some of those people are there because COVID injection mandates forced them out of work and they lost their homes.
Okay. Thank you.
We're living with it.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Can I thank all the panellists for your time today? I think you have seen the impact of your testimony and submissions on members of this committee. So thank you very much. And we will now suspend for morning tea until 10:45. And if I can ask the witnesses for the next session, you might just use the opportunity in conjunction with Secretariat to come forward to get ready for the session starting at 10:45. Thank you. Oh, sorry. And no, sorry, Hansard, broadcasting. No photographs to be taken during the suspension, but when we recommence, I understand some members have asked for the ability to take photographs, some witnesses, quite happy for you to do so, provided the photographs are only taken of the relevant witnesses. who've given consent, and you limit it that way. Thank you very much. We'll come back at 10:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's my script? Okay. Hello, everyone. I now welcome representatives from the People's Terms of Reference and the Nurses Professional Association of Queensland. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today, and also thank you for coming in person. It does help given the number of witnesses we have, so thanks very much. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, I'm going to ask each of you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear. So we might go from right to left as I look at you. So Dr. Slade. Oh, sorry. Well, this is just for the record in terms of witnesses appearing. But happy, Mr. Gillespie, just for the record, your name and capacity in which you appear.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Julian Gillespie. I appear as the lead author and coordinator for the People's Terms of Reference.
Thank you. Professor?
I'm Professor Ian Brighthope, and I'm representing the National Institute of Integrative Medicine and the World of Wellness and the Australian chapter of the World Council for Health.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Sladen?
I'm appearing today as a representative from Australians for Science and Freedom, of which I'm a co-director.
Thank you. Dr. Madry. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
You corrected. You pronounced correctly, Senator. Andrew Madry. I am an independent consultant and contributed to the People's Terms of Reference.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Pham by video conference. Can you hear us?
Yes, Senator, I can hear you. I'm Peter Pham, Principal Lawyer at Mart's Method, and here as a witness for the People's Terms of Reference. Thank you.
Okay, now I'll turn to the Nurses Professional Association of Queensland. Mrs. Leach.
Yes, I'm Ella Leach and I'm here on behalf of the Nurses Professional Association of Queensland. I'm the State Secretary.
Thank you. And Ms. Thomas.
Cara Thomas, I'm MPAQ President.
Thank you. Okay, now opening statements. We were given copies of your opening statements. I note that a lot of work has gone into the opening statements and we greatly appreciate that. In terms of the committee's time, we have an hour and a half for this session. So to the extent that our witnesses are minded just to make short comments in relation to your statement, each of your statements, I'll go to each of you in turn, and then we can take the statements as tabled, so they'll be on the record. So if we can start with you, Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you, Senator. I will be the only witness speaking to all of my opening statement for several minutes, and then my colleagues here will be summarising their opening statements for the committee. So I'll get going, conscious of the time. I am a lawyer and former barrister. This Royal Commission is necessary because evidence and data have shown that SARS-CoV-2 could not be considered an existential threat to the vast majority of people, particularly those under 80 and healthy working age individuals, especially if early treatment and repurposed drugs had been implemented. Transparency is needed regarding recommendations by the Australian Health Protection Principal Committee, the AHPPC, to the National Cabinet. A Royal Commission must scrutinise the evidence used by the Chief Medical Officer, Brendan Murphy, and the State Chief Health Officers to advise the National Committee on the public health response to COVID-19. Lockdowns and mandate recommendations that had been explicitly advised against months before the declaration of pandemic were nonetheless recommended by the AHPPC to the National Cabinet, despite a multitude of scientific studies speaking against those recommendations, as evidenced and shown in the WHO's own 2019 document, quote, non-pharmaceutical public health measures for mitigating the risk and impact of epidemic and pandemic influenza, and Australia's own health management plan for pandemic influenza. Australia's plan for pandemic influenza had only just been reconfirmed by all Australian health ministers, chief health officers, and the CMO, Brendan Murphy, in August 2019, yet it was completely ignored in early 2020. The influence of the WHO and its international health regulations on Australian domestic health policy requires review. Where was the science for recommending lockdowns, masks on young and old, for closing schools, separating families, and censorship and punishment for Australians who questioned what they were experiencing and being asked to do? This requires a Royal Commission to explain. Further, the use of fear-based psychological behaviour management nudge units by Australian governments to support a government campaign of intimidation and oppression to increase compliance needs analysis and explanation. We were told to protect our public health system, to stay away from our hospitals, yet our hospitals are meant to be open to protect and aid us. This absurd denial of services resulted in serious health consequences, with hundreds of thousands of missed appointments, delayed diagnosis of serious disease, delayed surgery, and an array of mental health effects. Were these restrictions ever risk assessed or reviewed for the cost and benefits? The often repeated statements by the Prime Minister, Premiers, Health Ministers, CMOs and CHOs and medical associations that the vaccines were safe and effective was blatantly false, and there was never evidence and data to support such a claim. It was misleading, deceptive conduct and was which grossly undermined public trust. Another example was the oft-repeated statements that lockdowns would ensure we could return to normal after 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Weeks turned into months. State and territory governments acted arbitrarily and ad hoc. Lockdowns and mandates never occurred as a whole-of-government response. Again, misleading and deceptive conduct that has grossly undermined public trust. A thorough, transparent, full disclosure and access to raw data analysis of the GMO vaccines provisionally approved in this country is vitally important, as they fulfil the legal definitions for being properly called GMOs, or genetically modified organisms. AstraZeneca had genetically modified organism printed clearly on its product information. As for Pfizer and Moderna, nothing. A Royal Commission needs to understand why Pfizer and Moderna were not required to obtain GMO licenses after stringent risk assessment involving public consultation, as required by law, particularly in circumstances where Australia's gene technology regulator, Raj Buller, admitted in a Senate select hearing on 26 October 2023, the Pfizer and Moderna drugs are GMOs. In addition, the Pfizer and Moderna drugs have been found on 3 different continents in 5 different nations by 6 different labs to be grossly contaminated with synthetic DNA, with a means for entering the cell nucleus and changing our human chromosomal DNA and integrating with our human chromosomal DNA. Beyond this DNA contamination and the untested process 2 manufacturing process used by Pfizer to create the drug product rolled out to Australians increases the risk of endotoxin contamination, which continues to be inadequately tested for by the TGA. The consequences of this could be dire if they have not already been dire. These gene therapy GMOs Australians were effectively coerced to take are not just grossly and dangerously contaminated with foreign DNA, they have also been found to produce mutated and unknown forms of proteins due to, quote, frame shifting that should never have been allowed to occur in humans, particularly when Australians were told these experimental substances would only produce synthetic spike protein. Yet Australians were told, without any factual basis, these injectables were safe and effective. The harms of these unscientific measures can be seen for the TGA's adverse event reporting system, presently recording adverse events in the hundreds of thousands, reports of COVID-19 vaccine deaths in the thousands, and in the non-COVID related excess death Australia is witnessing, now running into the tens of thousands. It does seem that our political and medical regulatory authorities and our medical and scientific colleges and associations are ignoring all the warning signs, the decades of scientific literature, and the real data being sent to them by conscientious academics, scientists, and health professionals across the country. Australia has no choice now but to empower the most historic Royal Commission ever seen to not only provide answers about our recent past, but to acknowledge and prepare for the adverse health impacts likely to remain of Australians for generations to come. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr Gillespie. The Deputy Chair has helpfully suggested that I do draw all witnesses' attention to the fact that when adverse comments are made about individuals, they will have an opportunity, as they should have, to provide a response through the Senate committee process. And I should also say that all witnesses giving evidence to this inquiry are protected by parliamentary privilege as well. Professor Brighthope, I've got a very lengthy opening statement from you. Do you have do you want to make some brief remarks?
Yes, certainly, Senator.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you. Well, my name is Ian Ernest Brighthope. I graduated in medicine and surgery from Monash University in 1974. In 1982, I co-founded the Australasian College of Nutritional and Environmental Medicine. I remained as president for the next 26 years. The college has continued to train medical practitioners in nutritional and environmental medicine to fellowship standard for the past 39 years. I'm currently the Director of Nutritional and Environmental Medicine at the National Institute of Integrative Medicine. Senator, a virus that had an infection fatality rate no worse than a severe influenza season was announced to the world in late 2019. My colleagues and I immediately recommended the routine supplementation of vitamin C, D and the mineral zinc for maximising the functionality of the immune system. When the Prime Minister of the time announced it was a pandemic, a press release detailing the importance of going into an epidemic with a population optimised with these nutrients was distributed. I also wrote to the Prime Minister, the Health Minister, the Chief Medical Officer, the Presidents of the AMA and the RACGP and other authorities on numerous occasions to recommend that all doctors ensure that they tested and treated their patients for vitamin D insufficiency and deficiency, the most powerful protective mechanism we have. Studies have shown that vitamin D prevents coronavirus infections, prevents the complications and prevents death from viruses that cause severe acute respiratory infections. Vitamin D has been successfully used in COVID. Also, zinc is a known antiviral and essential for the optimal production of antibodies and T cells. It has been successfully used in COVID with, of course, good scientific evidence. The final nutrient, vitamin C, is antiviral and immune stimulant and the most powerful antioxidant for severely ill patients. It is used intravenously to prevent clinical deterioration, reduce hospitalisation rates, treat complications in hospitalised patients, and wean patients off ventilators, thus reducing hospital stays. We also recommended the proven repurposed medicines hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin for early treatment. However, these were not applied in Australia. However, after many letters to the authorities, publications in the media and Zoom meetings with various ministers, my calls for prevention and early treatment were not acted upon. Had a proper CD zinc campaign with known safe and effective repurposed medicines been established, the Australian population would have achieved natural herd immunity safely, the most powerful and long-lasting protection achievable. Instead, the authorities panicked, created chaos and fear, and damaged the very essence of our society and culture. Other serious issues are the coercion to vaccinate, which continues to date, the lack of informed consent, the attacks on doctors and healthcare workers who spoke out, the very high levels of vaccination injuries and deaths, and in particular, the vaccine-induced deaths of Australian children. All powerful reasons for a broad-based Royal Commission. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And if I can just say to the witnesses, when you see me on my phone, what I'm doing is marshalling the order of Senator questions. So please don't take it as a... I wouldn't use that term, Senator Shoebridge. Dr. Sladen, so we've got your statement. Do you have some brief summary remarks you'd like to make? Over to you, Dr. Sladen.
Thank you, Senator. I have a one-page summary. So, my name is Dr. Julie Sladen. I'm a medical doctor with over 25 years of experience. I'm also co-director for Australians for Science and Freedom, which is a diverse group of Australian academics, intellectuals dedicated to free speech and the scientific method. I'm also currently a consultant to Russell Broadbent MP. I'll summarise right now why Australia needs a COVID-19 Royal Commission with full and appropriate terms. There has been a catastrophic failure of medical ethics, human rights and free speech in this country. I know of no health emergency so great as to necessitate the locking up of healthy people for weeks on end. There is no health emergency so great as to threaten individuals with the loss of livelihood, free passage, access to healthcare, education and the right to participate in society unless they submit to a course of experimental injections. I know of no health emergency so great as to require denying dying Australians the mercy to be comforted by loved ones in their final moments. There is no health emergency that makes acceptable the wholesale removal of informed consent. The catastrophic breach of medical ethics was aided in significant part by the effective silencing of the healthcare profession as a consequence of the 9th of March 2021 position statement issued by AHPRA and the national boards. Those who continued to question the response soon learned what happened when such directions were ignored. Around Australia, healthcare practitioners were suspended and silenced, and many remain so, for speaking out against the vaccines and the pandemic response. Those remaining were too afraid to voice their concerns, preventing one of the most important safety aspects in healthcare, open discourse and questioning of the science. I often wonder where we would be now had these two foundational principles, informed consent and free speech, been preserved. Meanwhile, our healthcare system now groans under the strain of disease while highly qualified professionals remain sidelined. Thousands of Australians suffering from COVID-19 vaccine injuries struggle to get the help they need. We have persistent and alarming rates of excess mortality. Alongside this, we have a crippling hangover of devastation, including economic, social and psychological harm from the lockdown policies, border closures and other draconian measures that were taken, none of which were part of Australia's documented pandemic plan. A Royal Commission must be prepared to investigate the uncomfortable truths about Australia's COVID response, the consequences of the actions taken and the state of democracy in this nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And Dr Madry?
Thank you, Senator.
Again, we have your statement, but you're welcome to make some brief opening remarks.
Thank you, Senator. Andrew Madry. I have a Bachelor of Science degree with honours in physics and a PhD. My career spans approximately 35 years. I specialise in areas including signal processing and data analysis. I've worked in the defence industry and medical devices. I've worked with leading clinical researchers. I've written software to analyse electrical signals in the heart. I've been involved in clinical trials and providing documentation for regulatory approval. I've been an independent consultant for over 20 years. I've had a long-standing interest in healthcare in Australia, and I lead a working group in a professional systems society in this area. I took a keen interest in contributing to the COVID response once from the get-go, and I participated in various volunteer groups right from the start when very little was known. What became apparent to me by this data. I started doing my own deep dive analysis, looking into infections, hospitalisations and deaths from COVID, then started looking into adverse events. And then coincidentally, mortality was increasing, and this was an area I had a particular expertise in time series analysis. The imposition of mandates for COVID vaccination based on data showing questionable protection from infection and then increasing adverse events alarmed me. This led me to working with groups such as the Australian Medical Professionals Society. I contributed a chapter to their recent book publication called Too Many Dead on excess mortality. In that, I provided a deep dive into the excess mortality occurring in Queensland. A cross-disciplinary systems approach is required to get the best healthcare outcomes for Australians. And I feel that this has been sadly lacking with a narrative driven by experts with a very narrow experience. I'm very pleased to provide my input to the people's terms of reference and answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr Madry. And now if I could go to Mr Pham. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Firstly, I apologise to senators for not being able to attend in person. I'm a human rights lawyer currently acting as the principal of the only completely independent specialist human rights legal practice in Australia. I've previously worked as a human rights lawyer in both private practice and in a government-funded human rights specialist team. Australia is a nation that professes to care very deeply about the human rights of its citizenry. We were one of only 8 nations involved in drafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We're a party to the 7 core international human rights treaties and covenants. Domestically, the rule of law and a strong legislative and common law and jurisprudential tradition of protecting the rights and freedoms of individuals is often referred to. But in my view, the response of governments to the COVID-19 pandemic calls both the utility and authenticity of our human rights protection framework into question. Among other things, Australia's obligations under international law were summarily tossed aside. The Australian Human Rights Commission ignored its statutory function and dismissed the tens of thousands of Australians beseeching them to perform it. The rights that are enshrined in our domestic statutes, such as the right to provide fully informed consent, the right not to be discriminated against, and the right to privacy, were all bypassed at scale. Doctors and medical professionals were barred from applying their own professional judgment and performing their necessary ethical and legal duty by an overzealous regulator acting outside the scope of its power, and central tenets of our legal system, such as the separation of powers and the rule of law, were damaged. Now we're met with the outcome of that, which is that Australian citizens no longer trust the medical system, no longer trust the legal system, and no longer trust the political system to protect them when it counts. And this is because those systems did not protect them when it counted. A comprehensive and transparent Royal Commission is a minimum requirement to earning back that trust. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pham. So thank you to the People's Terms of Reference. So your opening statements, to the extent you didn't comment on them, are incorporated into the record. So thank you very much. I'll now turn to the Nurses Professional Association of Queensland. Mrs. Leach, do you have an opening statement?
I do, Senator. Thank you. I'll be brief. Dear Committee, my name is Ella Leach and I am the Secretary of the NPAQ. We have over 13,000 members Australia-wide. I have tabled copies of a few of the things I reference in this statement. We are in the midst of a...
I'll deal with the documents you've asked to be tabled just at the end of your statement. So,
sure.
Yep.
We are in the midst of a critical healthcare staffing crisis. We are seeing ambulances ramped and patients dying in them, widespread short staffing resulting in bed block, increased surgery wait times, nurses are burning out and leaving in droves. We are facing an imminent retirement cliff, yet thousands of nurses and midwives are currently unemployed. Things have worsened in recent years, and it is imperative that the government's response to COVID-19 be considered as an exacerbation of these serious problems. Before COVID, healthcare was already short-staffed and overburdened. However, in 2021, the phrase, "we will always need nurses," apparently became redundant as thousands of nurses across Australia were barred from their workplaces for not complying with vaccine directives. In Queensland, there were provisions for utilising unvaccinated staff in a critical workforce shortage. When NPAQ urgently requested for these essential staff to be utilised, Queensland Health CEOs merely highlighted the importance of vaccination. They did not address anything that they were doing to mitigate the workforce shortage, despite our members and media reports showing that this was a serious problem. Instead, they continued to terminate nurses. We saw nurses terminated on their personal leave, terminated with medical exemptions from specialists, including some for newly diagnosed cancers and others who tried to comply but experienced severe reactions. Nurses were forced to live in their cars and unsure how they would feed their families. Shannon Fentiman has now strongly encouraged them to reapply for their jobs, only for them to be interviewed, disclose their previous disciplinary action, be offered the job, to have the job offer withdrawn due to their misconduct allegation that will remain on their employment profiles forever. The committee needs to consider, why invite nurses and midwives to reapply for their jobs when they are still terminating nurses today for a directive from 2 years and 4 months ago that is no longer in effect? A nurse of 19 years was terminated 2 days ago. Why is an ICU nurse of 15 years unable to get a job in Queensland Health but is instead driving a truck to pay her bills? Why in Queensland are we using up to $70,000 taxpayers' dollars to incentivise nurses to relocate from other struggling states when we have hundreds, if not thousands, of nurses willing to work without an incentive? They just want a job. How can we justify terminating midwives with up to 40 years' experience while we have maternity wards on bypass and women having forced caesareans far from home? Next year, we will be 100,000 nurses short in Australia. How is it reasonable and justifiable to have thousands of them absent from our public system? This morning, The Australian reported that in South Australia, it is taking 90% of ambulances up to 55 minutes to respond to a Category 1 emergency. If you or your loved one required emergency care, would the fact that a paramedic had not received 2 doses of a vaccine when the majority of our health service are not up to date be your primary concern? We need accurate data on how many nurses, midwives and paramedics we have lost Australia-wide due to these workplace mandates. The government's response to COVID-19 is not a thing of the past. Australians' lives are at risk, and this is not reflective of a world-class healthcare system. It is the NPAQ's firm view that nurses, midwives and the people of Australia need and deserve a Royal Commission.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Leach. Now, with respect to the additional documents, I've had a quick look at them. They seem fine to be tabled, but I just want to put it on the Hansard record. The first is contains documents workers in a healthcare setting, direction number 4, part 2, points 24 and 25. Second, email sent to the Honourable Yvette Darth MP and Shadow Health Minister, the Honourable Ros Bates, requesting utilisation of non-compliant staff. 3, copy of letter sent to Chief Executive Officers from MPAQ. 4, responses received to that letter. 5, results of a survey sent to all MPAQ members in May 2022 concerning the critical workforce shortage. So that's the first set of documents. The second set...
read it out. You can just table them.
Okay. All right, Deputy Chair. Thank you for that. And then there's the second portfolio of documents. So thank you, Deputy Chair. Okay, we'll now move to questions. If I can, we've got a lot of witnesses here today, obviously. So before a witness answers a question, if I can ask you to give your name, just for the benefit of Hansard, so they can track. Senator Roberts, we go to you first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here today. First of all, I want to express my appreciation and admiration for the work you've done. Not only the people's submission, but also the NPAQ submission. This is so comprehensive, the Chair's job has just been made so much easier. I want to also acknowledge your bravery, your integrity, and the personal cost that you have paid over the last 4 years in terms of professional costs, financial costs, and social costs. And I also want to congratulate Mr. Gillespie in particular and the whole team for amassing 46,000, almost 47,000 signatures to what is now the People's Submission. Remarkable. And the quality of this, I have never seen anything like this in terms of the quality of any submission anywhere. So let's get on with the questions. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Professor Brighthope, in respect of the submission and in particular index reference A, can you please inform the committee whether epidemiological studies were undertaken from early 2020 and afterwards to support the notion that SARS-CoV-2 represented an existential threat to Australians beyond anything we had experienced, sufficient to warrant calling SARS-CoV-2 a global pandemic?
Thank you, Senator. There were many epidemiological studies performed in 2020, 2021 and 2022. There were no serious threat that was passed to Australians from COVID. No serious threat. The epidemiological studies were backed by Professor John Ioannidis, a world expert, as well in October of 2020. I think every senator should read it, and that is the Great Barrington Declaration, in which the top people from Oxford, Stanford University and Harvard University stated that the lockdowns, the masking, the closure of schools, everything related to COVID that was negative was not going to be very effective at all. So as far as I'm concerned and my teams are concerned, the COVID was more like a bad flu, and the lockdowns were totally unnecessary, and epidemiological studies actually proven that. My other concern is that the authorities denied the public proper information with regard to the instructions coming from our authorities, as well as the World Health Organization and other organizations around the world, that there was absolutely no area of prevention or early treatment inculcated into the recommendations. And this is a gross deficiency within our health system. Our healthcare system, as far as we're concerned, has been pirated by the medical system, and the medical system has been hijacked by Big Pharma. So there's very little real health delivered in our healthcare system, and that's part of the systematic problem within this country and many other Western countries as well, that we do not have a system in which people are made healthy by their medical practitioners. They're treated as if, well, doctors are trained to think and act in terms of disease, and diagnosis and treatment with a drug. We very rarely examine the underlying causes of patients' problems. So when it comes to epidemiological studies, that's fine. We need to know the epidemiology of a particular virus or particular infection. But more importantly, we need to go into epidemics with a population that is healthy or healthier than they have been in the past, so that we can avoid the catastrophe that's occurred with COVID.
Thank you very much. And you've covered a lot of ground in a short time. If there's anything else you'd like to submit to back up that with a question or notice and answers to that, let me know. I'll submit it to the committee, please.
Thank you, Senator. It's a very long answer, and I'll be very grateful for putting it in writing on notice.
Dr. Sladden, in respect of your submission, and in particular index reference AA, can you please inform the committee whether adverse event reporting in terms of side effects and deaths increased significantly or not after the introduction of COVID-19 vaccines in this country and around the world?
Thank you, Senator Roberts, for the question. Yes, adverse events reports in this country, including serious side effects and deaths, has significantly increased since the introduction of the vaccines. Currently, there have been over 139,000 adverse event reports made to the TGA's passive surveillance system, the database of adverse event notifications, including 1,010 deaths. Now, it would be important here to, the TGA makes clear that a report does not necessarily mean that there has been a causal link, but it is important for people to understand that all correlation events start with, all causality events start with correlation, sorry. There have been more adverse event reports for all other vaccines combined in the last 50 years. So more adverse events for these injections than all other vaccines combined in the last 50 years on that system. And the adverse event reports for the COVID injections account for 20% of all reports for all medicines on the DAEN system. There is a significant underreporting factor which has been widely recognised in the medical literature. Conservatively, this is around 10 to 1, but rates have been estimated as high as 100-fold underreporting factor. Even for well-recognised adverse events with medications, there is still a 4-fold underreporting factor. So we can pretty much guarantee that there is an underreporting factor associated with these injections. Now, as I mentioned, the TGA's reporting system is a passive surveillance system. Comparatively, the AusVac Safety Act system, which is an active system, received 2.8 million adverse event reports in this country to January 2023 from 6.3 million surveys. And if you want to have a look specifically at Australian data, just take a look at the Western Australian Vaccine Surveillance Report 2022, which showed that there was a significant spike and reporting increased by 24 times per 100,000 doses of the vaccination. This, in the report, was cited as an exponential increase. Now, Senator, the answer is quite long and detailed, and so I would ask, can I please provide the rest of my answer in writing and on notice?
I'm sure the committee would welcome that. Thank you very much.
We would welcome that. And can I just suggest to other witnesses, please feel free to take advantage of that opportunity to provide a brief answer in the context of this committee, and then to provide further comments on notice, because I do note we have 5 senators wanting to ask questions. So, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Dr. Madry, in respect of your submission, and in particular index reference V, can you please inform the committee whether Australian governments were transparent and provided reliable and timely public access to data scientists like yourself to COVID-19 infection or mortality statistics by vaccination status, and whether that data was being accurately used for the assessment of cases, hospitalisations and deaths due to COVID-19?
Thank you, Senator. The answer to that question depends across agency in Australia. Senator, the Australian Bureau of Statistics provides data on mortality and of all causes and against other certain diseases. I can say that the ABS provides data with a high quality of curation. They provide a professional service, which I can attest firsthand is of professional quality. ABS is limited by the timeliness of data that comes into them, and I note that coroners' reports over the last few years have taken an inordinate amount of time. So that restricts their ability, but a very high quality service. However, I can't say the same for other agencies in Australia, and that's the state health departments and the TGA. I can only describe this as being haphazard. New South Wales Health provided the most granular data during the pandemic. They provided data of vaccination status against infections, hospitalisations and death. However, the problem with it was that the categorisation started changing. They were categorising people with no dose, then with as one dose, and then unknown dose, and joining together, then under-vaccinated. And this failure to categorise data properly makes it very difficult for analysts such as myself. Towards the end of 2021, it became apparent from the data in New South Wales that people who were vaccinated had a higher rate of infection than people who were unvaccinated. Now, I note that this is observational data and that has limitation, but the same thing was going around the world, and there's even recent published data that's saying the same thing. So it wasn't a pandemic of the unvaccinated, but then the department shut down this reporting. Then it became, at the end of 2022, it looked like all the hospitalisations were of vaccinated people. Then that data was shut down. For other states, the information was more restricted. In Queensland, a group called the Doctors Against Mandates took the Queensland Chief Health Officer to court, and they uncovered other information such as similar statistics on infection rates against vaccination. There was also issues of the status of COVID in different people. There was a case where a young man who was killed in a car crash was temporarily classified as COVID. And that also goes to the ICD-10 codes for COVID. And that's part of the reference that you've reference V that you've provided there. It's a very detailed answer to go into all that. And if possible, Senator, I'd like to give my answer on notice in writing.
Thank you. We'd welcome that, Mr. Madry, Dr. Madry. Mr. Pham, in respect of your submission, and in particular index reference D, can you please inform the committee whether, in your view, Australian governments need to answer for any human rights violation during 2020 into 2023, and whether Australian governments failed to observe the Nuremberg Code during the same period?
Yes, Senator. In particular, there are an array of human rights protections under the covenants, and particularly the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and yes, the Nuremberg Code, which have been blatantly breached. For example, Part 3, Article 7 of the ICCPR states that nobody shall be subjected to medical or scientific experimentation absent their fully informed and free consent. That's a non-derogable article with no exceptions attached to it. With respect to those rights enshrined in our domestic law, the Australian Human Rights Commission Act empowers and obligates the Australian Human Rights Commission to, quote, inquire into any act or practice, including any systemic practice that may constitute discrimination, including on the basis of medical record. And despite state and territory governments and private companies discriminating en masse against people who opted against undergoing vaccination, the Human Rights Commission did not act. The Privacy Act contains strict boundaries on the collection, storage and use of a person's private information. That was ignored and bypassed at large scale. There are so many examples, Senator. For me to properly detail all of the human rights breaches, I request that I could please provide the rest of my answer in writing on notice, if I may do so, Senator.
Yes, we'd welcome that, Mr. Pham. I've just been told I have to share the call, which is fair enough. I'll put my other questions on notice to you all, and there may be an opportunity for me to continue in this bracket.
Yeah, thanks, Senator Roberts. I appreciate your indulgence because we have so many witnesses. Every question's taking some time. So if everyone could appreciate that, please. Deputy Chair, you've got some questions?
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair. I just have some questions that were a bit hard to understand, I think, from the submissions. In terms of Mr. Gillespie, in terms of the people's terms of reference, What sort of organisation is it?
It's the organisation of the individuals you see as co-authors on pages 2 and 3. So we're not a PTY Ltd. We're not registered as any form of legal entity.
Okay.
We are a group of concerned lawyers, elite medical doctors in this country and elite scientists from all the different disciplines who have been in communications variously for the past 3 years about all the concerns that you see expressed in that document. It was not difficult for me to suggest that we all come together to assist with co-authoring the document you see presented in 111 pages.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. It was really a question about whether you were an association or incorporated entity.
Thank you. Sorry.
So if that's the case, then I'm just trying to understand where your organisation is based. Like, do you have an office space or no?
We're in the internet.
Yeah.
We're on the telephone. We communicate, and by whatever means we choose to, on an individual one-to-one basis. So we haven't got a constitution behind us or any governing rules as such.
Understood. That's fine. I wanted to understand what the association was with the Red Union Support Hub. You said you live on the internet. You do have a petition, I think, or a page.
Yes. Thank you. I understand your question. Personally and professionally, many of the co-authors have known personally and professionally the leadership team of the Australian Medical Professionals Society. When I finished drafting the terms of reference with Peter Pham and Katie Ashley-Copens, we shared those with Cara Thomas, the Secretary of AMS, and we said we need to really share this and get as many co-signatories in support that we possibly can in any other organisations. AMS just very kindly became a collaborating organisation, and there is a web link at the end of page 3 where you'll see that landing page. We were joined by another 30 odd, I believe, organisations as a collaborative effort to inform the memberships of all those other organisations and inform the public if they wish to become co-signatories.
Sure. I think that's how I found the landing page. I clicked on that link in your submission, so thank you for that. And I noticed that it was being hosted at the by the Red Union Support Hubs.
That was just a fortunate offer that we could take up. At the time, I'm also a Director of Children's Health Defence Australia, and at the time our platform was experiencing IT issues, and so AMPS kindly offered to host the landing page.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Have you had an opportunity personally or as a collective to make submission to the Commonwealth Government's COVID-19 response inquiry?
I can inform you that many co-authors appearing on pages 2 and 3 individually submitted to the PM's inquiry. Okay. But no such organisational effort as you see with the People's Terms of Reference was undertaken for that task, because many of the co-signatories appearing on our Terms of Reference believe that the Prime Minister's inquiry is not really going to answer the questions that need to be answered.
Okay. I've asked other witnesses this. Maybe it is a little difficult given maybe some individuals have or haven't, but maybe even on a personal basis, if you could provide a list of other inquiries that you might have made submissions to, that would be helpful to understand.
Please allow me to take that on notice, because that list is quite substantial.
Thank
so
you.
If I could, sorry, if I could just to be clear, I think what you're asking, Senator Green, is if all the witnesses could potentially take that on notice.
I think the witnesses that are appearing, but mainly Mr. Gillespie, I think, is
that's fine.
As the spokesperson. Okay, thank you. And just in terms of the NPAQ, Ms. Thomas, what's your position now? Because I think I saw that you were previously with is it the Australian, one of the other organisations on the Red Union Hub?
I'm currently the Secretary of the Australian Medical Professionals Society and President of the NPAQ.
Oh, it's like a dual role. Okay, so Secretary of...
Ms. Thomas, if you could speak into the microphone.
Okay,
sorry, you've got a very soft voice.
Sorry. So Secretary of the Australian, we didn't hear you. Hansard's going to need to get that.
Cara Thomas, I'm also the Secretary of the Australian Medical Professionals Society.
Okay. And those two organisations are also on the Red Union Hub, based in the same office? Yeah, understood.
Sorry for the Hansard, can you?
Yes.
Hansard doesn't pick up nodding. So
yeah. So based in the same office, along with, assuming the Teachers Professional Association of Queensland.
That's correct.
As well. Yeah, okay, understood. And I think in the opening statement, Ms. Leach, you said you referred to the numbers of members. How many members do you have in Queensland?
We have 10,000 nurses in Queensland. Over 10,000 nurses are members in Queensland.
That are registered members of your organisation?
Yes.
And how does someone become a member of your organisation?
They navigate to our website, or we speak to them in person and they decide to sign up with us.
Okay, so they have to fill out a form?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's a paying membership.
Okay, understood. And in terms of your role, when did you start? Do you work for, what sort of role is yours? Is it just honorary, or is it?
No, I'm employed by Red Union Support Hub.
Oh, you're, okay. When did you start with them?
February last year, I stepped into the secretary role.
Okay, February 2023. I'm getting lost.
That's all right.
Losing track of the years. Okay, that's helpful. With your association, during the pandemic, obviously, what was the role that you played in the...
Personally?
No, the organisation.
The organisation. So I've been a member of NPAQ since for the last 7 years, personally. So they existed well before the mandate started, but they were one of the only associations that...
Sorry, Mrs. Leach, I've just... Senator Rennick, you say you've got a point of order?
That's correct, Chair. We're not actually conducting a job interview here. Can we get back to the issue of the actual Royal Commission and why we need one?
Well, Senator Rennick, it's not a valid point of order. So, Senator Green, you've got the call, and I'm giving you until 11:35 if I can.
And for Senator Rennick's information, I just wanted to understand what period of time Ms. Leach could speak to. So that's helpful. Thank you. Yep. During the pandemic.
Yes, so they were one of the only associations that actually took on these mandate cases. The other unions left their members out to dry, basically.
Sure.
So we had a lot of people turning to us, but we already had members before that.
The MPAQ is not a registered union, though.
No, it's not. It's a professional association.
Yeah, understood. Okay. I might leave it there, Chair. I might have some other questions on notice.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Antic, are you there? Can you hear us?
I'm here, thank you, Chair.
Okay, you've got the call for, if I can give you 10 minutes, and then it'll be Senator Shoebridge, and then I have some questions, and we'll see if we've got any time after that. So, Senator Antic, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And look, can I just also start by just acknowledging the bravery of the doctors and nurses who stood up during this period, and acknowledge those who, as one of the presenters said earlier, are still mandated out of work, which is an extraordinary thing in 2021, let alone 2024. So thank you for your bravery and to your members as well. But I'm interested in, and I perhaps would direct this question perhaps to Dr. Sladden or maybe Mr. Gillespie, who might be well placed to answer it. But I'm interested in some of the commentary that's been placed around the period of time known as COVID and what it did to public confidence in the institutions, in the medical industry and in the pharmaceutical industry as well. And whether or not the perception that I hear when I speak to people and that I see reported that the COVID period and the manner in which it was approached by some of those bodies has perhaps, and hopefully not, but certainly in the short term damaged beyond repair the perception and the trust that people have in those institutions, and whether or not they think that a Royal Commission would go a long way into repairing some of the trust that has been lost and damaged during that period by the response.
Who'd like to take that?
I'll take that question.
Dr. Sladen.
It's Dr. Sladen. Thank you, Senator Antic, for the question. Look, I think trust, in one summarised statement, trust has been certainly eroded significantly in the medical profession and also various industries and systems associated with that. I think this is in part due to the breaches of informed consent and human rights and free speech, as I outlined in my opening statement. And also there's been definite clarity on the nefarious relationships that seem to exist both in front of the scenes and also behind the scenes, and a lack of transparency over some of the decisions that were made. For example, the contracts with the pharmaceutical companies that were decided are still not available to the people. And when you think about the fact that taxpayers' dollars have been used to purchase these injections, I think the Australian people have a right to know under what circumstances they were purchased. But the most significant erosion of trust, in my opinion, happened in the consultation room of individual doctors and individual patients. And basically there was an insertion of bureaucracy and direction that has never been seen before in that sacred space between a doctor and a patient, where there was this breach of informed consent. The answer that I'd like to provide is quite detailed. I know we're short on time, so I would really like to provide the rest of that answer on notice if possible, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, anything else, Senator Antic?
Well, I wondered if Mr. Gillespie might have anything to add to that as to whether or not he thinks from his interactions with people that the trust issues that have been lost in institutions are recoverable, and whether a Royal Commission will go any way to achieving that.
Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you, Senator. Trust has been lost in so many quarters. This is not only the doctor-patient relationship, where now mum in the family can't trust the GP that they were attending for the last 20 years because the government has inserted themselves in between that relationship. Trust has been lost in an authority called APRA, which was meant to simply ensure that there was no unprofessional conduct by our health practitioners. But now we find that APRA is predatory and has been pursuing any doctor or health practitioner who has spoken against the government narrative that all Australians take up an experimental drug. Now we have doctors committing suicide because of the actions of APRA. That affects communities. When a doctor in their community commits suicide, the community loses trust in the support facilities, professional support agencies for those doctors. We watched endlessly, at least in New South Wales, but I'm quite assured it occurred in every other state in the country, premiers, politicians without any medical qualifications come out and assure a public that a new experimental drug, hot off 6 months of clinical trials, was safe and effective. It was the biggest marketing coup by Big Pharma in Big Pharma's history. None of those politicians had any qualifications or knowledge. And now, across the country, every person here is fielding calls every second day from vaccine injured or families of deceased from these vaccines. They're not vaccines, they never were vaccines. They're gene therapies. They contain GMOs. The country was not informed. Now, the guy in the street in this country just knew a modus operandi for 60, 70 years. The values handed down to them from their grandparents that made the social contract in this country That contract was torn up and burned by government during the era of COVID. So trust, there's a lot of trust to be earned back here, and it's only going to occur once we get a Royal Commission having the bad actors admit that they did wrong.
Senator Antic, you still have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to pass it on.
Okay, thank you, Senator Antic. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the submission. I'd be interested to know if we have some sort of common understanding about the general benefits of vaccinations. Do you accept the enormous public health outcomes from vaccinations for example, polio, measles, tetanus and influenza? Do you accept that there are huge public health benefits from vaccinations for, we'll start with those four diseases?
Senator, if I could just step in here.
So just,
Julian Gillespie here to answer, if you don't mind. Every person in this room is going to have a different opinion on how that question is best answered.
Well, I'm asking the unincorporated association. You come here as an unincorporated association, so that's a matter of your structure. So I'm putting it to the whole panel, and I'm not asking you to answer. If you can't answer on behalf of the whole panel, I'm putting it to the whole panel.
Okay, so we'll give each person on the panel an opportunity to answer Senator Shoebridge's question. So, Mr. Gillespie, do you have anything further to add?
I will lead out and say that we had pre-existing technology for the production and manufacture of vaccines in this country prior to COVID, which involved time-tested techniques for safety and efficacy. And we never saw the types of injury and mortality rates like we saw with the so-called COVID-19 vaccines, which introduced an entirely new and novel technology.
So is that a yes? You accept the
no, I
enormous
do not,
public
because
health
polio
benefits for
introduced
polio,
SV40
measles,
sequences and provided the community with cancer.
Sorry?
Sorry, we need to, please, everyone needs to be, including myself, needs to be mindful of Hansard. So we need a separation between questions and answers. So if we can...
Yes. So I suppose, Chair, my issue was I asked the question and I was trying to direct the answer back to the question. Is for the vaccinations that have been for polio, measles, tetanus and flu, do you accept the enormous public health benefits of those vaccinations?
As a director of Children's Health Defence Australia, I do not accept the benefit that you're alluding to.
All right. What about the rest of the panel?
Okay, so we'll go through in order. Professor Brighthope, do you have anything to contribute?
Look, my answer will be quite detailed. Could I please put it on notice in writing?
Of course you can. Dr. Sladden?
Yeah, Dr. Julie Sladden. I would like to say that what I hear you asking, Senator Shoebridge, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you're asking whether I personally accept vaccinations up until this point have been seen to provide enormous public health benefit. Is that correct?
Well, I'm asking the question I asked. Do you accept the enormous public health benefits from vaccinations for polio, measles, tetanus and flu? Do you accept that as a starting premise?
Well, number one, I think I would like to clarify that each of those vaccinations have their own risk-benefit analyses, and each of those vaccinations goes through its own individual testing and has its own safety regulations, and we have decades of evidence on how effective these are. So I cannot answer for all four of those vaccinations, but I will tell you that I am fully vaccinated, my family are fully vaccinated, and I think there's a lot of detail that needs to go into the rest of my answer, and I'm very happy to provide that on notice.
Okay, so Mr. Sorry, I just want to keep it moving. Mr. Madry?
Andrew Madry, I'll give a data perspective of this. As we know, every medicine has adverse events. It doesn't matter what it is, and the medicines you've referred to, Senator, would have their own adverse event profile, which I'm not specific, I can't quantify specifically. However, we have been looking at the relative effect of those medicines as compared to other medicines. I actually have data here which I'll provide on notice. If you, Dr. Sladden in her opening statements referred to the fact that the adverse events from the COVID vaccines accounts for 20% of all adverse events in the 53-year history of the database of adverse event notification. That's 20% of all medicines over the 53 years. Now, if I looked at just chest pain, the COVID medicines take up 70%.
Sorry, Chair. My question was about vaccinations for polio, measles, tetanus and flu. And I'm just trying to get if we have some sort of common starting point about vaccinations and about the enormous public health benefits of vaccinations. So in relation to those, what's your position, Dr. Madry?
I can't state a position. All I can state is that the relative safety of the COVID vaccinations is extremely adverse compared to those medicines.
Okay. Mr. Pham, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. The first thing I would say is that I'm a human rights lawyer and you're receiving an answer on notice from Professor Brighthope and Dr. Sladden, which will be much more useful than what I could say. If you're asking for my personal opinion, I'm happy to give it, but it's not my field.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pham. Senator Shoebridge, you've got the call.
Or does Mrs. Leach or Ms. Thomas have a view?
I am personally vaccinated against all the other vaccines that I was required for my work. And I believe that prior to this, it was a case-by-case basis. There were people who had exemptions to other vaccines in the past because it was accepted that every individual has a different need and a different, our bodies react differently. So that would be my answer.
Ms. Thomas.
I, like Ella, am vaccinated for also, and we're here to discuss the COVID terms of reference.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge, the call.
All right. I was hoping we could have a clearer baseline of agreement on that than we got, but there have been innumerable studies about the effectiveness or otherwise of COVID vaccines. Perhaps one of the first comprehensive studies was published in The Lancet in June 2022. It looked at excess deaths and preventable deaths, and it found that COVID-19 vaccinations had, at that point, or at least by the end of 2021, had prevented some 14.4 million deaths as a result of comprehensive COVID vaccinations across the globe. And it crunched the data in some detail. Is it your evidence that that's just a mistake, or is your evidence that somehow that study and the other studies like it are mendacious in some way?
Okay, Mr. Gillespie, can you point us to?
Yes, I will first just briefly answer that question and then proceed to provide the balance of my answer on notice in writing. The original Lancet paper that you cited was created by the actual manufacturers. This question.
Sorry, Mr. Gillespie, I have to hold you there. Senator Rennick has just said he's got a point of order. So, Senator Rennick, what is your point of order?
Chair, has that document been tabled, that Lancet paper?
It hasn't been tabled, but Senator Shoebridge, you might be able to provide us a link to it or something. I'll give some discretion.
Well, wait a minute, Chair. It's a bit unfair for these people to answer that question if they haven't had a chance to look at the study.
Well, Chair, can I say, first of all, the witnesses are obviously very familiar with it because they've immediately engaged with it. It's the global impact of the first year of COVID-19 vaccination, a mathematical modelling study published in the Lancet. Published in the Lancet.
Sorry, Senator.
Published in the Lancet.
Sorry, Senator Rennick.
That'll help Senator Rennick.
Sorry, Senator Rennick.
Sorry, Chair. A mathematical model is not the same as a study. Okay, we need to be very careful here about making assumptions using models rather than real world observations.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Rennick, that's a comment rather than a point of order. Can I just invite the witnesses I think now Senator Shoebridge has referred to the particular paper. If you want to take it on notice and come back with a more fulsome answer, once you've had a chance, you can reflect. Otherwise, I will give you the opportunity if you do want to provide a response to Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, and I will just for the record note that the funding's disclosed by the authors and the funding is not, as the witness suggests, funded by the pharma industry. Okay, well, let's try and note it, but let's try and keep this to questions and answers.
Thank you, Chair. Julian Gillespie again, and thank you, Senator Rennick, for seeking the clarification, because I thought I was speaking to the Lancet papers in support of the actual vaccines, not the modelling. Now, the modelling, no study to date has been proven to be correct. Every single modelling study has been proven to be incorrect based on false assumptions. And I'm more than happy to provide the rest of our answer on notice to show this committee that none of the models that were placed forward in early 2020 and 2021 have proven to be anywhere as accurate as they were purported to be in the media and utilised by government to scare the population. Dr. Madry has some further comments.
Dr. Madry.
Andrew Madry, thank you, Senator Shoebridge, for that question. It's a very relevant one. I'm not specifically familiar with that paper. There was a paper published in the Lancet Western Pacific edition by Australian authors last year, which found similar benefits. What I can say is that there have only been one set of randomised controlled trials, which are the gold standard, and they were the original manufacturer trials from Pfizer and Moderna, and those trials weren't powered to detect improvements in benefits from death or hospitalisation. They only dealt with infection, and so they didn't prove that. A lot of these other studies that have, and if that one was modelling, that's a different thing altogether, but observational studies are confounded because they don't match up the patients, and the way it turns out that is, people that take more vaccinations tend to be different to those who don't in terms of their health outcomes. The study, the Australian study by Liu and colleagues that in the Lancet last year found benefits of hospitalisation and death from COVID vaccination and more boosters. However, that study also showed an all-cause mortality benefit. So the people who took more COVID vaccines somehow lived longer. It also showed a benefit against cancer. So that that was clearly ridiculous if you look at the broader scope. And it's a common thing that happens in observational studies because the people that take more vaccinations, they have a different health profile to those who don't. 80-year-olds who don't take vaccination could be close to death. And so many of these studies are confounded. And we'd be very happy to provide a detailed analysis of papers such as that and others to show this. But I'd go back, the only studies that have been done in randomised controlled trials are the original manufacturers trials, which is Mr. Gillespie has just said had a very short period of follow-up. Okay. So it's a very good question.
So Dr. Madry, please feel free to take it on notice.
Thank you, Senator.
And provide further information. Senator Shoebridge, last question. I have to share the call.
Well, you see, I could start there, but I could point to study after study that shows enormous public health benefits from the vaccine rollouts that happen globally. Is it your position that those studies are all just in error? They're based upon innocent misreading of the data or innocent mistakes in the modelling? Or do you think it's some kind of global conspiracy, some kind of which sees paper after paper, which are peer-reviewed and go through the standard scientific testing process? Do you think it's part of some sort of broader conspiracy, or do you think it's just thousands and thousands of innocent mistakes? What's your position?
Senator Shoebridge, if I can, I am going to give the witnesses an opportunity to answer the question. If I can ask, I suspect it would be helpful for the witnesses if you could provide them with the particular studies you're referring to so that they have an opportunity to take that on. Sorry, let me finish. So they have an opportunity to take that on notice and give you particular responses. If you're minded to do that, that's up to you.
I may do that on notice later, but the question is, as I put it.
As I understand it, Dr. Madry has offered to do that.
Yeah.
He's already offered.
So my question is,
sorry, I think they heard you. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge. I think I think they heard your question,
Yeah.
Senator Shoebridge. So Dr. Madry, do you want to provide an answer?
I'll just give a very brief answer. I understand, Senator, you're saying, is this a conspiracy? I can say from experience, it's very easy to be mistaken by data. I mean, in terms of all the deaths that occur, the COVID deaths are only a percentage. We're talking, less than percentages, and in all those studies, none provide the raw data that allows independent scrutiny, and that's the issue. If we had the data, the raw data, which was anonymised, we could do the analysis and prove it. But unfortunately, none of those studies provide the raw data that would allow independent consultants and analysts, doctors, to confirm those reports.
Mr. Gillespie, I know you'd like to say something else, but if I can ask you to put it on notice, I do need to move on. I've got some questions I do want to ask Mrs. Leach, and Senator Rennick has advised me.
Nobody else has an answer to my question.
Well, if they do, if I could ask them to put it on notice, because I do need to move on. Senator Shoebridge, we've got limited time. I have some questions I want to ask to Mrs. Leach, so if I could do that. Please feel free to provide further answers on notice. Mrs.
Chair, sorry, we have another 34 minutes. I think we could at least get an answer.
Sorry, we have another 20 minutes.
Could we at least get an answer from?
If anyone else wants to say.
Just very quickly, we invite Senator Shoebridge to provide the list of his studies so we can speak against each one of them in turn and show you where they're wrong.
Just for the record, that's not an answer.
Well, Senator Shoebridge, you can't dictate. You can ask the questions, but you can't dictate to the witness how they answer them.
But you could at least engage with the question.
Respectfully, Senator, you mentioned a list of the hundreds of studies, and you expect us to provide you with a detailed response to unidentified studies?
Well, Mr. Gillespie, our process doesn't permit witnesses to ask questions of the senators,
it's unfortunate,
however relevant they may be. So I will move. Dr. Madry, last point before we move on.
Andrew Madry, Senator, some of those studies that showed the huge benefits may have occurred in 2021, and for the Wuhan strain of the virus. 2024 is a very different year. Peer-reviewed studies that came out just last week are showing no statistical improvement from boosters for people who've been previously infected. So most of the population's been infected. Ms. Leach sort of talked about nurses are still being stood down. The evidence at the moment is that vaccination is a completely different proposition 2024 to what it was in 2021. So that's the other subtlety to the answer.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Madry, and thank you, everyone, for your patience there. Mrs. Leach, I've got some questions for you, if I could, and I've read your opening statement, which you tabled, and I just want to delve down into some of the issues. You say on page 2, a nurse of 19 years was terminated 2 days ago.
Correct.
Are you saying that this nurse of 19 years ago was terminated 2 days ago in relation to a failure to comply with a vaccine directive that was issued more than 2 years ago?
Correct. So the mandate dropped in Queensland on the 25th of September. The Health Minister said that...
Sorry, which year? We need to be clear.
2023, so last year. It was revoked, and while it was being reviewed, they continued terminating nurses, and immediately after it dropped, it continued. There's been probably up to 100 who I know of personally who have been terminated since then, and this nurse was, yes, 2 days ago.
But sorry, so you refer to when the mandate was lifted in 2023. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is, was this nurse that you've referred to terminated for failing to comply with the directive in 2021?
Yes, for failing to follow a reasonable direction. So it's semantics now. The government will say that it's not because they didn't get vaccinated, it's because they didn't follow a reasonable direction. So she is now considered insubordinate.
But I'm trying to understand, more than over 2 years have passed since from the employer's perspective, there was a failure to follow the reasonable directive. but termination hasn't occurred, action wasn't taken on that alleged breach of an employment contract until more than 2 years later? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I have experienced this myself. So I was...
Sorry, well, I'm going to ask you to share your personal experience, as I have asked other witnesses earlier today, but has this been raised with the employer, the appropriateness of actually terminating someone for something that occurred more than 2 years ago? So you have a situation where this is hanging over an employee's head for more than 2 years. Has this been raised in front of industrial relations commissions or courts as to whether or not this is appropriate or even reasonable or valid?
I'm unsure about the period of time. I have personally put in a public service appeal, an unfair dismissal based on my termination, which happened on January 3rd. I was stood down in 2021.
So sorry, well, let's turn to the deep. Can you just provide us a timeline in terms of your own personal experience with respect to the key events? I think you understand the chain of questioning I'm asking in relation to the time that's passed and what happened.
Yes. So I worked at Queensland Children's Hospital for 4 years. Paediatrics is considered a specialty. I was stood down on very short notice in 2021, along with thousands of other nurses.
So when in 2021 were you stood down?
So it was complicated. They initially wanted to stand us down at the end of September 2021, but if you had applied for any form of exemption, they, on very short notice, said, actually, you can work for another month. So as you can imagine, it was a very stressful time for people, having no clarity on what was happening. I turned up for my last day of work with no clarity on what was happening with my employment, just that I was not able to return to work from that day forward. And basically, I've received 3 threat of termination letters over 2 years. Even though I've responded to each of them differently, I have not had any, I don't believe, appropriate response to my responses. My final one, so they have staggered these terminations over the 2 years. Some people were terminated on Christmas Eve in 2021, and then they were firing people in Christmas week 2023. So I don't understand. There's no method to the madness, and I've seen in my role, the same hospital will fire nurses at different rates in that same area. No one is treated the same.
So when it would be helpful on notice if you can just provide a bit of a chronology.
Yes, absolutely.
With respect to particular events in particular cases. But when were you terminated?
3rd of January this year.
So, sorry, I just want to get this clear for the record. You were terminated 3rd January 2024.
Yes.
In relation to an alleged failure to follow a reasonable direction in September 2021.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
So more than nearly 2.5 years after the event.
Yes.
So you had the prospect of termination hanging over your head for more than 2 years.
Yes, and when I was initially stood down, they never made it clear that termination would be on the cards.
So how did it crystallise in January 2024 that you happened to be terminated more than 2 years after
they
the
have
event?
They have to review your disciplinary matter every 6 months, I believe. So mine had actually come up for review, and they'd extended me to be stood down without pay, which is ridiculous when we are in the middle of a critical workforce shortage. They have still got nurses stood down without pay who could return to work. They reviewed it, extended my suspension until March 2024, but then I received a show cause letter shortly after applying for maternity leave, which was not connected, but they did approve maternity leave for me, and they fired me 3 weeks later.
Sorry to interrupt.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd been stood down, you hadn't been terminated for an event that had happened in September 2021.
Yes.
You applied for maternity leave when?
I applied for maternity leave on the 2nd of November
of
2023.
So more than 2 years after you'd been stood down.
Yes.
And then you were terminated after you applied for maternity leave, though you say you don't think the two
I
were
cannot
connected.
say that they are connected, but they did, at a hospital level, they said they couldn't deal with the matter. They escalated it to the Department of Health. The Department of Health approved my maternity leave, and then they terminated me after 3 weeks, I believe.
Sorry. So you stood down more than 2 years after the directions given, which formed the basis of your termination in January 2024. And no action was taken to terminate you on the basis of that directive, up to the point in time when you applied for maternity leave in 2023. You're saying your maternity leave was then approved?
Yes.
And then you were terminated after the maternity leave was approved?
Yes. So I was technically on my own leave when they terminated me.
Okay. If you could provide a chronology,
Yes,
I'll find that helpful. And if you've got other case studies of those chronologies, just the effluxion of time between the initial event and the termination is something I'd be mindful of getting further details on that. Second question I want to ask you, and Senator Rennick's got some questions, is on the first page you say the nurses were terminated with medical exemptions from specialists, including some for newly diagnosed cancers and others who tried to comply but experienced severe reactions, end quote. So can you explain to us, based on your experience representing nurses in this situation, on what basis, if a nurse presented a certificate from a specialist, whoever it is, on what basis was it explained to them as to why that evidence, professional from a professional medical practitioner, why it was not accepted? What was the process that nurses went through?
So as I said before, there was no method to the madness. There didn't seem to be a way that each case was dealt with in a similar fashion. But a few cases that were to do with newly diagnosed cancer, they had an oncologist write them a letter saying they are commencing treatment. We do not recommend that they get vaccinated at this point in time. They provided that in the form of an exemption application to Queensland Health with the supporting documents attached. And then Queensland Health, in many cases, will put them through an independent medical examination. They will appoint their own doctor who says, I'm not telling you that you need to get vaccinated, but I'm assessing your risk in the workplace. They will then assess their risk. Some people might have been put on special leave, but there were a lot who were told, it is too risky for you in the workplace. Here's your show cause letter. People received threat of termination letters and termination letters because Queensland Health deemed that they were unsafe in the workplace.
Okay.
For a virus that was deemed low to moderate in severity.
Okay, Senator Roberts. Thank you, Mrs. Leach. If you've got any particular case studies dealing with that issue, I'll be interested to receive that evidence on notice. Senator Rennick, thank you for being patient. We've got until 12:15, so over to you.
Thanks, guys. Look, my question is to all witnesses. In regards to Senator Shoebridge's question before about your views on vaccination, do you accept that this vaccine is different from all prior vaccines because this is the first drug to actually that was designed to cross the cell membrane and use the cell's own ribosomes to produce a spike protein that's toxic to the body that then induced an autoimmune response, unlike other vaccines that induce an immune response?
Now, Mr. Gillespie, who is best placed to answer that Senator Rennick's question?
We all are.
Okay.
Chair, but I'll quickly provide my own response. The technology involved with the mod RNA LNPs has been tried for nearly a decade of development with Moderna, and they failed in all of their clinical trials because all of the animals or early human participants essentially died, but somehow the same technology was deemed fit for Australians to receive. I'll hand over now, please, to Professor Ian Brighthope.
Okay, if you, just for the benefit of hindsight, if you could give your name before giving your answer, thank you.
Ian Brighthope. This vaccine, if you can call it a vaccine, is a new technology applied to almost the entire global population without showing adequate levels of efficacy and safety. And in fact, My first reaction when I heard it was going to be a vaccine, the mRNA, was no, this is too dangerous. When you hear about being wrapped up in a lipid nanoparticle, we know it's not going to stay in the deltoid muscle. It would never stay in the deltoid muscle as we were promised. It travels all around the body. It travels to the brain, to the heart, to the blood vessels, travels to the testes and the ovaries. And this is why we're seeing so many people suffering from serious adverse reactions, including a lot of heart disease, degenerative central nervous system type disorders, autoimmune diseases, and certainly many, many problems, gynecological problems, female problems. This also contains DNA fragments, and DNA and mRNA can transcribe and end up in the nucleus of our cells, including our germ cells. This is so risky, it should never have been injected into a single human being ever. We don't need to wait for experimental vaccines for 18 months or 2 years when we have a viral-like illness that causes a severe influenza-type disorder. As I mentioned before, Senator, we have ways of preventing and early treatment. And the prevention, vitamin C, D and zinc, and the early treatments with azithromycin.
Thank you. That's all. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
Can we just stick to the question, please? Look, I'll move on. So you do recognise there's a difference in pathway, though, between traditional vaccines and this one, is the question.
Yes,
and yeah. So just in regards to, I know Senator Shoebridge quoted a mathematical model that was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Garvey Institute. I actually want to come to real-world observations, and in particular in Australia. Are you aware that the number of deaths in Australia jumped from 162,000 to 172,000 in 2021? And in particular, the jump in 10,000 deaths occurred from May onwards, which was after the rollout of the vaccine, but before COVID spread throughout the community.
Mr. Gillespie, who should...
I'd like to hand it over to Dr. Madry, please.
Dr. Madry.
Andrew Madry, thank you, Senator Rennick. Yes, we're well aware 2021 was when excess mortality started trending upwards. I personally looked into the data in Queensland when there was no COVID locally acquired in the community, and it's clear, as you say, in the second half of 2021, mortality trends started trending upwards, particularly in the older ages. If you went to 2022, yes, the results are more difficult to interpret because COVID, but there is an excess of all-cause deaths over, even if you subtract COVID deaths. I think the figure now that I think is worth, is the most crucial, is the cumulative excess mortality, and that, deaths of frail people should be compensated for, with an effect where if they didn't die then.
I don't want to conflate the issue. I want to talk about 2021 when there was no COVID in the community. Can anybody tell me why there was a jump in excess deaths of 6% in the population, or the jump in excess deaths of 6% or 10,000 people in the 8 months prior to COVID getting in the community? What, in your view, was the cause of those excess deaths, given that COVID hadn't got into the community?
Senator Andrew Madry again, what was the cause? It's very difficult to say the cause. However, there is definitely a correlation, and the vaccines certainly went temporarily before the increase in mortality. It's coincidental that it goes up shortly after. We can correlate with the adverse event reporting system, and that's one of the things the terms of reference is asking for. The People's Terms of Reference group is for more detail into the adverse event reporting over that time. And if we could have more visibility of the AIM system, the frontline reporting system, we would, the temporal and causal relationships would be, I think, would be quite obvious.
And that's something that's worth investigating in a Royal Commission, do you believe?
I definitely believe that, Senator.
Okay, and for the doctors in the room and the nurses in the room, were you ever informed by the government that this vaccine used biological process of transfection, of codon optimization? Were you made aware that the body of endogenous transcriptees, reverse transcriptees, which converts RNA back into RNA. Were any of the nurses or doctors in this room ever informed by the government of those risks?
Dr. Sladen?
Dr. Julie Sladen. Thank you, Senator, for the question. In my knowledge and the bits of information that I was closely watching come across my desk, there was certainly no information that I saw detailing any of those processes. And I would also hazard that many, if not most doctors now would be completely unaware that transfection and codon optimisation were any part of the processes involved in the mRNA technology.
And that codon optimisation, as per the TGA non-clinical report, was actually used to increase the expression of a protein, which is yet again a difference to a normal vaccine, which is attenuated. This vaccine was designed to increase the expression of the spike protein. Are you aware of that? Or were you made aware of that?
Dr. Julie Sladen again. No, but the government did not make doctors, medical professionals aware of that, but they were made aware that the vaccine caused the body to make the spike protein, and that then resulted in the immune response. You can imagine that it wasn't just the immune cells that were, or any particular cells that were producing the spike protein. These, thanks to the lipid nanoparticles, were actually being transported around the body, and we still do not know when the spike protein ceases to be produced in the body following vaccination, another issue that was not made known to doctors.
Senator Rennick, we've hit a hard marker for our luncheon adjournment. Can I ask you to put any further questions on notice?
Just one from Ms. Leach, please.
Okay, just one last one, quickly.
Ms. Leach, I'm led to believe you're pregnant, and congratulations. Were you ever made aware by your employer that studies showed that the lipid concentration in the ovary doubled in the trials from day 1 to day 2, and then the trials were stopped? So that the concentration of the lipid in the ovary was still increasing when they stopped the trial, and what the risks of that were to pregnant women?
Ella Leach here. It was not relevant to me at the time because I wasn't pregnant, so I wasn't keeping an eye on those things, but there were emails sent out trying to encourage pregnant women to be vaccinated, and they did not provide a lot of information for pregnant women and studies.
Thank you.
And I got vaccinated and I got all the information that I needed. So just want to put that on the record.
Okay, so that's on the record from Senator Green. Thank you, Senator Rennick. No, if you've got any further questions, please put them on notice. Can I just ask the people's terms of reference, can you take on notice whether or not it would be possible to abbreviate some of your proposed terms of reference? Because this take it, I'm not seeking an answer now, but obviously there's voluminous information and paragraphs you've got in your proposed terms of reference. And one of the things this committee needs to do is to work out, if it is so minded to propose actual terms of reference, how some of those points might be summarised. If I can just ask you to take that on notice.
Definitely. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, thank you for taking the time to give evidence today, and thank you. I appreciate we have so many witnesses, so many senators asking questions. I'm pleased you all had an opportunity to participate, and we'll now suspend for lunch until 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, so we'll commence proceedings again after the lunchtime suspension. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation and the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. It's greatly appreciated. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, if I could ask each of you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear. So I might start with the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation, if I could.
Many thanks. My name is Annie Butler and I'm the Federal Secretary of the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation.
Thank you very much, Ms Butler. And then the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. Just if you could provide your name and the capacity in which you appear. Can you hear me, Professor Morgan? So you might be on mute, Professor Morgan. I'm not sure you can hear me. So you're on mute, but can you give me... Oh. Okay, I'll just wait for Professor Morgan. And just whilst we're waiting for Professor Morgan, if I can just ask senators to let me know if they've got questions so I can marshal the questions. Okay. Well, I might, Ms Butler, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, Senator, just a short one.
So over to you.
Many thanks, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. So the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation is Australia's largest national union and professional nursing and midwifery organisation, representing more than 328,000 nurses, midwives and care workers across all settings. Our members work across public, private health, aged care and disability sectors and in a wide variety of urban, rural and remote locations, and have been on the front line of Australia's COVID response now for almost 4 years. Since the beginning of 2020, ANMF members have worked tirelessly with health and aged care services, governments and communities across the country to manage the impacts of the pandemic and protect the health and wellbeing of all Australians. Over the last 4 years, the ANMF has engaged in multiple national and state activities to support and advocate for our members through the pandemic. This has included the development of dozens of evidence-based resources to inform and guide nurses and midwives, participation in multiple COVID-19 consultations with government ministers, departments of health, other professional nursing and health organisations and aged care organisations, as well as other unions. We've also participated in 12 inquiries and reviews related to COVID-19, including making submissions and providing evidence to the Aged Care Royal Commission's special inquiry into the impact of COVID-19 in aged care. And most recently, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet's COVID-19 response inquiry, and of course this current inquiry. As such, we believe the ANMF is uniquely placed to provide comment on Australia's ability to respond and recover from COVID-19 and to prepare for future pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Butler, and thank you for the submission that the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation provided. I'll just check and see if we got Professor Morgan. Did you dial in? Do we have you?
Hello, this is Mark Morgan.
Oh, hello, Professor. If you could just state your name and the capacity in which you appear, please.
Mark Morgan, Chair of the Expert Committee for Quality Care of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have an opening statement, Professor Morgan?
Yes, I do.
Over to you.
Thank you. I'm here today on behalf of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, and I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity. So a little bit about the RACGP. It's the voice of GPs in our growing cities and throughout rural and remote Australia. And for more than 60 years, we've supported the backbone of Australia's health system by setting the standards for education, practice and advocating for better health and wellbeing for all Australians. As a national peak body representing over 46,000 members working towards a career in general practice or working as GPs, our core commitment is to support GPs across the entirety of general practice and address the primary healthcare needs of the Australian population. Australia's GPs see more than 2 million patients each week and support Australians throughout every stage of life. The scope of general practice is unmatched amongst medical professionals. Specialist GPs responded decisively and proactively to the pandemic emergency. And in just a few weeks, general practice has implemented significant changes to the way they worked and developed creative new ways to continue the delivery of safe and essential care to their communities. And many GPs were involved in the design and implementation of national, regional and local responses, working with governments, often in a volunteer capacity. The terms of reference for Royal Commission to COVID-19, we've made a submission and there were essentially 10 recommendations. We recommended that the Commission looked at the governance, including the role of federal, state, territory governments and national governance mechanisms and advisory bodies in response to COVID-19. We recommend looking at the health response measures, such as lockdowns and vaccines, quarantines, and looking at the impact and delivery of public messaging. We also recommend looking at the access and supply of personal protective equipment and looking at the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines, including the public messaging and access to vaccine supplies. We recommend looking at the rollout of funded telehealth consultations in general practice, looking at the mental health impacts of COVID-19 on the general public and on health professionals, support for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, culturally and linguistically diverse people, the elderly and other at-risk populations. The role of Medicare funding for telehealth consultations, and particularly the subsequent compliance activities related to these consultations. And the other main focus should be on the present day response to COVID-19, such as the ongoing vaccine rollout and any subsequent outbreaks of COVID-19 variants, and I guess the management of long COVID, which has been covered in other Senate committees. The College of GPs has submitted to many other inquiries on this subject, all the way through from June 2020 onwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Morgan. So just in terms of the order for questions, just for the witnesses, we're going to have questions from Senator Roberts first, then Senator Rennick, then Senator Shoebridge, and then Senator Green, the Deputy Chair. So I'll go to Senator Roberts first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for being here, and thank you for your submissions. Questions firstly to Professor Morgan. I'm looking at your suggested 10 terms of reference. The first one, well, let's go to the first one. Governance, including the role of the federal and state and territory governments. Why do you propose that that be a term of reference? Why does that need scrutiny?
I think the important thing would be to see what the opportunities are to learn from what happened, but also apply that in the future. And I think key to making any future response to health emergencies is the way that different levels of government respond and communicate together. We're very aware that hospital responses are often at a state level or a regional level, whereas primary care and general practice is often managed at a federal level. And that discrepancy between the two levels of government create problems, but also opportunities.
Okay, I'd just like to continue on that line. There seem to the public, anyway, I'm not a health professional, but there seem to be so many contradictions in health directions, orders, doctors' treatments, what doctors said they could and couldn't do. Contradictions not only between jurisdictions in the states, but contradictions in time. a government being within one state would reverse its, contradict its previous orders. Was that a problem for doctors?
Yep, the rate of change of advice and the amount of time and energy reading the various communications being sent to doctors was a problem, but there was also a mismatch in some of the public health messaging. So the expectations of our patients would be set one way and the rules that we were required to follow would be set in a different direction. So it did form the complications.
Thank you. Doctors are given training that's based on science, or maybe even training in science. I'm not familiar with your curriculum, but did anyone raise questions about the fact that these contradictions were so frequent, so common? Because it would, for these contradictions to be to occur, there would need to be a change of the underlying evidence, wouldn't there? So that would seem to indicate that there were so many contradictions. There was no consistent basis for a scientific basis, objective basis for the directions.
I think there's a need to separate two components of information. One is about the prevention of spread of infection, so the public health measures, and the other is about treatments of COVID-19. And it emerged through the pandemic from very early days that there was a need for a source of truth on treatments of COVID-19. And the National Clinical Evidence Task Force came together with over 200 volunteer clinicians from across multiple peak bodies to address that need of a living guideline updated on a weekly cycle to present the best interpretation of the emerging evidence for treatments of COVID-19. And that was a system, I think, extraordinarily well, and I had a leadership role within that organisation as chair of the panel for primary care and chronic care. So it was really an example of how an organisation with a small amount of funding was able to fulfil a very important need, because no individual clinician can keep up to date with the tens of thousands of research studies that were pouring in and needed to be critically appraised and the evidence synthesized into a set of guidelines that could be followed. I think where there's far less certainty is what works and what doesn't work for the prevention of spread of an infection, and how that should be interpreted into recommendations that the public should follow, and trying to get that balance between restricting people's freedoms versus the protection of the population from a spreading infection. And so I think we were seeing a scramble to try and make sense of very limited and patchy evidence. The evidence kept evolving, and so the recommendations kept changing.
So yeah, that would bother me if the evidence keeps changing. But I understand what you're saying.
Well,
so let's go to number five.
We think that medical evidence will change very rapidly, not in any sphere of medicine, as people do more research.
Let's go to number 5 of your recommendations for terms of reference, the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccines, including public messaging. Now, what I've seen is remarkable divergence of opinions amongst doctors themselves, including GPs. Some doctors signed up straight away and continued to inject people. Other doctors signed up straight away, were very concerned. I've heard this firsthand, very concerned about the number of adverse events, severe side effects, people dying, and they stopped. Others refused right from the start because it was never a proven, tested injection. So there seemed to be complete disagreement on the safety and the effectiveness. Why would that be?
I think amongst the majority of GPs, we felt reassured that the process of development of vaccines was robust, and that rather than the development and testing being done in a sequential way, various components of that process were done in parallel. leading to a much more rapid production of tested vaccines. So I think in terms of, compared to most of the vaccines that we give for travel, for example, the process involved in the design and testing of COVID-19 vaccines was robust, and the level of post-vaccine monitoring or side effects was also robust and international. So I think there are big lessons to learn about how we reasonably successfully rapidly developed vaccines, shared information across international borders, and monitored and looked out for potential side effects. And those side effects then had to be compared to the adverse effects of the infection itself. I wasn't aware that doctors had a big divergence of opinion. There were a few outliers that had different opinions, but the majority trusted the detailed systems that were in place and delivered vaccines as and when they were able to.
So you mentioned, sorry.
Evidence has shown us subsequently that it was a very positive thing to do to reduce the harms from COVID-19.
So you mentioned in answer to one of my previous questions that doctors can't possibly keep up individually, they rely upon agencies. Is there a possibility that doctors, including GPs, are prone to regulatory capture, just swallow whatever Big Pharma tells them?
The regulatory agencies that provide information need to be at arm's length and separate and independent from people that are...
Do you think they were?
Organisations that are going to try and make money from the exercise. So I think organisations within government like ATAGI and organisations looking at treatments like the National Clinical Evidence Task Force are really careful and clear to be at arm's length and separate from the manufacturers of the products that they're analysing and assessing.
So Senator Roberts, just to give one more, and then we'll be going to Senator Rennick. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Butler, I'd like to know how many nurses in Queensland and how many nurses in Australia were set aside, sacked, terminated during the COVID response. And your submission mentions funding and staffing as areas of inquiry, but you did not mention vaccine or injection mandates. And my understanding is that there were thousands of nurses stood down during the COVID response in Queensland for refusing to get the injection. How can you not consider mandates as being central to the staffing issues that you raised?
Thanks for your question, Senator. I don't have the precise numbers in front of me at the moment, and but I would say that those numbers were in the hundreds rather than the thousands. And we know that there were some of our members across the country who, for a range of reasons, they did not want to take the vaccine and did not want to adhere to the mandate. What I do know is we would have had many thousands more of our members who would have been who were very pro the mandate for the vaccination, because they see that and regard that as the number one line of defence, that actually, with the vaccination program being successful, and no vaccinations are ever 100% bulletproof. That's just not the nature of how immunisation and vaccination works. But knowing that it is our number one first line of defence when we're dealing with something like a virus of this nature and a pandemic that is literally a pandemic that the world has never seen before, many of our members were dissatisfied with their own colleagues who refused to get the mandate and thought that it was okay for them to work beside colleagues. It didn't happen, of course, but to work beside colleagues and who had the vaccination, therefore presenting greater risks both to their colleagues and to those people in their care. Vaccination mandates across the health sector and for our members, nurses and midwives working in all sorts of areas, they're not new. They're not a new thing. We have dealt with them for decades, knowing that it's the best protection against many of the communicable diseases that we can offer to nurses and midwives themselves, and obviously to the people that they care for. So on balance, the vast majority of our members were very strongly in favour of vaccination mandates at the time, as necessary and needed, and as an effective measure in dealing with the consequences of COVID-19.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator
Chair.
Roberts. Senator Rennick, you have the call. Are you there?
Yeah, hi, Chair, I'm here.
Excellent.
Hi, guys. As you know, under the immunisation handbook, one of the requirements is that patients have to be fully informed of the risks of taking a vaccine. Therefore, the doctors and nurses and pharmacists who administer this vaccine should also be fully informed. Were the doctors and nurses who administered vaccines fully informed about the risks of the vaccine?
Professor Morgan, if we can provide you an opportunity to answer that question first, and then I'll go to Ms Butler.
Thank you, Senator.
Simple yes or no, do.
The information that TARGI had to was available to the doctors as well. So doctors were spent an inordinate amount of time and energy trying to be informed because they were making decisions on behalf of whether to recommend vaccines to their patients or not.
Were doctors and nurses given a copy of the product assessment report and the non-clinical report on the Pfizer vaccine?
Sorry, Senator Rennick, I don't want to interrupt, but was that question directed to both Professor Morgan and Ms Butler? Because I'd like Ms Butler to have
Professor
an opportunity to answer.
Fine. I'll speak with Professor Morgan.
Okay, all right. Over to you, Senator.
That might have been the wrong call, Senator, because I don't know, can't remember back to whether or not doctors were given specific, which specific documents doctors had access to.
Okay, so you're not sure. Okay. Are your doctors aware, for example, that the vaccine had an enormous amount of missing information in regards, and I'll list some of the missing information, and that's outlined on page 31 of the product assessment report in regards to the Pfizer vaccine?
Sorry, Senator Rennick, if I can just interrupt you there. Are you referring to one of the documents you were wanting to table? So could you please refer to the two documents you're seeking to table, and then we will provide it to Professor Morgan, but Professor Morgan may well want to take on notice, given he would have just received the documents. So we're looking to get those.
That's fine.
To him.
Fine. I'm sure he'll understand the question regardless of the document.
So
effectively, the vaccine wasn't tested for pregnancy and breastfeeding when it was initially approved. It wasn't tested on patients who are immunocompromised. It wasn't tested in frail patients with comorbidities, people with pulmonary disease, diabetes, chronic neurological disease and cardiovascular disorders. It wasn't tested on patients with autoimmune or inflammatory disorders. It wasn't tested in interaction with other vaccines, and there was no long-term safety data on the vaccine. Were doctors informed of this missing information, and did they inform their patients of that missing information?
Again, I don't know the answer to that. I can take that on notice. Clearly, the long-term safety information was not available for new vaccines, so doctors were very aware that there was no long-term safety information available.
Well, okay, let's just speak to yourself. I mean, you're a doctor. Were you informed of those risks? Were you aware of that missing information?
Because the information has been evolved over time, it's very hard to remember back to a particular point in time when vaccines first came out to know the exact nature of the information we had to hand. The weighing up of benefits and harms is the task of doctors when advising patients and getting patients to make a final choice about whether or not to accept a vaccine.
Okay, sure. So if we just go to the non-clinical report, and I'll just read it out to you. The studies show, animal studies, unfortunately there were no human studies of a longitudinal notion, showed that the antibody response declined quickly after 5 weeks after the second dose of the vaccine. Would you consider it acceptable that a vaccine only has 5 weeks of protection before it starts to decline?
No, I think the purpose of the vaccines, especially when we were first rolling them out, was to protect people from serious disease. And the evidence we had before us was that it was they were effective at protecting people from serious disease. Antibody studies are just they're a component of the protection that arises when you give a vaccine. They're not the whole story.
Okay, I'll contradict you on that. If you look at the product assessment report on page 7, it was actually approved to prevent coronavirus disease. It wasn't approved by the TGA to lessen the disease. It was actually on page 7. It says specifically to prevent coronavirus. And I'll just refer to Senator Roberts' statement before about the conflicting data. That is an example of the conflicting data given by doctors, because the actual approval process by the TGA said it was designed to prevent the disease, not lessen the disease. And the documentation is page 7 of the product assessment report. Having said that, though, in the animal studies, again, it showed similar microscopic lung inflammation was observed in both challenge control and immunised animals after the peak of the infection, day 7, day 8. So the studies actually showed no difference between the vaccine in vaccinated monkeys and unvaccinated monkeys. What do you have to say to that?
I don't have the data that you're referring to in front of me.
Sure.
But I mean, the subsequent understanding of how vaccines have worked, I think it was a remarkably positive activity to be able to provide a vaccine for people, and certainly turned around the course of the pandemic. And we used vaccines for many preventable diseases, and some have almost been eradicated, and one has been completely eradicated from the earth.
Absolutely. But this is a separate vaccine that causes an autoimmune response, not an immune response. And I'm not referring to other vaccines. I'm specifically referring to the mRNA vaccine. So can we stay on topic, please? I'll just note in terms of the pandemic that 12 million people caught COVID in the 3 years after Australia opened up. So 50% of the population reported as receiving COVID. Do you think that's an effective way, that the vaccine was effective, given that over 50% of the vaccinated population actually caught the disease or caught the virus?
Where the College of GPs and where I sit on this is that we want to look after people's health and welfare as best as we can, and the prevention of serious infection, serious illness is the way I see these vaccines working.
So I'm glad you raised that, because in 2021 there were an extra 10,000 actual deaths in the 8 months after the vaccine was approved, before coronavirus got into the community. Do you consider that a success? With the vaccine, clearly deaths rose after the rollout of the vaccine. What makes you so confident that these deaths weren't the result of the vaccine, given that coronavirus wasn't in the community when these deaths occurred?
I don't have that data in front of me.
Well, it's from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. I would have thought you're a doctor and you're quoting the fact that the vaccine was effective, yet that contradicts the real world data of 10,000 extra actual deaths.
And
so
I guess the question that you'd want to ask in interpreting data about total death rates in community are the causes of those deaths and what underpin them. And
that's exactly right. And my question to you is, what caused those deaths before coronavirus was in the community if it wasn't the vaccine?
And there are numerous causes of death that need to be analysed in a comprehensive way to identify what the causes of death are. So it's not something
thank you.
You can attribute to one thing or another thing, like a vaccine or not a vaccine.
Senator Rennick,
that's a very good point.
Sorry, Senator Rennick, just one last question, then I'll have to share the call.
Okay, so in regards to those increasing deaths, do you accept that tissue samples should have been taken of people who passed away within 6 weeks of the vaccine to determine if the presence of the vaccine spike protein was the reason for the cause of death, given that the TGA has admitted that the vaccine has caused autoimmune issues? And do you think it's a failure of the medical system not to actually perform autopsies to determine the presence of the spike vaccine protein or the spike protein in the vaccine in that 8 months after the vaccine rollout.
I think there's a bigger issue about the collection of data and the investigation of people who've died and the efforts that have gone to establish the cause of death. And I fully agree with you that we don't have a system that's perfect at doing that, and that in a better funded system, greater efforts would be made to really understand what's happening in population health.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Rennick. If there's a further opportunity, we'll come back to you. Senator Shoebridge.
Well, thanks, Chair. Could I, first of all, say to both witnesses a heartfelt thank you on behalf of my party, the Greens, for the work of in the case of the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Foundation, the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of your members of nurses, midwives and other carers. And to the GPs for the work of the tens and tens of thousands of GPs across the country. I think never have we more appropriately valued the health profession and the caring professions than during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we're enormously grateful for all the work you did and the bravery and public service all of your members showed, so thank you. Looking back on the experience during COVID, though, and my first question is probably to you, Mrs. Butler. Having come out of it now, and having had the enormous amount of pressure and work hours that your members faced during that, it really highlights the need for far greater systemic funding, doesn't it, of nurses and public hospitals and sort of lifting the tide up so as we're prepared if we have another pandemic.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Many thanks for your acknowledgement of the work of our members. That is appreciated. Absolutely. What I always say is that the experience of COVID-19 was an X-ray of our entire health and aged care system. What it did was show all the fractures, reveal all the breaks and even the tiny cracks, things that we knew they were there, but it just brought it into, sharp relief through COVID, most particularly in the aged care system. I mean, we'd known about the failures there for years and years, more than 2 decades, but no one could, say that they didn't exist anymore because it was absolutely clear right in front of our faces. So what it has absolutely, we would agree, shown that it's not good enough to sort of withdraw funding and say, oh, the system can work and we can patch it up, and if something bad happens, then we'll inject, extra resources into it. Absolutely not. COVID has shown, and we know there will be future pandemics. In order to be prepared, we need to make our system as robust and rigorous as it can be, and that requires absolutely sufficient funding. And from the A&M's perspective, we believe that needs to be sufficient public funding, that we need to rebuild Medicare to its fullest. And when I say rebuild, that's actually, it's been a wonderful system, but healthcare needs have changed and now the system needs to change with it. We need to make sure that it remains truly accessible, that the healthcare system, COVID also showed some of the inequalities. Actually, it starkly revealed so many inequalities we have both in our communities and through the systems. And we need to make sure that we, through funding and through funding in the right ways and proper policy support, that we rebuild the system to make it truly accessible to all communities, all Australians, most particularly our disadvantaged.
Yeah, the only disagreement I'd say it's more like an MRI than an X-ray, even more detailed, wasn't it? Has any state or territory done that process, taken stock of how the public health system responded and done that kind of system-wide analysis?
I think that that is definitely starting to happen. And I think there have been, we have participated, and I'm sure the RACGP has participated in the consultations and the calls around a Centre for Diseases Prevention, a CDC, for, I've got the acronym wrong there, I'm sorry. But we think that a system, an institution like that would strongly help in not just taking stock of the public health response, but what we need and what our members really struggled with at the beginning. And we totally acknowledge once in a century, you know, happening, the evidence, nobody knew anything in the world about it when it first happened. We just kept digging and digging, and we had to just, everybody was on the run trying to deal with it as best they could. But we believe if we had that central institution, we could not only just do planning and prevention, but we could coordinate across all sectors. Because a health response requires responses and measures and resources from outside just the health system. So we need to, that work, and people are starting to look at it in different health departments, in different areas. We have a range of reviews, but what we need is the central coordination, bringing all the pieces together so that there's consistent, balanced, evidence-based information that we can provide, learn from, provide to people and work with.
Professor Morgan, what do you say to that proposition about having effectively a national CDC or some similar body? And in asking you that question, perhaps reflect upon the fact that we often had state and territory governments repeatedly saying that all of their decisions were solely based upon the advice coming from public health officials, when I think if we look back in retrospect, we realise that public health information was a key part of the decision making. But in complex decisions like this, there's always going to be a bunch of other factors that you need to take into account. Would having a CDC or similar federal body assist in that?
I agree entirely that having a tooled up system for understanding and analysing really complicated information that's dynamic is a key part, especially for a national response rather than a state-by-state response. Having a national body that's able to look at the information that's coming in and understand its implications and then make effective recommendations. I'd also think that a living guideline approach for the very technical job of understanding medical research is an essential component of an organisation like the CDC. You certainly need to have the right people able to critically appraise clinical information from and research information, and then present the extent of our certainty and uncertainty in order to make political decisions. And that did fall to a group of funded but mostly volunteer clinicians in the National Clinical Evidence Task Force.
And so I should have put that proposition to you separately, Professor Morgan, but do you agree, if we look back in retrospect, that we regularly saw premiers and political leaders standing up with chief public health officers and saying repeatedly, all that we're doing is 100% following the advice of the public health officers, when in reality, the advice from the public health officers was absolutely critical, but of course there were always going to have to be other factors taken into account when you're making decisions about lockdown or schooling, which included social and economic and other factors. Do you agree that that's what happened?
I agree that there was almost a sheltering behind the public health officials and a lack of open conversation with the population about how decisions were being made. And I think that shows a challenge with the way that we govern, in that there are two challenges, actually. One is that it's very hard for elected officials to change their mind, even in a changing situation, because they're held to what they said last week. And secondly, there doesn't seem to be an easy forum for clearly explaining how decisions are arrived at. It has to be sort of almost dumbed down, and the dumbing down that you described, which was to say all of this came from public health officials, was part of that. This is my personal opinion, but part of the way the elected officials managed both the uncertainty and the rapid changing situation.
Senator Shoebridge, final question.
Well, there are probably multiple questions I could put to you, but one of the other things that's been a theme in submissions is this breakdown in trust with governments, breakdown in trust with advice from the doctors and health professionals. Many of the submissions have focused on the failure of governments in this, but do either of you have any comments on the role of social media and non-evidence-based attacks that seem to get repeated on social media, the role of that in undermining trust in the health professions and in the advice that's coming from the health profession more broadly?
Could I take that
would you like
first?
to get this?
Yeah. I think it had an enormous impact, unfortunately, and sometimes positive, but sometimes negative. And because it's difficult for people to understand that, as Professor Morgan said earlier, health knowledge changes all the time. We're always updating and evolving. It's one of the most rapidly evolving areas. It's very difficult for people to understand in that situation. What we knew about COVID-19 in the first month changed within 6 months, and changed so fast because we just kept getting more and more information. So it seemed like people didn't know what they were doing, but we were constantly responding and evolving. There were people, unfortunately, who didn't dig into the evidence for a range of reasons, and it's not always easily digestible and accessible. That is one thing about getting health messaging right. Communication is key. And so unfortunately, social media can be a very quick way to put doubt and to undo those things, because it's a bit harder to understand the evolving complexity. Our members copped really a brunt of it. We had, because obviously nurses, GPs did, but nurses were across the country at the forefront of the vaccination program, administering vaccines. Our nurses are highly qualified. The training was well developed. They know exactly what's going on. They're very able to communicate with people. But our members got abused. They got spat on, they got physically abused, they got verbally abused, while they're in the middle of trying to do the best to protect everybody in the community. And a lot of that was fueled by social media, even though nurses and midwives, they're the holders and understanding the evidence behind what they're doing. So how we deal with that sort of what I can only describe as misinformation that is communicated so rapidly and without any sort of, no layers of, none of it had evidence behind it, is a real factor for how we deal with these things in the future.
Professor Morgan?
Oh, sorry, Professor Morgan, before you answer that, Senator Rennick, you've got a point of order.
Chair, I think it's important to note that witnesses are verging on to innuendo and speculation. I think it's fair to make claims of misinformation, but it needs to be specific rather than just a general accusation.
Okay, well, Senator Rennick, I don't think that is a point of order. You've made a point, but I don't think it's a point of order. Professor Morgan?
Yes, I was going to say that I would agree entirely with the answer we've just heard, that there are also many armchair experts that came to light because of a very hungry mainstream media and social media for information. And so there were many people giving their opinions, but not basing those opinions on the facts as we knew them at the time. But I think what the in terms of reference of the Royal Commission might think about is that's not going to change. We're not going to stop people from having a voice. We need to manage the key messages and really try and lift the health literacy of the community to understand where they can go to get reasonably sound factual information.
Okay, thank you, Professor Moore. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Green, you have the call.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you to both of our witnesses and both of your organisations for participating in another inquiry about COVID-19. Just going to that question around the Commonwealth Government's COVID-19 response inquiry. Can I just double check, have you had an opportunity to give a submission or participate in the public consultation so far?
You do. I'll take that first.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, because Professor Morgan's on a telephone line, it's a bit hard to coordinate. Yes, we have made a submission to that particular inquiry.
Okay. And sorry, Mr. Morgan, Professor Morgan?
Yeah, the RACGP's made submissions to the Senate Select Committee on COVID-19 inquiry, I think it was June 2020, the Royal Commission to Aged Care and Effects of COVID-19, the Australian National Audit Office's COVID-19 vaccine programme, and the Australian Audit Office extension of telehealth services audit, as well as the House Standing Committee for long COVID and repeated COVID infections. We've also made a submission to the Australian Government's COVID-19 response inquiry panel, which was, I think, the December 23.
Yep. And you, Ms. Butler, you actually mentioned a couple of others that have occurred. The Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability did a special hearing and report on COVID-19. Did either of your organisations contribute to that one, or the Aged Care Royal Commission, I think you also referred to?
Yes, Senator. We did not give one to the Disability Royal Commission, but yes to the Aged Care. The Aged Care Royal Commission they had a special section on the impact of COVID-19 in aged care, and we participated in that and gave evidence to that as well.
Well, thank you for doing so. Most of the states, if not all of the states, have also had inquiries into their response to the pandemic. Maybe you could take on notice if you've had an opportunity to respond to those. I think the Western Australian government had a whole of government independent review. The Victorian government had one as well. And there's been a few parliamentary inquiries in other states, but it's probably too late in the day to go through all of them. So we'll maybe get that from you on notice. Just following on from the question, I mean, look, I have no intention, unlike other senators, of making this some sort of debate about vaccine efficacy. But just on the current health risk to COVID-19, there are still patients that are vulnerable to COVID-19 like having to be hospitalised, and I wondered whether the Royal Australian College of GPs could maybe comment on that. I know people are, I don't want to panic anyone, but I know that there's still an ongoing risk for some groups of our community.
Yep, there's an ongoing risk for the amount of COVID-19 that's spreading around the community at the moment, but also the potential risk of new variants that are either more contagious or more virulent. There's an ongoing need to make available and inform people about the availability of vaccine boosters, of antiviral treatment that needs to be given early and to be effective in people at high risk, and an ongoing need, I think, to remind people of some of the lessons we learned about personal protection and avoiding the spread of infections.
Yeah. And to your members, Ms. Butler, like I imagine that they're still working in those high-risk environments, needing to be conscious of when we have spikes in COVID cases.
Absolutely. And of course, we have members, we still have people presenting, in ICUs who have COVID, and we've seen this most recent wave. And our members, of course, continue to be at risk. And as Professor Morgan just said, there's been an assumption that every subsequent variant is going to be less virulent, but we have no evidence for that. So we don't know. So we still need to have vigilance and preparedness and be, ready to deal with COVID-19, most particularly the vulnerable sections of our community. And those most at risk are, obviously, we've talked about people with disability, living in residential facilities, aged care facilities, but also people who don't have good access to ongoing quality healthcare at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. And is that why, I guess you were answering these questions to Senator Shoebridge earlier, but is that why we need to have good public messaging about the risks and the precautions that people can take, and any undermining of that public messaging can be quite dangerous?
Yeah, I'll jump in here, Professor, but it's really important. And some of the things that we've learned aren't just relevant to COVID. And as I said earlier, need to have supports from sectors outside just the health sector, because one of the things we should do is stay at home if you're unwell. And that hasn't been, society's had a soldier on concept, not a stay at home if you're unwell. But these are really simple things that people can do who could be at risk of spreading COVID-19 to the more vulnerable, and they could take simple measures to avoid those risks. But if you're someone who's working in a casual job, insecure, you get forced to go to work, all of those things we learned through the pandemic. It's not just about health messaging, that's critical, getting people to understand the simple things that we can do to help support everybody else, but we need proper funding and policy supports across the community to make sure we can make those things happen.
Yeah, thank you. Probably just my last question then, following on from that, Professor Morgan, you might be able to comment on this. Is it, from a professional point of view, what do you make, or is it disappointing to see the divisiveness and political debate around what should essentially be a scientifically based public messaging on COVID and people taking the steps to prevent further illness?
Yes, I don't think there's a problem with reasonable debate and questioning, but where there's very clear information that points in a particular direction, and that's saving lives. Undermining that with a purposeful blindness to the facts and figures would be very harmful, and that's something to avoid. And you know, we look across at the United States and sort of poke fun at some of the divisiveness we see there, but it seems to happen in Australia as well.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much to both of the witnesses.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Now we've got 5 minutes left. Senator Roberts, I know you have further questions. Senator Rennick had some further questions, so I'm not going to ask any questions. If I can give you one question, Senator Roberts, and Senator Rennick, if I can give you one question, that'll take us through to 2 o'clock. So, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Butler, your submission calls for a better preparedness plan, and yet we did have a pandemic preparedness plan, which was written after the SARS outbreak and updated in 2019, well before COVID. This was ignored during COVID by state and federal governments. Wouldn't it be logical to call on this document as the basis for any future plan? But you didn't mention it in your submission.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I would say that that's because the ANMF considered that preparedness plan insufficient, and that it didn't form the basis of how we managed COVID, made sense to us as our response evolved. It's one of the reasons that we are calling for or supporting the inquiries into the establishment of a CDC, where we can have a cross-sectoral proper plan, good preparedness with all the players that we need involved across, you know, all sections of the community in order to prepare us for the future. And so we would not want to see a return to that particular plan, because we've learnt so much over the last 4 years, and we know how much more robust our systems need to be now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Rennick, final question for these witnesses.
Thanks, Chair. Professor Morgan, you mentioned it was a shame about the purposeful blindness of people who want to ignore the facts. Do you include the health profession itself and the doctors and nurses who weren't given the product assessment report and the non-clinical report, and also the fact that boosters ignored the risk of immune imprinting? I mean, I know it's well known you're not supposed to overuse antibiotics, and you're supposed to finish your antibiotic course so that the bacteria doesn't build up a resistance to the antibiotics. Yet the medical profession has continued to promote boosters, knowing that viruses mutate much more easily than bacteria. What's your comments in regards to the failure to alert people to the risk of immune imprinting?
I think the medical profession, or certainly the people, our members and the people I have contact with, have the interests of patients and trying to get effective healthcare at heart, and have their motivation. They don't have any partisan drivers for one belief system or not. They want to do the best for their patients. They want to be informed and be able to have a conversation with their patients about pros and cons of treatments that are being offered. And they want to have believable, effective and timely information on which to make decisions and to give advice. So I think information does need to be balanced, and it does need to be accurate. I'm not going to comment on the very specifics of whether boosters work or not. That requires a technical examination of the evidence.
Are you aware of immune imprinting now? I mean,
not by that terminology at all. To be fair, I've never heard of the word immune imprinting until you mentioned it.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Can I thank our witnesses, Ms Butler and Professor Morgan, and if I can echo the sentiments of other members of this committee in terms of giving our heartfelt thanks to your members for the service they provided the Australian community through these difficult times. So thank you for appearing today. Right, I now welcome representatives from Suicide Prevention Australia, who I think my screen is telling me you're there. Thank you for, can you hear me? Just wave. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today, and thank you for your submission as well. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could I ask each of you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Can we spotlight them there? Can we spotlight their image so as we get a bigger image?
Sorry, we're going to try and bring you over to the bigger screen. You can't see what's happening here, but...
Yeah.
Oh, when you speak, you will shift, I'm told. So if you could introduce yourselves. Sorry, you're on mute.
Well, the mic's not working.
No, have another crack. No, can't hear you.
That cunning plan to get them to upsize.
That's better. The cunning plan worked.
Eventually.
Okay, if you could, and you're now on our big screen as well. So if you could introduce yourselves, please.
My name is Chris Stone. I am the Director of Policy and Government Relations at Suicide Prevention Australia.
Also, I am Anne Leslie. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at Suicide Prevention Australia.
Just hold on one tick. Oh, okay. We're just getting the audio right here, so that's good. Do you have an opening statement that you'd like to provide?
I do have a brief opening statement.
Okay, over to you. Ooh, over to you, Mr. Stone.
Suicide Prevention Australia is the national peak body on suicide prevention. We have over 400 members across Australia, those ranging from large names that most Australians will be familiar with, Lifeline, Black Dog, Blue, right down to small community organisations working to prevent suicide in their area. Those members represent around about 140,000 workers and volunteers working to prevent suicide. The reason why we've made a submission to this inquiry, and we thank the inquiry for this opportunity to give evidence and for the opportunity to give that submission, is that our deep concerns around the risk of suicide in being impacted by COVID. The evidence is that pandemics and other disasters do impact suicide, but in a complex way. Suicide risk is heightened by factors like social isolation, employment uncertainty, financial distress, a range of other things that are increased by pandemics and the necessary health responses to them. But the evidence is that there's a time lag in those impacts of around 2 to 3 years. So we're really only now starting to see what the effects of the COVID pandemic are on suicide. The latest national cause of death data, which is for 2022, showed an increase in the rates of death by suicide for the first time since 2019. More recent 2023 data in New South Wales and in Victoria shows continuing high numbers of deaths compared to 2021 before. So because the evidence shows that suicide risk is increased and it is complex, it's vital that any investigation into COVID has as one of its objectives a task to understand the impacts on suicide and what lessons can be learned from future pandemics and other disasters, and that's why we're here. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stone. Senator Roberts has questions, and I'll be going to Senator Shoebridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Stone and Ms. Leslie, for your submission, for being here, and also thank you for the work you do. It's very important work. And thank you for the support, your support for the Royal Commission to include suicide prevention. Is it your position that the COVID response, rather, was associated with a higher rate of suicide in Australia? Do we know that yet for sure?
As I say, we don't absolutely know that yet for sure. What we do know is we have evidence that previous epidemics have led to increased rates of suicide in the areas where they are, particularly in the years following. So that's where we are. We also know that the evidence is that suicide is a complex behaviour driven by many factors like social isolation, like financial uncertainty, like job loss, all of which are things that we know occur during the course of epidemics and pandemics as a result both of the effects of the illness itself, but also the health responses to it.
Could you share with us, please, Mr. Stone, thank you for that. Could you share with us, please, what the loss of a job due to a COVID injection mandate would cause, the loss of businesses, especially small businesses that were hammered in the COVID response. Marriages, suiciding because people disagree with their partner's response to the COVID injections. We know that caused a lot of problems. Could you give us some examples and tell us about some of the things that are causing or potentially causing a higher suicide rate, please?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that's important to keep in mind is that the clear evidence is that government action can actually prevent the risk of suicide from a pandemic and from the health responses. So what we know is that, as I say, suicide is complex human behaviour, and in any particular case, there will be a range of factors, and it's impossible to say with certainty what exact factor led to it. But we do know absolutely that job loss is associated with increase in the risk of suicide. But we also know that there is the potential to step in with someone who has experienced one of these factors, such as job loss, and provide them with support that mitigate that risk. And so that's a really key point, is that the government can provide supports that can prevent suicide.
Thank you. Have you any specific stories or examples you can share with us about people devastated by the government's response to COVID or by any aspect of the COVID response?
Like I say, it's very problematic in any individual circumstance to say this is the factor that absolutely caused it. So no, I don't have any stories along those lines.
What we can do is give you some general data kind of showing the indication of the potential future increased risk of suicide. For example, we know that other measures of distress, mental health service usage increased, self-harm and suicide attempts increased during the pandemic. For example, the use of the mental health support website called Mental Health Group, and that was by up to 184%. And that's over the 3 years of the pandemic. In addition, we know that average calls to crisis support service line, Lifeline, that rose by 24%. Beyond Blue, that went up by 23%. Some other key factors to consider is that ambulance attendance is related to suicide ideation. That increased, particularly within the state of Victoria. There was an 11% increase in call-outs for suicidal ideation. So this data really indicates that record numbers of Australians sought support during COVID.
Mrs. Leslie, with indulgence of you, Senator Roberts, could I ask you to take on notice if you could provide those statistics and the sources for them? That would be, and if there are any other statistics of that nature, it would be very helpful if you could provide those on notice to the committee.
Definitely.
Thank you. Senator Roberts, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And also we have a secondary effect, don't we? Because, for example, I was trying to help a constituent in Queensland who's running a volunteer organisation to look after people who are homeless. And that homelessness, he cited examples off his own bat. I didn't ask for them. He cited an example of people who are now homeless and being shunted from place to place, living in tents and cars. And they're homeless because they refused to comply with the COVID injection mandate. So they lost their job. That then spiralled into loss of house. That then spiralled into potentially loss of marriage. So it's not really COVID that causes suicide, increased suicide. It's government responses to COVID that cause suicide.
It's certainly true that government responses can lead to some of those factors, as you talked about, like homelessness and job loss. It's also true, I think, that a pandemic, particularly an uncontrolled pandemic, would also cause significant potential increase in suicide. Not least of which one of the major factors in suicide is bereavement. And so the loss of people to a fatal disease is obviously a significant driver, particularly where that disease is not controlled.
And we've also heard, I've personally heard many stories of individuals who've had a bereavement in their family, and they know it's due to the COVID injections, not COVID itself. And these were mandated. Scott Morrison, our Prime Minister at the time, said there were no COVID vaccine mandates in Australia. Yet he bought the injections, he gave them to the states, he indemnified the states, he encouraged them to put in place COVID injection mandates. He also provided the access for the states to the health department data, the federal health department data, which was the only thing that enabled the vaccine mandates. And the state premier said that the COVID injection mandates that they applied were a response from the National Cabinet, which Scott Morrison started and continued and led. So there's a huge number of deaths due to COVID injection mandates, and that does trigger bereavement and loss.
That's the medical risks of injections are, I'm afraid, not my area, and I can't comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Shoebridge.
Look, thank you for your work and thank you for your submission and engagement with the inquiry. You said in your opening statement, and I think it's also included in your submission, that when you have a significant disaster, that can often be associated with an uptick in suicide numbers. Can you talk to that just in a little bit more detail?
Yeah, absolutely. And this applies not just to pandemics, but also to other forms of disasters, say earthquakes, floods. The impacts of a disaster are profound and multiple. They're not only the financial impacts that can be loss of home, loss of job. There are also the bereavement impacts from loss of life, and there's a significant distress impact as people's worlds are turned upside down. For all of these reasons, we do see, as one would expect, an increase in the rates of suicide in many cases.
And I'm assuming that's a very powerful reason for your proposition that when we're looking at not just responses to pandemics, but responses to human-made and natural disasters, that suicide prevention needs to be right there and central in mapping out a government response.
That's absolutely correct. Yes, it does, and it needs to be properly planned and properly staged. One of the complexities in this area is because suicide rates can rise significantly after the disaster itself. One of the theories as to why that's the case is because it's often at that point that the supports are withdrawn, sometimes overly suddenly. 2 years from a disaster, people tend to think, yes, it's over, everyone's back on their feet, but for many people, their lives are still being significantly impacted. So there needs to be not only supports coming in right at the beginning, but also supports lasting through for when people need it.
Yeah, and indeed, I recall having evidence given to some state inquiries that I was on that really 6 months to 2 years after is some of the most critical time to be providing mental health support, check-ins, and some material support as well. That 6 to 2 years after is often when the circus has moved on politically, but people's lives are still seriously impacted by what's happened. Is that something that you think we've learnt out of COVID, or is it a lesson that still hasn't been embedded?
There is a concern that lesson hasn't been completely understood. There were some supports withdrawn. For example, some of the financial supports, the reduction in government benefits, the ending of bans on evictions. There were some of those that were withdrawn, and at the time we advocated that it was too early to withdraw those, and that they should be withdrawn in a more staged fashion. And so we are concerned that the lesson wasn't fully learned about needing those long-lasting supports.
Yeah, and often in this space, people want to pick out one element of a government's response, whether it's a vaccine mandate or it's a particular element of public health orders, and say, that's the issue. That's led to all of this damage, all of this loss of lives. But when we're talking with something like a global pandemic, are you aware of any evidence or any studies that allow you to pick out one little element like that and say, aha, that's it?
No, definitely not. And indeed, the impression I have had from research is that it's very much you have to take a whole of government, whole of community perspective. That's something that we advocate in suicide prevention, really in any circumstances, disaster or not, because there are so many different factors that can create the risk of suicide. You certainly can't point to one thing that was done and say that was it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we've had a variety of appalling natural disasters that have really hit some regions of our country brutally. But perhaps what distinguished COVID was, it was a global pandemic, and there was a huge amount of unknown fear. Was that something that was distinct in your minds about COVID? And reflecting back, do you think we dealt with that well, or would there have been some other mental health or communication supports that might have assisted the community responding to that from a suicide prevention point of view?
Yeah, look, I hasten to add with this comment, I'm moving somewhat into the realm of speculation. I'm not aware of any evidence on this point, but it's absolutely the case in general that uncertainty can be a factor in exacerbating distress. And we were, of course, dealing with very uncertain times. I think it's certainly true that when you're dealing with those sorts of circumstances, clear and effective government communication can do a lot to reduce uncertainty, and the reverse, that ineffective and unclear communication can cause problems.
Yeah, and we had some witnesses earlier talking about how when a government's response is empowering individuals and informing individuals and bringing them along on the journey, rather than being coercive, that can be an important way of getting the community on board. Does that kind of strategy also have an impact on suicide prevention?
Look, certainly individual autonomy can do a great deal to reduce distress. It's also true, I think, that community resilience plays a huge part in reducing suicide. And so to the extent that government is building communities and bringing along and resourcing them to do what needs to be done, they are not only responding to the disaster, but also increasing the resilience of people within those communities against suicide.
Knowing your neighbours are there checking out on you, knowing the public health system is well resourced and you'll be supported, those kinds of broader community investments, long-term community investments are also critical. Is that your evidence?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Schubert. Senator Green, did you have any questions?
Just a very quick question, and thank you for your appearance today, and thank you for all the work you do in our community. It's obviously incredibly important, particularly throughout the pandemic. I've just asked all of our witnesses today whether you've had a chance to make a submission to the Commonwealth Government's COVID-19 response inquiry.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And perhaps on notice, because you might not have it in front of you, I've also asked whether you've had the chance to participate in any other COVID-19 reviews or inquiries. There's been quite a few around the country, but particularly the state parliaments and state governments have had inquiries into their responses to COVID-19. So I'm interested to know what inquiries you were able to participate in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely, and we will provide a list of those that we've participated in on notice. But absolutely, we have participated in as many of the COVID inquiries as we were able to with our resources to get to, because this is an issue that concerns us, and we really do feel that the lessons learned about how to avoid the increased risk of suicide need to be something that's bedded in for any future disasters and pandemics that we may encounter. So.
And to be clear, I think it's probably, I don't want to take up too much of your time and resources. I think there's been 29 parliamentary inquiries just from a Commonwealth government point of view. So just the high level ones are really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. If I could ask some questions, Mr. Stone and Mrs. Leslie. Firstly, I wrote down the triggers, potential triggers or contributing factors to someone suffering from, in the first instance, suicide ideation, and then perhaps tragically progressing to attempting to take their own lives. Social isolation, financial distress, job loss were some of the ones you mentioned. To what extent is it different depending upon the age or the particular attributes of individuals in society? So there were different cohorts of the population may have been impacted differently. So one end of the spectrum, you've got young people, potentially teenagers, who can often be a very vulnerable cohort in terms of rates of youth suicide, suffering from that social isolation, not being able to engage in all the school-based activities that perhaps they could have usually engaged in. And then at the other end of the age spectrum, people in aged care not being able to see their relatives and suffering that very intense social isolation at that time in their life. To what extent is it different for different cohorts?
Look, it is very different and very complex. We recently, not so long ago, last year, released a report where we identified 22 different factors outside mental health that can lead to the risk of suicide based on the research. And so there are some of the ones that you've mentioned and also been mentioned elsewhere as homelessness and a range of other factors. And you're absolutely right that all of those factors do impact different cohorts differently. Social isolation does definitely hit older members of the community, but interestingly also hits younger members of the community. Socialisation is incredibly important for young people. Another complexity is around gender. Males, as you might be aware, are 3 times more likely to die by suicide, and they're more likely to be affected by factors like job loss and financial crisis. That's more likely to be a driving factor. So it's probably true to say that all of the factors that lead to suicide to a certain extent differ by different cohorts.
Okay. So not wanting to preempt any conclusions that might be made with respect to any particular policies, but to what extent, when public health officials are considering issues like lockdowns, do they need to consider that, well, social isolation is a trigger point for potential suicide ideation. Therefore, that needs to be part of the balance in terms of making public health decisions. Could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. It does definitely need to be part of the balance. I do feel that it was part of the balance in the decisions that were made, but we want to make sure it is always taken into account. And recognising that sometimes there is a necessity to do things that may increase social isolation. And what that means then is the need for other responses in order to mitigate the suicide risk. An increase in supports, for example.
And then, as I understand your evidence, Mr. Stone, it is important that those additional supports aren't cut off at the end of the particular event, be it a pandemic or natural disaster, because there's a lag time during which the issues around suicide ideation, depression, etc., may manifest themselves. Therefore, you need that support for a period of time after the relevant traumatic event. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And in making that decision of when to withdraw supports, government needs to be responsive to the evidence in front of it. Like, for example, the usage of call lines. If there is still very high usage of helplines and usage of other services, then there's an indicator that there's still a need for those services. And if anything, that they might need to be ramped up and not removed. And that applies to other supports that impact on people's distress levels as well, such as protections around renting and increased benefits.
So to what extent, and happy for you to take this on notice if you would like, to what extent are you satisfied that research is currently in train, occurring now, to consider the lag effect you've spoken about, so that when that data manifests itself, there are studies occurring now that can pick that up and feed that into future decision-making processes?
That situation is reasonably good at the moment. One thing I will add on that is that we, as part of our responsibilities as the peak body, we administer the Suicide Prevention Research Grant Fund, which, as its name suggests, funds research into suicide prevention. That fund it currently goes until, I believe, mid-2025. But we are looking at, looking at whether or not those funds will be extended to continue that research. And it's exactly that sort of research that needs to continue to happen so that we can understand the lessons learned.
Well, Mr. Stone, this is what's known politically as a Dorothy Dixer, but if you can take on notice and provide a fulsome answer as to the importance of that funding continuing past 2025 in order to address the points which I think you've made very persuasively in your submission, I'd invite you to do so. Are you happy to do that?
Yeah, very happy. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions from senators?
No, thank you.
There being no other questions, we'll suspend for the moment. I understand our witnesses from Converse may be able to attend somewhat earlier, but we'll take a 10-minute suspension at the moment. And if I can thank you, Mr. Stone, and thank you, Mrs. Leslie. I note that you've undertaken to do some homework as well. We'll come back to you in terms of timetables for that. But thank you very much for the evidence you provided and everything that you do. Thank you very much. We'll just suspend now for 10 minutes. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Coverse. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. It's greatly appreciated. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could I ask each of you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you. My name is Rachel O'Reilly. I'm here as one of the co-founders of Coverse, which is the national science-led charity set up for Australians who've been harmed by or lost a loved one to the COVID vaccines.
Thank you.
And I'm Dr. Rado Faletic, also co-founder of Coverse and director as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have an opening statement you'd like to make?
I do, yeah.
Okay, over to you, Ms. O'Reilly.
So Coverse exists since 2022 because neither the federal government nor any state and territory governments are providing adequate support for citizens affected by these products. We do what government should be doing, which is communicating with citizens harmed by a government-approved drug, fostering appropriate research connections and addressing glaring information deficits. We work closely with our international patient advocacy counterparts and the universities and research bodies that they are connected to, studying people's reactions to COVID vaccines. No Australian medical research organisation is yet working directly with us as patients in this country. My colleague Rado has a PhD in science and is a consultant in the area of international scientific collaborations. I have a master's in media and culture and do research on neoliberalism, populism and climate change. We've both taken many vaccines throughout our lives with no issues whatsoever. We're able to present today only because we had family support covering lost incomes and investing their savings to help us access tests and treatments that aren't covered by the government. There was no infrastructure set up to support Australians suffering from COVID vaccine reactions, and there still is not. The people who we represent are dealing with life-changing injuries and institutional and social ostracisation that we would argue is comparable to the earliest days of the AIDS pandemic. Comparable. Our early diagnostic and therapeutic information early on only came via international social networks of affected people, existing under heavy global media and medical censorship erected around the discourse of emergency. Most importantly, people with serious COVID vaccine reactions come from all walks of life and got vaccinated at the request of Australian governments to protect our communities. Contrary to claims made about us without us by government, our reactions are rarely mild or self-resolving. COVID vaccine reactions can involve cardiac, neurological, immunological, cognitive and other disabilities. They can appear very suddenly in days and weeks while others develop more gradually. Our data shows it takes at least 8 months to see any improvement whatsoever in people's symptoms. The government's own pharmacovigilance data has over 22,000 reports of serious adverse events following COVID vaccination, including several thousand with cardiac inflammation. To our knowledge, fewer than 1% of cases have had a claim approved by the government's punitively narrow compensation scheme, and half of work cover claims, approximately, that we know of have been rejected. The adverse events reports for the COVID vaccines constitute almost a quarter of all drug reaction reports published by the TGA since 1971, yet our cases did not raise any safety signals. Our submissions to 10 federal and state inquiries detail the scale and scope of medical and institutional harms that we face. Despite the evidence, our situation has barely changed in 3 years. We appreciate our first appearance speaking directly to Parliament today.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for being here. I understand you drove down Ms. O'Reilly from Queensland,
yes,
because you can't fly because of your condition.
The last flight I took was very difficult, so I'm not sure why I can't fly or when I'll be able to fly again. Yeah.
I appreciate your precise answer. Thank you for your submission and your support for a Royal Commission. Can I ask you about this comment on page 1 of your submission? I'm going to quote from you. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 vaccines have resulted in significantly higher rates of reported side effects, and you've just given us the data, than prior routine vaccines. Sadly, those Australians who have experienced very serious adverse health outcomes and bereavement caused by these vaccines have on the whole been treated appallingly by government and public health authorities. Can you explain that comment? I'm taking it that you denied recognition that you exist, that you have a problem, you denied compensation, denied treatment, and you're also concerned that this will kill more people, and we've still got boosters being advocated by some health authorities.
Yeah, that's a lot of questions. Maybe go with the compo question.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the compensation issue, because it can probably encapsulate a lot of the problems that we're facing. The Australian government's compensation program was set up in late 2021 to try and give the Australian public some sort of safety net and an assurance that if something went wrong, they would be looked after. However, what you don't realise, and what the Australian public doesn't realise, and what we didn't realise until after we got injured, was that the scheme was designed so narrowly that hardly any of us qualify for it. And we've got to wonder, why was that done? And this comes back to the Royal Commission and why questions need to be asked about that in particular. So some conditions are recognised by the TGA and are claimable by the compensation scheme. So, for example, if you happen to have myocarditis from the Pfizer vaccine and you were hospitalised, lucky you might be able to get compensation. But if you had the AstraZeneca vaccine and got the same health condition, suck eggs. You know, that's the approach that the government has taken. And despite many of us over this course of these 3 years screaming at the tops of our voices, trying to get our concerns and our stories out there and addressed by government, nothing has changed. Nobody wants to address the issues that are affecting us directly. And that's the challenge we face. It's almost as if the entire government edifice has this policy position called safe and effective. Anything that stands in the way of safe and effective, whether it's people who have had an adverse reaction or eminent scientists who have grave concerns about some aspects of some of these vaccines, they are immediately shut down by government and by media organisations as being misinformation or disinformation or whatever else they might like to be labelled, despite the fact that these people have genuine, well-established and well-reasoned concerns. And we certainly have concerns. Based on what we've experienced and the types of roadblocks that we face when trying to get help and answers from our institutions that are supposed to be helping us.
Thank you. That's very clear. So you're sensing a huge wall, a defensiveness. Would you classify that as fraud, which, as I understand it, I'm not a lawyer, is the presentation of something as it is not for gain? The government is protecting itself from shelling out on claims.
This is why a Royal Commission is needed. We want to know what was behind these decisions and the rationale that went behind them. So the eligibility criteria for the compensation scheme, for example, allows the government to tell the Australian public, look, we have this wonderful compensation scheme, but when so few of us actually qualify for it, they can then turn around and say, oh, look, these vaccines are so safe, so few people have been hurt. So you've got to wonder, what was the political motive, if there was a political motive, behind the design of the scheme in the way it has been? And then you extend the similar types of questions to other aspects of pandemic public health policy. Now, I say public health policy as opposed to public health science, because so many of the things that were implemented, particularly when it came around to the safe and effective narrative, were increasingly clear that they were policy wishes, policy positions, rather than backed by robust science that could actually stand up to broad and intense scrutiny. So, yeah, in answer to your question, we want to know the answer, basically, and I think the Australian public deserves the answer.
And you made that, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just thought I'd be a bit more specific. So the list of covered conditions in the compensation scheme, the narrow list, is only for some vaccines but not others. Myocarditis and pericarditis, various blood clot issues, GBS, Guillain-Barré syndrome, capillary leak syndrome, shoulder injury from the needle, anaphylaxis, and a particular skin condition. The things that are not covered, which are reactions that can be quite serious, seen in, heavily in our groups and also in the expanding medical literature, but not in the compensation scheme, include vaccine-induced ME/CFS.
Sorry, can you just
slow down?
Yeah. Sorry. What was that one?
So the conditions that are not covered in the compensation scheme, but that feature heavily in our groups and in medical literature, which is constantly emerging, but not at all in this compensation conditions, compensatable conditions, include the following: vaccine-induced ME/CFS,
What is that an abbreviation?
Chronic fatigue syndrome or myalgic encephalomyelitis. POTS, tachycardia, mast cell activation syndrome, dysautonomia, autoimmune conditions, costochondritis, ventricular dysfunction, cardiac arrest, stroke, tinnitus, vertigo, menstrual and fertility issues, thyroid disorders, and there's a much longer list than that as well.
Are you able to table that?
Sure.
Thank you. Your submission calls for, I'm going to quote again from it, the Royal Commission to examine the scientific, legal, regulatory and medical context of Australia's COVID-19 vaccination program, end of quote. Could a COVID Royal Commission be called without looking at the issues around vaccine approval, efficacy, marketing, mandates and adverse events?
No.
Thank you. Is Australia's pharmacovigilance, the monitoring of the outcomes of pharmaceuticals, fit for purpose in connection with our COVID response?
That's what we'd like to know. What we do know from public information from overseas, particularly the US, is that there was extraordinary political pressure on the US FDA to approve these vaccines in a record pace.
Without testing?
They were tested to some extent, and we can cover that if anybody would like to know some of our concerns with that. But there certainly was testing, but the political pressure was enormous, and there are some high-profile cases of US FDA officials having resigned over protest over the way some of those approvals were handled. And given that we see that political pressure happening in the US, it's hard to imagine that there was not similar political pressure happening here in Australia, particularly as adverse events started to build, reports started to come in at extraordinary numbers, as Rachel mentioned in the opening statement, numbers that eclipse any other product that's hit the Australian markets. That number alone should have been cause for concern, yet nothing happens. The TGA, so many safety signals emerged, and if the committee is interested, there's a class action that's been filed. The committee may wish to look at the statement of claims in that class action, and in particular, step by step, the types of things the TGA should have done but didn't do. Some of the reported conditions that under other circumstances might have been flagged to the public as reactions of concern, but the TGA didn't. So we want to know, why didn't they?
Are you able to include that as a question on notice?
We can
send it to the committee.
It's available publicly on the web, but we can include a link.
I'd like to officially get it as part of the committee. You talk about infrastructure for vaccine, your submission talks about infrastructure for vaccine adverse reactions. Can you explain what you mean by that? What areas should a Royal Commission investigate on infrastructure for vaccine adverse reactions?
So there is no organisation in Australia that is tasked with fully investigating or treating adverse reactions to COVID vaccines. There wasn't in the beginning, and if you react tomorrow to a booster, you'll deal with almost the same situation that we dealt with at the beginning. What happens is initially you'll react to your vaccine. Obviously, you won't be confident about the situation that you're in. You go to emergency if it feels serious, or to your GP if it feels less serious. If a condition is on that narrow list of compensatable conditions that the TGA has published, doctors are more likely to associate that condition with your vaccine and treat you as a reaction patient. If it's not on that short list, the chances of a doctor saying it's connected is quite slim. And we need to look at the complex cases in more detail, and that doesn't happen. The TGA passively collects submitted reports. Generally, the press releases say that the TGA is monitoring us, okay? The TGA passively collects submitted reports from GPs or specialists normally, but overwhelmingly in this pandemic, patients have had to submit self-reports ourselves to the TGA in the absence of our doctors doing that. So there's an amateurism there that is because of the length of time it actually takes for us to get proper diagnoses. At that moment, upon submission of our report, a local, state or territory nurse will call you to ensure that only that you're a legally legitimate person, and they'll check that your information is accurate according to you. It's a token gesture asking a few questions merely to match the registration to the person. In my case, I was 8 months in before I self-submitted to the TGA, and my body was failing in Alice Springs while I was trying to do PhD research. And the nurse said to me, because I'd already been checked out by a cardiologist, and I was like, I'm not sure there's anyone further that I can see, and what should I do? And she just said, I've talked to my bosses. I just want you to please keep trying to get help. That was at 8 months. So the TGA couldn't direct me anywhere. They only advised me to get a second opinion.
So, Riley, could I ask, could you just track through, I was going to ask you about your own personal experience.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting if you could just track through to the beginning of your story and then bring us along in terms of the chronology.
So you're asking for her to document that?
Oh, you could take it on notice, but if you are happy to share, I'm keen to hear.
Yeah, I've submitted it to my Labor MP, and it's a 2 or 3 page document, so I'd prefer to. But yeah, I eventually got, I think, 13 diagnoses that only started around the 12, 14-month mark. And initially, my reaction came on in a swimming pool 2 days after my second shot in zero COVID conditions in Queensland. But my symptoms were heart, neurological, immune, mast cell activation. I have issues with circulation on the whole left side of my body, and I'm managing co-infections now that I've gotten a lot better with a advanced chronic fatigue protocol connected with Stanford University research.
And your health prior to that?
I had never been sick. I had low-level depression, and that was the only thing that I've ever suffered from. Yeah.
Okay, Cindy Roberts.
Okay, so where am I at? So the nurse rings you and, kind of says, good luck. The nurses are often sounding quite concerned when they speak to us. Some states do have vaccine safety clinics where at-risk patients can get vaccinated more safely under medical observation. These clinics are theoretically tasked to give support to people like us. In reality, we have, as people already injured, and a lot of us, because we didn't have health risks, we didn't think we needed supervision to get vaccinated. But once we're injured, we're encouraged to go to these sites where often we're merely pressured to continue to get vaccinated by a different brand of the vaccine. And then we have internal data that shows 60 to 80% of people that are in that situation who revaccinate after harm from a previous vaccine, 60 to 80% of them are more likely to get worse. So in the absence of any kind of investigative or treatment infrastructure beyond our ordinary GPs, we were hopeful that long COVID clinics might assist us, but long COVID clinics weren't actually tasked with dealing with us either. ATAGI does provide that guidance as to who shouldn't get vaccinated, but provides no opportunity for people who've suffered reactions to be exempt from further vaccines. I've been sick for 2.5 years. I was very sick for about 2 years. And I don't have an exemption. I'm thinking about retraining at the moment, and any consideration I could give to retraining is going to be massively affected by any future mandate. I have no protection from getting another, no protection to avoid another vaccine because of how there's just no option, and that's due to the discouragement of the GPs to give out exemptions to people like us. I think that's the main thing. So yeah, in the context of that infrastructural question, people who know us, who support us, who are trying to care for us can see that we haven't been looked after for this entire time. And we suggest that a future of safe and effective vaccines depends entirely on dealing with us properly, with setting up proper infrastructure.
Thank you very much. So you're saying or suggesting that the reporting of injection injuries is grossly underreported, and doctors don't necessarily understand. Could I perhaps?
I would say that there's no national medical guidelines that a GP has access to that gives them direction on the scope of things to test us for, or how to inquire into our conditions.
got several stories like the one I'm about to share. Someone who was injected the first time, had a severe reaction, carted off to hospital, came back to work, and his employer, a major Australian company, Qantas, said they insisted that he have a second injection. So he was then put off on workers' comp. So another one, a fairly elderly woman caring for her son who's incapacitated, said she would not have the injection because she was immune compromised and worried about it. And they said, well, let's inject you in intensive care unit at Sunshine Coast University. I mean, this doesn't indicate to me that doctors either care, most of them do, let's face it, or that they're aware of what's going on, or they are under enormous pressure to keep injecting people. Any comments?
So it's a complex problem. So the first thing is the stories that you've just relayed. We know many of stories exactly like that. We have multiple things going wrong. The TGA we've already spoken about. We've also got the medical profession regulator, APRA, who issued a threat in 2021 to all doctors in Australia that they were not to do anything that would undermine the national vaccine campaign. Now, their language was blurry enough for them to then come into Senate estimates and say, oh, we didn't mean doctors shouldn't report vaccine injuries or anything like that. But the reality is, and almost every single vaccine injured person in the country has a doctor who has told them this. So this is not just one or two cases. This is a widespread comment from the medical community to us along the lines of, APRA won't let us talk about this. APRA won't let us report about this, or I can't even treat you. And some doctors go so far as to kick patients out of their office saying, please don't come back. I do not want to treat you anymore. So that's how bad that threat was taken by doctors of Australia. And unfortunately, that leads to a complex situation where doctors aren't adequately recognising and reporting these adverse reactions. And so the TGA, whilst they do have these extraordinary numbers of reports already, there's this massive shortfall in reporting because so many of the doctors simply aren't doing it. Now, had those doctors been told the opposite, that it was their obligation to report every single adverse reaction following vaccination, then maybe the environment might have been different. But because of that lack of reporting, then TGA, for whatever reason, isn't identifying safety signals. Maybe with more numbers they might have, which would have then let doctors know, these are some of the conditions that are being recognised. I'm seeing that in my patients, therefore I'm going to report those, and would have been a self-fulfilling positive circle. But instead we've got this negative cycle of underreporting or dismissing reports and those types of things. So, and then as Rachel mentioned, there's the problem of ATAGI, the Technical Advisory Committee on Vaccines, who whilst their advice appears neutral and very scientific, it gives absolutely no scope to these doctors who are under threat to provide exemptions for people like us. Almost every specialist I saw, even though I was not mandated, I did ask specialists if I needed to get a third vaccine for travel or whatever, is there a possibility of me getting an exemption so that I don't have to put my health at future risk? And they said, no way. The best we can do is say, you have to take a different vaccine.
Which has no science behind it.
And they can't tell us what happened in the first instance, and there's no science to say that it wouldn't happen again with the third shot.
So regardless of what APRA has answered to me in my questions and Senate estimates, it is quite clear that doctors feel threatened by APRA's declaration.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And it's, I mean, so, it would be amazing if we could access equitably with protecting privacy, if we could access, more information on, the medical records of affected people. But just to give you an idea of how much the APRA situation has affected our records, some of our best doctors, in order for us to get the right tests, if they write vaccine injury on the reason for them ordering a test, the test might not be approved. Wow. So in my case, I have three tests proving serum test proving I haven't had COVID. The last one was a while ago. But my best doctors who are working hardest to help me and who have helped me so much, who are courageously, working very quietly, doing what doctors should be doing, They write on my form that I'm suffering long COVID in order for me to get the tests for a medical condition that is very similar to long COVID, but it's not exactly the same. So that's, the complexity of the distortion and the way in which we have to struggle just to get investigated affects our doctors as well. And I think it's quite reasonable for them to avoid dealing with us properly to protect their careers, quite frankly.
So, Senator Roberts, just one more question, then I have to share the call.
So doctors are in effect lying to help you. So you talk about political messaging, language used to ostracize, to create compliance. And you talk about political interference on page 6 of your excellent submission. It really is an outstanding submission. What aspect of the messaging used during COVID should the Royal Commission have a careful look at?
Yeah, I just want to insist that doctors aren't lying. They're in a very difficult position. I think Rado can answer the second question.
Yeah, so we all remember...
Maybe not lying, but they're misreporting.
Well, they're doing their best to be doctors under the circumstances.
Exactly, that was my point.
Yeah, that is the point, yeah. And I experienced the same. I remember questioning one of my doctors as to what they wrote in a referral, and that doctor said, "We want you to get this referral accepted so you can be investigated."
Wow.
But with regards to the political interference, what we're referring to here is there are multiple major decisions that impacted almost every Australian throughout the pandemic. Now, of course, the lockdowns and various types of mandates and whatever. Our particular concern are those that affected the messaging and the mandates around vaccines, the communication around vaccines. So, for example, we were originally told, we're going to hit this 80% target in many of the cities around Australia. Once we're at 80%, we open up, and then things changed all of a sudden to 90%. What happened? And that's a question we want answered. There have been certain concerns raised in our community that there may have been political interference involved, either from the policy people and public health policy people who wanted to see bigger vaccine uptake. Was there pharmaceutical company interference or lobbyists in the offices of decision makers trying to advise them on the benefits of extending that 80% to 90% or whatever so that they could, on the back end, make a lot more profit, unfortunately. What happened behind the scenes to affect these decisions, which left a lot of people like us in very difficult health situations? And it wasn't just, that 80 to 90%. There's a whole range of other areas where public health decisions were made that had consequences for people, but on the other side of it, made some people very rich. And it's hard to imagine that there was not some level of influence that some of these actors had.
Chair, I just want to acknowledge the precise and careful and highly responsible language both our witnesses are using in their responses.
Okay, thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
I'm not being. I think you are. Sorry, I just want to say sometimes when witnesses make general comments and they're not specific, that's actually can be more difficult for us to deal with as a committee, because if you make an adverse comment about someone, they can respond, but making comments on generally speculative about some level of corruption and political interference can be difficult for us unless you have specific evidence of it. I have a different view from from Senator Roberts about how this language can be dealt with by the committee, and maybe it's helpful if we can raise some points of order as we go through. But
can I make a little comment on that? We are a group of...
I can see what you're trying to do, but actually...
When you make general statements like that, it can be quite difficult.
Sorry, Senator Green, I will give the witness an opportunity to respond to that, if you can do it as
maybe
briefly.
You want to clarify which comment you have an issue with?
Senator Roberts said you were using careful language, and my response to that is actually because you have not been specific in the allegations that you've made, we can't deal with them as a committee and provide anyone an opportunity to give a response.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is territory for a Royal Commission, but I mean, on that point, we are not a corporate watch organisation, and I think it's worth pointing out, because I deal with this in my work on the mining industry, the structural situation in terms of inquiring into democratic processes. I don't see the situation as particularly different from regulating other industries in this country. But what is challenging about it from my position of someone who has done no work on the pharmaceutical industry but does a lot of work on the mining industry, it's worth pointing out that there are no corporate watch and human rights organisations paying specific attention to the power and the revolving doors of the pharmaceutical industry domestically, and that we have robust and reliable democratic non-profits that do that work for other industries, and that's why there's a deficit of information. We as patients can't be experts in everything. We are often surprised at the absence of investigative media coverage that would shine some light on some of the issues that are structural that we're talking about.
Thank you, Ms O'Reilly. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your engagement with the inquiry. Could I just ask quickly about COVERS? Because I wasn't familiar with COVERS until I read your submission. Can you talk me through how it was established, and then if there are any links to any other organisations that COVERS has? Just because I literally wasn't familiar with it till I read your submission.
Sure. We came together as 5 pretty sick people, Rado with a scientific background, me with, I guess, corporate research and interests, 2 technical consultants and a former primary school teacher. We all had, I think we were all about a year into being sick by that point, and it was slowly dawning on us that people that were reacting to the vaccines had no direct mechanism to speak to government to have a kind of policy reform perspective on the situation that we're in. We don't accept major political donations. Our main collaborators are organisations similar to us overseas. So one of our sister organisations with the most funding is called React 19. And a lot of the international medical research conversations behind the scenes we have are with them. We're also connected with the UK what's it called?
UKCV family.
UKCV family. We're connected to the University of Marburg Research in Germany, and there's also work being done on Yale University that we're in conversation with. So we're basically just picking up the threads of who is paying scientific attention to us and in conversation with those networks, and thinking about how patient organisations can best make use of that given our limited resources and limited health situation.
All right, thanks. In relation to the compensation scheme that was established, I share your concerns about the narrowness of access to it. And I think a number of people have been concerned about the narrowness of access to it. Could I ask you, is it your understanding that the criteria is closed, or is there some ongoing assessment of the different responses that may entitle somebody to access the scheme? What's your understanding of how that's being dealt with?
Well, I guess early on, if once you realise you've got a serious long-term reaction, you look into the scheme and see if you're covered, right? I think there have been a very small number of additions to the scheme. The overnight hospital requirement has limited a lot of people. I know that you can write for special consideration to ignore that. But the majority of people who've been sick for 2.5 years do not qualify for it, and that is the narrowness of it.
And is it because of the narrow class of conditions?
Yes.
That's one part of it.
Yeah.
The other part is the severity or the nature of the response. So you could have a prolonged debilitating response, but it may not get to the severity of an overnight hospitalisation. Is that one
yes
of the other
and no?
concerns?
So,
are they the
so
same
you could have a
concerns? Are they
severe
different
response that's not one of the 7 compensatable claims. So some of those non-compensatable conditions can be extremely severe and instant, but they're still not compensated. So it's very complex how people are not covered, but the simplicity is that it's just a very small portion of very severe and long-lasting conditions are covered.
Yeah, so Riley, just on this point with your indulgence, Senator Shoebridge, because I share your concern in relation to this. Do you have any information or data with respect to the position in overseas jurisdictions with respect to what is recognised as a compensatable adverse event or reaction, and how that maybe differs from what's recognised in Australia?
So the University of Oxford, that the law school there did a project surveying all of the programs around the world to see how they functioned. So we can share details of that project with the committee. But generally speaking, it's a huge mix of things. Now, the UK will accept almost any condition as long as it's connected to a vaccine. However, you have to prove 60% disability. And so if you're 59% disabled, too bad, you're not quite disabled enough. The US has a complex arrangement of schemes, particularly put in place for the COVID vaccinations, which has resulted in paying out a few $1,000s total to people who have suffered injuries in the US, despite our sister organisation React-19 has gifted out more than $600,000 to patients suffering from COVID vaccine reactions. So obviously the US government scheme is appalling. We can point to a few that are better in some aspects. Thailand, for example, has a scheme where anybody who's had a reaction can apply. They get a response within 1 week and they get that payment within 1 week, irrespective of whether future investigations prove that that person did not have a vaccine reaction. Now, a scheme like that imbues public confidence in the vaccination program. So you know that your government is going to look after you, even though your reaction may not have happened from that vaccine. It's a very, very positive.
Well, sorry, I just wanted to take the opportunity to get any further information from you on notice with respect to comparable or not comparable overseas schemes and what we can gather from that. So sorry to interrupt you, Senator Shoebridge.
No. So we've heard from from all the health professionals that our understanding of COVID has rapidly developed over time. Our understanding of the responsiveness of vaccines and different vaccines has evolved over the time. From what I understand, one of your concerns is access into the scheme in relation to compensation for adverse vaccine responses has not similarly developed over time. It seems to have been somewhat frozen in time when the scheme was established. Is that one of the concerns?
And not only that, when something is added, the patient groups go, oh, how did they choose that one and nothing else? Like, it's unclear to us the rationale through which very particular individual things get added and not all the rest of them.
And again, having some transparency here, having good process here would be one of the ways of establishing public confidence in the scheme. If you could see why, if you could understand the rationale and maybe engage with that process, that would add to public confidence. Is that
it would,
position?
yes. We still need to deal with the pharmacovigilance data, though.
Yeah,
I
understand the data is that.
Just from the point of view of a confidence question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there public reporting on how much has been paid out of the compensation scheme that you're aware of?
Not as a matter of business, a matter of course, but some information has been released under freedom of information or through standard estimates.
Okay. It's extracted rather than overtly published. Is that how it happens?
Yep, seems to be.
And also there is a clause that you're not supposed to speak about your claim after it's awarded. Is that correct?
As far as we know from the comments we've heard back from the community is when people are made an offer, part of the agreement is that it falls under a non-disclosure agreement. which doesn't make sense to us at all. You know, why would the government want to hide how much it's given to?
Well, could I know some of your concerns are that there may be some unspecified nasty motive about that. Could I put one potential motive on it, which I don't think is a nice motive, but is often found in government? They may just simply want to significantly limit the amount they pay under a compensation scheme. And
Sure.
they may therefore put unfairly narrow criteria in place. And they might also want to discourage people talking about getting compensation results. It could just be your standard government meanness, couldn't it? Rather than some broader conspiracy.
We have no doubt about that. In everything we've experienced, this has all happened within other contexts as well. One of those being that the government had a campaign to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible, and that involved shutting down certain conversations, certain lines of discussion, public discussion, and the programs that it put in place served that bigger goal. And so we think a Royal Commission should look at that interplay with the compensation scheme, because you've got to admit, it did afford the government a wonderful opportunity to say, oh, look, so few people are being compensated, therefore this vaccine is fantastic.
Well, you see...
Sorry, Senator Shubridge, last question. Okay, I've got to share the call.
I suppose this is where I share, I think, some of the concerns of Senator Green. A plus B might make...
My concern was of Senator Roberts' language.
About the language, about the discussions that happen in this point. I perfectly understand why you have concerns about A and concerns about B. There's not adequate transparency, and it can be that A plus B equals C and it may. But A plus B could also equal D or E or F or G. And if I understand it, your call for a Royal Commission is so that the points can be put together and an answer can be obtained, rather than you saying you know the answer now.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think I understand your position.
Just one supplementary question following on from Senator Shubridge's line of questioning, then I'll go to Senator Rennick. So is one of the concerns that you believe needs to be looked at that because of the way these confidentiality clauses potentially work, people with the same adverse reaction could be treated differently depending upon how hard they're pushing and whether or not the decision maker of the scheme decides they need to settle this case, but we'll hold out on this on the other case? Is that one of the areas that needs to be looked at?
Yeah, this is certainly an issue we see pop up in the community. To give you some non-specific examples, not mentioning names, of course, some people find that the government touted this scheme as an easy to access, simple, lightweight scheme, and a lot of people approach it as though it is simple and easy and try and go through just under their own weight, or maybe a family help or their doctor helps them. They get so far and they're able to then produce a compensation claim to the government, okay? But some people, for whatever reason, have gone to a lawyer to help them, who's been able to put together a vastly broader package of claim, and at the end will almost certainly receive, if they get an offer, a larger offer. Now, that shouldn't be the case in a public program like this. These people should be treated the same.
Okay.
We also have anecdotal information about people for the same condition getting vastly different payouts as well.
But again, from your perspective, Ms. O'Reilly, I mean, it's hard for us to put
our
head on that. But these are things which should be looked at in a Royal Commission. Is that
absolutely
your view?
Any discrepancies for similar conditions should be looked at in a Royal Commission.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rennick?
Hi, Chair. How are you going?
I'm going well. You've got 7 minutes.
Okay. My questions are for Dr. Faltic. Okay. You reported to the media that after both your injections, you felt ill, but in particular after your second injection, and you reported you had oppressive brain fog, headaches, chest pains, abdominal pains, unbelievable muscle twitching, issues focusing on vision, and you were unable to work. Were you ill before you got the vaccine?
in the month prior to the vaccinations, I was the fittest and healthiest I'd been probably in about 15 years.
Sorry, Senator Rennick, the witness hasn't finished giving the answer.
Sorry, I was going to add to that. That's a common thing that people say, is they were extremely healthy, extremely fit, active, eating well, fully engaged with life, full professional careers, and then they had the vaccine and bang, everything changed.
Sure. Now, are you still ill? Are you feeling those symptoms, still getting those symptoms?
As Rachel said in the opening statement, we've both been able to improve quite a bit, thanks largely to generosity and support of our families. But yeah, so we have improved, but we are still suffering a lot of issues that have continued since day one.
So you're not fully recovered, in other words?
No.
No. Okay. And have you been compensated?
No.
No.
Okay. Sorry, Senator Rennick, Ms O'Reilly was shaking her head. So just for the record, Ms O'Reilly, just for hands up, if you can.
Yes. No, neither of us have been compensated. Neither of us qualify for the scheme.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
You didn't bother applying to the scheme then because you were excluded, your side effects were excluded, so you didn't try at all?
Our position is that if people have the time and the resources, then they should apply even if they know they'll be rejected, just so we have those claims packaged up to show the kinds of rejections of cases that are playing out.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. How do you feel when your injuries are gaslighted by the medical community?
Sorry, can you ask that question again?
How do you feel when your injuries or you hear of other people with similar injuries and they've been gaslighted by the medical community, whether, personally face-to-face in a hospital or just when you read about it or hear about it from government officials when they try to downplay these injuries?
I'll try to be specific in the answer to that because otherwise it just gets moral very quickly. In my case, because my reaction started as a heart reaction, I was speaking to early, and I got vaccinated early on. I was speaking, to people in emergency and also to people at 1-3 Health about my ongoing symptoms. And I was told that middle-aged women are not in the risk category for a cardiac inflammation reaction from the Pfizer vaccine. I know now that information internationally, medical research internationally had emerged already showing that that was not the case, but it took, I think, more than a year for women, middle-aged women to be added to that risk category for the Pfizer vaccine that I took. So in our groups, there something like 60% mid-career middle-aged women with previously good health who have cardiac issues that took sometimes up to 12 months to be diagnosed. So they have a positive MRI for cardiac inflammation 12 months into a condition that the public is being told disappears quite quickly, and that's a particular concern, or should be a particular concern for getting those women back to health and back to their careers.
And has the medical community or anyone, any of the medical professionals you've spoken to advised you to get a sample of your tissues to determine whether or not your injury was caused by the presence of the vaccine spike protein?
So we have, as best we can, following the emerging science on the types of tests that are available. Unfortunately, there's nothing available through the public system here in Australia to do that type of test. There are maybe a few places internationally, but getting our doctors to actually agree to take a biopsy and send it overseas, it's not something either of us have attempted to do yet. And I have only heard of one person who has tried to do that so far, waiting on results. But I think it's worthwhile pointing out that whilst there is some research to suggest that the vaccine in some people is hanging around for an awfully long time, certainly beyond the few days that the TGA claims, and yes, this is in the medical literature now, almost all of our adverse reactions can be explained through other possible mechanisms other than the ongoing persistence of vaccine material. So whether or not the vaccine itself is hanging around and is causing these problems, or there are other things that have happened downstream of that vaccine event. That is not yet clear to us. But the types of tests that you mentioned, it's just simply not available in Australia. And it's one of those things that we scratch our head about. This is a concern. We've got so many people who have suffered a vaccine injury here. Why aren't we researching them and doing these types of tests here in Australia? We are a rich country with a very good medical research community, but it's not happening.
And just can I just follow that up?
Yeah, sorry, just to Senator Rennick, the Deputy Chair's got one final question to ask, I think. So could I just let Ms O'Reilly finish this answer and then give the call to Senator Green?
Sure. Yeah, just quickly, I would say that our complex relation to disability, I think, needs to be recognised. We are watching people with high incomes travel overseas to get tests that we can't access here and improve, and sometimes come back, to almost perfect health, if not perfect, but to recover. And so people know that while they're suffering some debilitating and in many cases degenerative conditions, that they're also preventable disabilities if they actually were to get better investigated and access treatments domestically.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Green, you got the call.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I think what might assist, and I think the questions that were being put to you, I think might have been put in a sort of unfair way, and this might assist us in our developing our report. Your organisation and both of you are here representing yourself as patients, and the members that you're representing are essentially patients that have had vaccine injuries. Is that right? Quite a lot of questions were put to you about doctors. The evidence that you've given is about the doctors you've interacted with. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it's often a long list of doctors.
Sure.
Yeah.
But neither of you, and I'm not being facetious or anything, but neither of you are medical doctors.
Not at all.
Yourself, no. Okay. And so your organisation represents patients, and the evidence that you've given, is it based on the conversations you've had with those people and their engagement with doctors as patients?
Are you talking about the literature reviews or which evidence?
All of it.
So our sister organisations work directly with doctors and medical researchers. And
what sister organisations?
React 19 is in conversation, has doctors on board, doesn't it?
Absolutely, on their board they have vaccine injured doctors, and as
React
part
19
of our community,
though is an overseas.
It's a US non-profit organisation. So we don't do any original work. Yeah,
I just want to understand that, just because I think even on React 19's website it says we're not doctors. Go and talk to your doctor if you have a medical question.
Yeah, but they work with doctors to make sure that they're giving. I mean, you have to understand, in the context of medical abandonment, people are going to research their own conditions.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
It's not a trick question. It's actually just to understand and clarify that the questions being put to you and the evidence that you were giving was from a patient point of view.
Sure.
I would add a little bit to that. That is essentially why we exist, to represent patients and their concerns.
There's lots of patient consumer advocates.
We do also talk with doctors who are proactively working with our community to try and understand what they're seeing and what they're finding. There are also, unbeknownst to most Australians, there are many doctors who are injured by the COVID vaccines as well, and some quite famous. So we speak with some of those doctors as well to understand their experiences and what they've discovered in their journeys and how that might help the rest of us. And somewhat shockingly, many of those people have faced similar gaslighting from their own peers that we have faced as non-medical professionals.
Well, I think if we, it's not a court of law and we're not talking about hearsay in this committee hearing, but we might put those questions to the doctors when they appear. So thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. So thank you to our witnesses for appearing today. We do genuinely appreciate it, and thank you for all you're doing for people in a similar situation. Thank you very much. Okay, so that concludes our evidence.
Can I just make a couple of comments to the committee?
I think
not about the contents of what we've heard today.
Well,
just about the committee's deliberations, because I think we need another hearing.
Well, I think we can.
That's a
okay. We can. That's something for a private hearing, Senator Roberts, and we can. Though you've made your point. Okay, so if I can adjourn the hearing, I need a motion from a member of the committee to determine a deadline for returning answers to questions taken on notice. Friday, 1 March, if we could. Okay, thank you. There was a lot, yeah. That concludes, and if I can encourage witnesses to the extent they can complete their answers prior to 1 March and submit them, that would be of assistance to our wonderful Secretariat. That concludes today's proceedings. The committee has agreed that answers to questions taken on notice at this hearing should be returned by close of business 1 March 2024. I thank all witnesses who've given evidence to committee today. I thank all senators for your participation today. We got through quite a lot. Thanks also to broadcasting and to Secretariat and Hansard. And I declare the hearing.
Chair, I commend you for your timeliness and also your fairness. Thank you. Well, I do.
I'm going to cut you off, Senator Shoebridge. I take it that's kind of you, Senator Roberts. But unnecessary. I declare the hearing adjourned.